Why should the most bloodthirsty nation exalt an alleged religion which is not the religion of Christ? The Jews and the Arabs were the fathers of Christianity, and how they have been persecuted by the Christians. The Christians have been weighed in the balance in India and have been found wanting. I do not mean to be unkind, but I want to show the Christians how they look in others' eyes. The missionaries who preach the burning pit are regarded with horror. The Mohammedans rolled wave after wave over India waving the sword, and today where are they? The furthest that all religions can see is the existence of a spiritual entity. So no religion can teach beyond that point. In every religion there is the essential truth and the non-essential casket in which this jewel lies. Believing in the Jewish book or in the Hindu book is non-essential. Circumstances change, the receptacle is different, but the central truth remains. The essentials being the same, the educated people of every community retain the essentials. If you ask a Christian what his essentials are, he should reply, the teachings of Lord Jesus. Much of the rest is nonsense. But the nonsensical part is right, it forms the receptacle. The shell of the oyster is not attractive, but the pearl is within it. The Hindu will never attack the life of Jesus, he reverences the Sermon on the Mount. But how many Christians know or have heard of the teachings of the Hindu holy men? They remain in a fool's paradise. Before a small fraction of the world was converted, Christianity was divided into many creeds. That is the law of nature. Why take a single instrument from the great religious orchestra of the earth? Let the grand symphony go on. Be pure. Give up superstition and see the wonderful harmony of nature. Superstition gets the better of religion. All the religions are good, since the essentials are the same. Each man should have the perfect exercise of his individuality, but these individualities form a perfect whole. This marvelous condition is already in existence. Each creed has something to add to the wonderful structure. I pity the Hindu who does not see the beauty in Jesus Christ's character. I pity the Christian who does not reverence the Hindu Christ. The more a man sees of himself, the less he sees of his neighbors. Those that go about converting, who are very busy saving the souls of others, in many instances forget their own souls. I was asked by a lady why the women of India were not more elevated. It is in a great degree owing to the barbarous invaders through different ages, it is partly due to the people in India themselves. But our women are any day better than the ladies of this country who are devotees of novels and balls. Where is the spirituality one would expect in a country which is so boastful of its civilization? I have not found it. Here and hereafter are words to frighten children. It is all here. To live and move in God even here, even in this body. All self should go out, all superstition should be banished. Such men live in India. Where are such in this country? Your preachers speak against dreamers. The people of this country would be better off if there were more dreamers. If a man here followed literally the instruction of his Lord, he would be called a fanatic. There is a good deal of difference between dreaming and the brag of the 19th century. The bees look for the flowers. Open the lotus. The whole world is full of God and not of sin. Let us help each other. Let us love each other. A beautiful prayer of the Buddhist is, I bow down to all the saints, I bow down to all the prophets, I bow down to all the holy men and women all over the world. The Religion of Love. Notes of a lecture delivered in London on November 16, 1895. Just as it is necessary for a man to go through symbols and ceremonies first in order to arrive at the depth of realization, so we say in India, it is good to be born in a church, but bad to die in one. A sapling must be hedged about for protection, but when it becomes a tree, a hedge would be a hindrance. So there is no need to criticize and condemn the old forms. We forget that in religion there must be growth. At first we think of a personal God, and call him creator, omnipotent, omniscient, and so forth. But when love comes, God is only love. The loving worshipper does not care what God is, because he wants nothing from him. Says an Indian saint, I am no beggar. Neither does he fear. God is loved as a human being. Here are some of the systems founded on love. 1. Shanta, a common, peaceful love, with such thoughts as those of fatherhood and help. 2. Daijya, the ideal of service, God as master or general or sovereign, giving punishments and rewards. 3. Vatsalya, God as mother or child. In India the mother never punishes. In each of these stages, the worshipper forms an ideal of God and follows it. Then, 4. Sakhya, God as friend. There is here no fear. There is also the feeling of equality and familiarity. There are some Hindus who worship God as friend and playmate. Next comes, 5. Madhura, sweetest love, the love of husband and wife. Of this Saint Teresa and the ecstatic saints have been examples. Amongst the Persians, God has been looked upon as the wife, amongst the Hindus as the husband. We may recall the great Queen Mirabai, who preached that the divine spouse was all. Some carry this to such an extreme that to call God mighty or father seems to them blasphemy. The language of this worship is erotic. Some even use that of illicit passion. To this cycle belongs the story of Krishna and the Gopi girls. All this probably seems to you to entail great degeneration on the worshipper. And so it does. Yet many great saints have been developed by it. And no human institution is beyond abuse. Would you cook nothing because there are beggars? Would you possess nothing because there are thieves? O beloved, one kiss of thy lips, once tasted, hath made me mad. The fruit of this idea is that one can no longer belong to any sect, or endure ceremonial. Religion in India culminates in freedom. But even this comes to be given up, and all is love for love's sake. Last of all comes love without distinction, the self. There is a Persian poem that tells how a lover came to the door of his beloved, and knocked. She asked, "Who art thou?" And he replied, "I am so and so, thy beloved." And she answered only, "Go. I know none such." But when she had asked for the fourth time, he said, "I am thyself, O my beloved, therefore open thou to me." And the door was opened. A great saint said, using the language of a girl, describing love, 4 eyes met. There were changes in 2 souls. And now I cannot tell whether he is a man and I am a woman, or he is a woman and I a man. This only I remember, 2 souls were. Love came, and there was one. In the highest love, union is only of the spirit. All love of any other kind is quickly evanescent. Only the spiritual lasts, and this grows. Love sees the ideal. This is the third angle of the triangle. God has been cause, creator, father. Love is the culmination. The mother regrets that her child is humpbacked, but when she has nursed him for a few days, she loves him and thinks him most beautiful. The lover sees the beauty of Helen in the brow of Ethiopia. We do not commonly realize what happens. The brow of Ethiopia is merely a suggestion, the man sees Helen. His ideal is thrown upon the suggestion and covers it, as the oyster makes sand into a pearl. God is this ideal, through which man may see all. Hence we come to love love itself. This love cannot be expressed. No words can utter it. We are dumb about it. The senses become very much heightened in love. Human love, we must remember, is mixed up with attributes. It is dependent, too, on the other's attitude. Indian languages have words to describe this interdependence of love. The lowest love is selfish, it consists in pleasure of being loved. We say in India, one gives the cheek, the other kisses. Above this is mutual love. But this also ceases mutually. True love is all giving. We do not even want to see the other, or to do anything to express our feeling. It is enough to give. It is almost impossible to love a human being like this, but it is possible to love God. In India there is no idea of blasphemy if boys fighting in the street use the name of God. We say, put your hand into the fire, and whether you feel it or not, you will be burnt. So to utter the name of God can bring nothing but good. The notion of blasphemy comes from the Jews, who were impressed by the spectacle of Persian loyalty. The ideas that God is judge and punisher are not in themselves bad, but they are low and vulgar. The three angles of the triangle are: love begs not, love knows no fear, love is always the ideal. Who would be able to live 1 second? Who would be able to breathe 1 moment? If the loving one had not filled the universe? Most of us will find that we were born for service. We must leave the results to God. The work was done only for love of God. If failure comes, there need be no sorrow. The work was done only for love of God. In women, the mother nature is much developed. They worship God as the child. They ask nothing, and will do anything. The Catholic Church teaches many of these deep things, and though it is narrow, it is religious in the highest sense. In modern society, Protestantism is broad but shallow. To judge truth by what good it does is as bad as to question the value of a scientific discovery to a baby. Society must be outgrown. We must crush law and become outlaws. We allow nature, only in order to conquer her. Renunciation means that none can serve both God and mammon. Deepen your own power of thought and love. Bring your own lotus to blossom, the bees will come of themselves. Believe first in yourself, then in God. A handful of strong men will move the world. We need a heart to feel, a brain to conceive, and a strong arm to do the work. Buddha gave himself for the animals. Make yourself a fit agent to work. But it is God who works, not you. One man contains the whole universe. One particle of matter has all the energy of the universe at its back. In a conflict between the heart and the brain, follow your heart. Yesterday, competition was the law. Today, cooperation is the law. Tomorrow there is no law. Let sages praise thee, or let the world blame. Let fortune itself come, or let poverty and rags stare thee in the face. Eat the herbs of the forest, one day, for food, and the next, share a banquet of 50 courses. Looking neither to right hand nor to the left, follow thou on. The Swami began by telling, in answer to questions, the story of how Pavayari Baba snatched up his own vessels and ran after the thief, only to fall at his feet and say, "O Lord, I knew not that thou wert there. Take them. They are thine. Pardon me, thy child." Again he told how the same saint was bitten by a cobra, and when, towards nightfall he recovered, he said, "A messenger came to me from the beloved." Jnana and Karma. Notes of a lecture delivered in London, on November 23, 1895. The greatest force is derived from the power of thought. The finer the element, the more powerful it is. The silent power of thought influences people even at a distance, because mind is one as well as many. The universe is a cobweb, minds are spiders. The universe equals the phenomena of one universal being. He, seen through our senses, is the universe. This is Maya. So the world is illusion, that is, the imperfect vision of the real, a semi-revelation, even as the sun in the morning is a red ball. Thus all evils and wickedness are but weakness, the imperfect vision of goodness. A straight line projected infinitely becomes a circle. The search for good comes back to self. I am the whole mystery, God. I am a body, the lower self, and I am the Lord of the universe. Why should a man be moral and pure? Because this strengthens his will. Everything that strengthens the will by revealing the real nature is moral. Everything that does the reverse is immoral. The standard varies from country to country, from individual to individual. Man must recover from his state of slavery to laws, to words, and so on. We have no freedom of the will now, but we shall have when we are free. Renunciation is this giving up of the world. Through the senses, anger comes, and sorrow comes. As long as renunciation is not there, self and the passion animating it are different. At last they become identified, and the man is an animal at once. Become possessed with the feeling of renunciation. I once had a body, was born, struggled and died. What awful hallucinations. To think that one was cramped in a body, weeping for salvation. But does renunciation demand that we all become ascetics? Who then is to help others? Renunciation is not asceticism. Are all beggars Christ? Poverty is not a synonym for holiness, often the reverse. Renunciation is of the mind. How does it come? In a desert, when I was thirsty, I saw a lake. It was in the midst of a beautiful landscape. There were trees surrounding it, and their reflections could be seen in the water, upside down. But the whole thing proved to be a mirage. Then I knew that every day for a month I had seen this, and only that day, being thirsty, I had learned it to be unreal. Every day for a month I should see it again. But I should never take it to be real. So, when we reach God, the idea of the universe, the body, and so on, will vanish. It will return afterwards. But next time we shall know it to be unreal. The history of the world is the history of persons like Buddha and Jesus. The passionless and unattached do most for the world. Picture Jesus in the slums. He sees beyond the misery. You, my brethren, are all divine. His work is calm. He removes causes. You will be able to work for the good of the world when you know for a fact that this work is all illusion. The more unconscious this work, the better, because it is then the more superconscious. Our search is not for good or evil, but happiness and good are nearer to truth than their opposites. A man ran a thorn into his finger, and with another thorn took it out. The first thorn is evil. The second thorn is good. The self is that peace which passeth beyond both evil and good. The universe is melting down, man draws nearer to God. For one moment he is real God. He is redifferentiated a prophet. Before him, now, the world trembles. A fool sleeps and wakes a fool, a man unconscious, and superconscious, he returns with infinite power, purity, and love the God-man. This is the use of the superconscious state. Wisdom can be practiced even on a battlefield. The Gita was preached so. There are three states of mind, the active, the passive, and the serene. The passive state is characterized by slow vibrations, the active by quick vibrations, and the serene by the most intense vibrations of all. Know that the soul is sitting in the chariot. The body is the chariot, the outer senses are the horses, and the mind the reins, and the intellect the charioteer. So man crosses the ocean of Maya. He goes beyond. He reaches God. When a man is under the control of his senses, he is of this world. When he has controlled the senses, he has renounced. Even forgiveness, if weak and passive, is not true. Fight is better. Forgive when you could bring legions of angels to the victory. Krishna, the charioteer of Arjuna, hears him say, "Let us forgive our enemies," and answers, "You speak the words of wise men, but you are not a wise man, but a coward." As a lotus leaf, living in the water yet untouched by it, so should the soul be in the world. This is a battlefield, fight your way out. Life in this world is an attempt to see God. Make your life a manifestation of will strengthened by renunciation. We must learn to control all our brain centers consciously. The first step is the joy of living. Asceticism is fiendish. To laugh is better than to pray. Sing. Get rid of misery. Do not for heaven's sake infect others with it. Never think God sells a little happiness and a little unhappiness. Surround yourself with flowers and pictures and incense. The saints went to the mountain tops to enjoy nature. The second step is purity. The third is full training of the mind. Reason out what is true from what is untrue. See that God alone is true. If for a moment you think you are not God, great terror will seize you. As soon as you think I am He, great peace and joy will come to you. Control the senses. If a man curses me, I should still see in him God, whom through my weakness I see as a curser. The poor man to whom you do good is extending a privilege to you. He allows you, through his mercy, to worship him thus. The history of the world is the history of a few men who had faith in themselves. That faith calls out the divinity within. You can do anything. You fail only when you do not strive sufficiently to manifest infinite power. As soon as a man or a nation loses faith, death comes. There is a divine within that cannot be overcome either by church dogmas or by blackguardism. A handful of Greeks speak wherever there is civilization. Some mistakes there must always be. Do not grieve. Have great insight. Do not think, what is done is done. Oh, that 'twere done better. If man had not been God, humanity would by this time have become insane, with its litanies and its penitence. None will be left, none destroyed. All will in the end be made perfect. Say, day and night, come up, my brothers. You are the infinite ocean of purity. Be God. Manifest as God. What is civilization? It is the feeling of the divine within. When you find time, repeat these ideas to yourself and desire freedom. That is all. Deny everything that is not God. Assert everything that is God. Mentally assert this, day and night. So the veil grows thinner. I am neither man nor angel. I have no sex nor limit. I am knowledge itself. I am He. I have neither anger nor hatred. I have neither pain nor pleasure. Death or birth I never had. For I am knowledge absolute, and bliss absolute. I am He, my soul, I am He. Find yourself bodiless. You never had a body. It was all superstition. Give back the divine consciousness to all the poor, the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the sick. Apparently, every 500 years or so, a wave of this thought comes over the world. Little waves arise in many directions, but one swallows up all the others and sweeps over society. That wave does this which has most character at its back. Confucius, Moses, and Pythagoras, Buddha, Christ, Mohammed, Luther, Calvin, and the Sikhs, Theosophy, spiritualism, and the like, all these mean only the preaching of the divine in man. Never say man is weak. Wisdom yoga is no better than the others. Love is the ideal and requires no object. Love is God. So even through devotion we reach the subjective God. I am He. How can one work, unless one loves city, country, animals, the universe? Reason leads to the finding of unity in variety. Let the atheist and the agnostic work for the social good. So God comes. But this you must guard against, do not disturb the faith of any. For you must know that religion is not in doctrines. Religion lies in being and becoming, in realization. All men are born idolaters. The lowest man is an animal. The highest man is perfect. And between these two, all have to think in sound and color, in doctrine and ritual. The test of having ceased to be an idolater is, when you say I, does the body come into your thought or not? If it does, then you are still a worshipper of idols. Religion is not intellectual jargon at all, but realization. If you think about God, you are only a fool. The ignorant man, by prayer and devotion, can reach beyond the philosopher. To know God, no philosophy is necessary. Our duty is not to disturb the faith of others. Religion is experience. Above all and in all, be sincere. Identification brings misery, because it brings desire. Thus the poor man sees gold, and identifies himself with the need of gold. Be the witness. Learn never to react. The claims of Vedanta on the modern world. Report of a lecture delivered in Oakland on Sunday, February 25, 1900, with editorial comments of the Oakland Inquirer. The announcement that Swami Vivekananda, a distinguished savant of the East, would expound the philosophy of Vedanta in the Parliament of Religions at the Unitarian Church last evening, attracted an immense throng. The main auditorium and anterooms were packed, the annexed auditorium of Went Hall was thrown open, and this was also filled to overflowing, and it is estimated that fully 500 persons, who could not obtain seats or standing room where they could hear conveniently, were turned away. The Swami created a marked impression. Frequently he received applause during the lecture, and upon concluding, held a levee of enthusiastic admirers. He said in part, under the subject of the claims of Vedanta on the modern world. Vedanta demands the consideration of the modern world. The largest number of the human race is under its influence. Again and again, millions upon millions have swept down on its adherents in India, crushing them with their great force, and yet the religion lives? In all the nations of the world, can such a system be found? Others have risen to come under its shadow. Born like mushrooms, today they are alive and flourishing, and tomorrow they are gone. Is this not the survival of the fittest? It is a system not yet complete. It has been growing for thousands of years and is still growing. So I can give you but an idea of all I would say in one brief hour. First, to tell you of the history of the rise of Vedanta. When it arose, India had already perfected a religion. Its crystallization had been going on many years. Already there were elaborate ceremonies, already there had been perfected a system of morals for the different stages of life. But there came a rebellion against the mummeries and mockeries that enter into many religions in time, and great men came forth to proclaim through the Vedas the true religion. Hindus received their religion from the revelation of these Vedas. They were told that the Vedas were without beginning and without end. It may sound ludicrous to this audience how a book can be without beginning or end, but by the Vedas no books are meant. They mean the accumulated treasury of spiritual laws discovered by different persons in different times. Before these men came, the popular ideas of a God ruling the universe, and that man was immortal, were in existence. But there they stopped. It was thought that nothing more could be known. Here came the daring of the expounders of Vedanta. They knew that religion meant for children is not good for thinking men, that there is something more to man and God. The moral agnostic knows only the external dead nature. From that he would form the law of the universe. He might as well cut off my nose and claim to form an idea of my whole body, as argue thus. He must look within. The stars that sweep through the heavens, even the universe is but a drop in the bucket. Your agnostic sees not the greatest, and he is frightened at the universe. The world of spirit is greater than all the God of the universe who rules our father, our mother. What is this heathen mummery we call the world? There is misery everywhere. The child is born with a cry upon its lips, it is its first utterance. This child becomes a man, and so well used to misery that the pang of the heart is hidden by a smile on the lips. Where is the solution of this world? Those who look outside will never find it, they must turn their eyes inward and find truth. Religion lives inside. One man preaches, if you chop your head off, you get salvation. But does he get anyone to follow him? Your own Jesus says, give all to the poor and follow me. How many of you have done this? You have not followed out this command, and yet Jesus was the great teacher of your religion. Every one of you is practical in his own life, and you find this would be impracticable. But Vedanta offers you nothing that is impracticable. Every science must have its own matter to work upon. Everyone needs certain conditions and much of training and learning, but any jack in the street can tell you all about religion. You may want to follow religion and follow an expert, but you may only care to converse with Jack, for he can talk it. You must do with religion as with science, come in direct contact with facts, and on that foundation build a marvelous structure. To have a true religion you must have instruments. Belief is not in question, of faith you can make nothing, for you can believe anything. We know that in science as we increase the velocity, the mass decreases, and as we increase the mass, the velocity decreases. Thus we have matter and force. The matter, we do not know how, disappears into force, and force into matter. Therefore there is something which is neither force nor matter, as these two may not disappear into each other. This is what we call mind, the universal mind. Your body and my body are separate, you say. I am but a little whirlpool in the universal ocean of mankind. A whirlpool, it is true, but a part of the great ocean. You stand by moving water where every particle is changing, and yet you call it a stream. The water is changing, it is true, but the banks remain the same. The mind is not changing, but the body, how quick its growth. I was a baby, a boy, a man, and soon I will be an old man, stooped and aged. The body is changing, and you say, is the mind not changing also? When I was a child, I was thinking, I have become larger, because my mind is a sea of impressions. There is behind nature a universal mind. The spirit is simply a unit, and it is not matter. For man is a spirit. The question, where does the soul go after death, should be answered like the boy when he asked, why does not the earth fall down? The questions are alike, and their solutions alike, for where could the soul go to? To you who talk of immortality, I would ask, when you go home to endeavor to imagine you are dead, stand by and touch your dead body. You cannot, for you cannot get out of yourself. The question is not concerning immortality, but as to whether Jack will meet his Jenny after death. The one great secret of religion is to know for yourself that you are a spirit. Do not cry out, I am a worm, I am nobody. As the poet says, I am existence, knowledge, and truth. No man can do any good in the world by crying out, I am one of its evils. The more perfect, the less imperfections you see. The laws of life and death. Report of a lecture delivered in Oakland on March 7, 1900, with editorial comments of the Oakland Tribune. Swami Vivekananda delivered a lecture last evening on the subject, the laws of life and death. The Swami said, how to get rid of this birth and death, not how to go to heaven, but how one can stop going to heaven. This is the object of the search of the Hindu. The Swami went on to say that nothing stands isolated, everything is a part of the never-ending procession of cause and effect. If there are higher beings than man, they also must obey the laws. Life can only spring from life, thought from thought, matter from matter. A universe cannot be created out of matter. It has existed forever. If human beings came into the world fresh from the hands of nature, they would come without impressions, but we do not come in that way, which shows that we are not created afresh. If human souls are created out of nothing, what is to prevent them from going back into nothing? If we are to live all the time in the future, we must have lived all the time in the past. It is the belief of the Hindu that the soul is neither mind nor body. What is it which remains stable, which can say, I am I? Not the body, for it is always changing, and not the mind, which changes more rapidly than the body, which never has the same thoughts for even a few minutes. There must be an identity which does not change, something which is to man what the banks are to the river, the banks which do not change, and without whose immobility we would not be conscious of the constantly moving stream. Behind the body, behind the mind, there must be something, viz. the soul, which unifies the man. Mind is merely the fine instrument through which the soul, the master, acts on the body. In India we say a man has given up his body, while you say, a man gives up his ghost. The Hindus believe that a man is a soul and has a body, while Western people believe he is a body and possesses a soul. Death overtakes everything which is complex. The soul is a single element, not composed of anything else, and therefore it cannot die. By its very nature the soul must be immortal. Body, mind, and soul turn upon the will of law, none can escape. No more can we transcend the law than can the stars, than can the sun. It is all a universe of law. The law of karma is that every action must be followed sooner or later by an effect. The Egyptian seed which was taken from the hand of a mummy after 5,000 years and sprang into life when planted is the type of the never-ending influence of human acts. Action can never die without producing action. Now, if our acts can only produce their appropriate effects on this plane of existence, it follows that we must all come back to round out the circle of causes and effects. This is the doctrine of reincarnation. We are the slaves of law, the slaves of conduct, the slaves of thirst, the slaves of desire, the slaves of 1,000 things. Only by escaping from life can we escape from slavery to freedom. God is the only one who is free. God and freedom are one and the same. The reality and the shadow. Report of a lecture delivered in Oakland on March 8, 1900, with editorial comments. Of the Oakland Tribune. Swami Vivekananda, the Hindu philosopher, delivered another lecture in Went Hall last evening. His subject was, the reality and the shadow. He said, the soul of man is ever striving after certainty, to find something that does not change. It is never satisfied. Wealth, the gratification of ambition or of appetite are all changeable. Once these are attained, man is not content. Religion is the science which teaches us whence to satisfy this longing after the unchangeable. Behind all the local colors and derivations they teach the same thing, that there is reality only in the soul of man. The philosophy of Vedanta teaches that there are two worlds, the external or sensory, and the internal or subjective, the thought world. It posits three fundamental concepts: time, space, and causation. From these is constituted Maya, the essential groundwork of human thought, not the product of thought. This same conclusion was arrived at a later date by the great German philosopher Kant. My reality, that of nature and of God, is the same, the difference is in form of manifestation. The differentiation is caused by Maya. The contour of the shore may shape the ocean into bay, strait, or inlet, but when this shaping force or Maya is removed, the separate form disappears, the differentiation ceases, all is ocean again. The Swami then spoke of the roots of the theory of evolution to be found in the Vedanta philosophy. All modern religions start with the idea, continued the speaker, that man was once pure, he fell, and will become pure again. I do not see where they get this idea. The seat of knowledge is the soul, external circumstance simply stimulates the soul, knowledge is the power of the soul. Century after century it has been manufacturing bodies. The various forms of incarnation are merely successive chapters of the story of the life of the soul. We are constantly building our bodies. The whole universe is in a state of flux, of expansion and contraction, of change. Vedanta holds that the soul never changes in essence, but it is modified by Maya. Nature is God limited by mind. The evolution of nature is the modification of the soul. The soul in essence is the same in all forms of being. Its expression is modified by the body. This unity of soul, this common substance of humanity, is the basis of ethics and morality. In this sense all are one, and to hurt one's brother is to hurt oneself. Love is simply an expression of this infinite unity. Upon what dualistic system can you explain love? One of the European philosophers says that kissing is a survival of cannibalism, a kind of expression of how good you taste. I do not believe it. What is it we all seek? Freedom. All the effort and struggle of life is for freedom. It is the march universal of races, of worlds, and of systems. If we are bound, who bound us? No power can bind the infinite but itself. After the discourse an opportunity was afforded for asking questions of the speaker, who devoted half an hour to answering them. Way to Salvation. Report of a lecture delivered in Oakland on Monday, March 12, 1900, with editorial comments of the Oakland Inquirer. Went Hall of the First Unitarian Church was crowded last evening with a large audience to hear the way to salvation from the standpoint of the Hindu priest, Swami Vivekananda. This was the last lecture of a series of 3 which the Swami has delivered. He said in part, one man says God is in heaven, another that God is in nature and everywhere present. But when the great crisis comes, we find the goal is the same. We all work on different plans, but the end is not different. The 2 great watchwords of every great religion are renunciation and self-sacrifice. We all want the truth, and we know that it must come, whether we want it or not. In a way we are all striving for that good. And what prevents our reaching it? It is ourselves. Your ancestors used to call it the devil, but it is our own false self. We live in slavery, and we would die if we were out of it. We are like the man who lived in total darkness for 90 years and when taken out into the warm sunshine of nature, prayed to be taken back to his dungeon. You would not leave this old life to go into a newer and greater freedom which opens out. The great difficulty is to go to the heart of things. These little degraded delusions of Jack so-and-so's, who thinks he has an infinite soul, however small he is with his different religions. In one country, all as a matter of religion, a man has many wives, in another one woman has many husbands. So some men have two gods, some one God, and some no God at all. But salvation is in work and love. You learn something thoroughly, in time you may not be able to call that thing to memory. Yet it has sunk into your inner consciousness and is a part of you. So as you work, whether it be good or bad, you shape your future course of life. If you do good work with the idea of work for work's sake, you will go to heaven of your idea and dream of heaven. The history of the world is not of its great men, of its demigods, but it is the little islands of the sea, which build themselves to great continents from fragments of the sea drift. Then the history of the world is in the little acts of sacrifice performed in every household. Man accepts religion because he does not wish to stand on his own judgment. He takes it as the best way of getting out of a bad place. The salvation of man lies in the great love with which he loves his God. Your wife says, "Oh John, I could not live without you." Some men when they lose their money have to be sent to the asylum. Do you feel that way about your God? When you can give up money, friends, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, all that is in the world and only pray to God that He grant you something of His love, then you have found salvation. The people of India. Report of a lecture delivered in Oakland on Monday, March 19, 1900, with editorial comments of the Oakland Inquirer. The lecture which the Swami Vivekananda gave Monday night in his new course on the people of India, was interesting, not only for what he had to relate of the people of that country, but for the insight into their mental attitude and prejudices which the speaker gave without really meaning it. It is apparent that the Swami, educated and intellectual man that he is no admirer of Western civilization. He has evidently been a good deal embittered by the talk about child widows, the oppression of women, and other barbarisms alleged against the people of India, and is somewhat inclined to resort to the tu quoque in reply. In commencing his talk, he gave his hearers an idea of the racial characteristics of the people. He said that the bond of unity in India, as in other countries of Asia, is not language or race, but religion. In Europe the race makes the nation, but in Asia people of diverse origin and different tongues become one nation if they have the same religion. The people of northern India are divided into 4 great classes, while in southern India the languages are so entirely different from those of northern India that there is no kinship whatever. The people of northern India belong to the great Aryan race, to which all of the people of Europe, except the Basques in the Pyrenees, and the Finns, are supposed to belong. The southern India people belong to the same race as the ancient Egyptians and the Semites. To illustrate the difficulties of learning one another's languages in India, the Swami said that when he had occasion to go into southern India, he always talked with the native people in English, unless they belonged to the select few who could speak Sanskrit. A good deal of the lecture was taken up in a discussion of the caste system which the Swami characterized by saying that it had its bad side, but that its benefits outweighed its disadvantages. In brief, this caste system had grown by the practice of the son always following the business of the father. In course of time the community came thus to be divided into a series of classes, each held rigidly within its own boundaries. But while this divided the people, it also united them, because all the members of a caste were bound to help their fellows in case of need. And as no man could rise out of his caste, the Hindus have no such struggles for social or personal supremacy as embitter the people of other countries. The worst feature of the caste is that it suppresses competition, and the checking of competition has really been the cause of the political downfall of India and its conquest by foreign races. Respecting the much discussed subject of marriage, the Hindus are socialistic and see nothing good in matches being made by a couple of young people who might be attached to one another, without regard to the welfare of the community, which is more important than that of any two persons. Because I love Jenny and Jenny loves me, said the swami, is no reason why we should be married. He denied that the condition of the child widows is as bad as has been represented, saying that in India the position of widows in general is one of a great deal of influence, because a large part of the property in the country is held by widows. In fact, so enviable is the position of widows that a woman or a man either might almost pray to be made a widow. The child widows, or women who have been betrothed to children who died before marriage, might be pitied if a marriage were the only real object in life, but, according to the Hindu way of thinking, marriage is rather a duty than a privilege, and the denial of the right of child widows to marry is no particular hardship. I am that I am. Notes of a lecture given in San Francisco on March 20, 1900. The subject tonight is man, man in contrast with nature. For a long time the word nature was used almost exclusively to denote external phenomena. These phenomena were found to behave methodically, and they often repeated themselves. That which had happened in the past happened again, nothing happened only once. Thus it was concluded that nature was uniform. Uniformity is closely associated with the idea of nature, without it natural phenomena cannot be understood. This uniformity is the basis of what we call law. Gradually the word nature and the idea of uniformity came to be applied also to internal phenomena, the phenomena of life and mind. All that is differentiated is nature. Nature is the quality of the plant, the quality of the animal, and the quality of man. Man's life behaves according to definite methods, so does his mind. Thoughts do not just happen, there is a certain method in their rise, existence, and fall. In other words, just as external phenomena are bound by law, internal phenomena, that is to say, the life and mind of man, are also bound by law. When we consider law in relation to man's mind and existence, it is at once obvious that there can be no such thing as free will and free existence. We know how animal nature is wholly regulated by law. The animal does not appear to exercise any free will. The same is true of man. Human nature also is bound by law. The law governing functions of the human mind is called the law of karma. Nobody has ever seen anything produced out of nothing. If anything arises in the mind, that also must have been produced from something. When we speak of free will, we mean the will is not caused by anything. But that cannot be true, the will is caused, and since it is caused, it cannot be free, it is bound by law. That I am willing to talk to you and you come to listen to me, that is law. Everything that I do or think or feel, every part of my conduct or behavior, my every movement, all is caused and therefore not free. This regulation of our life and mind, that is the law of karma. If such a doctrine had been introduced in olden times into a Western community, it would have produced a tremendous commotion. The Western man does not want to think his mind is governed by law. In India it was accepted as soon as it was propounded by the most ancient Indian system of philosophy. There is no such thing as freedom of the mind, it cannot be. Why did not this teaching create any disturbance in the Indian mind? India received it calmly, that is the speciality of Indian thought, wherein it differs from every other thought in the world. The external and internal natures are not two different things, they are really one. Nature is the sum total of all phenomena. Nature means all that is, all that moves. We make a tremendous distinction between matter and mind. We think that the mind is entirely different from matter. Actually, they are but one nature, half of which is continually acting on the other half. Matter is pressing upon the mind in the form of various sensations. These sensations are nothing but force. The force from the outside evokes the force within. From the will to respond to or get away from the outer force, the inner force becomes what we call thought. Both matter and mind are really nothing but forces, and if you analyze them far enough, you will find that at root they are one. The very fact that the external force can somehow evoke the internal force shows that somewhere they join each other they must be continuous and, therefore, basically the same force. When you get to the root of things, they become simple and general. Since the same force appears in one form as matter and in another form as mind, there is no reason to think matter and mind are different. Mind is changed into matter, matter is changed into mind. Thought force becomes nerve force, muscular and nerve force become thought force. Nature is all this force, whether expressed as matter or mind. The difference between the subtlest mind and the grossest matter is only one of degree. Therefore the whole universe may be called either mind or matter, it does not matter which. You may call the mind refined matter, or the body concretest mind, it makes little difference by which name you call which. All the troubles arising from the conflict between materialism and spirituality are due to wrong thinking. Actually, there is no difference between the two. I and the lowest pig differ only in degree. It is less manifested, I am more. Sometimes I am worse, the pig is better. Nor is it any use discussing which comes first, mind or matter. Is the mind first, out of which matter has come? Or is matter first, out of which the mind has come? Many of the philosophical arguments proceed from these futile questions. It is like asking whether the egg or the hen is first. Both are first, and both last, mind and matter, matter and mind. If I say matter exists first and matter, growing finer and finer, becomes mind, then I must admit that before matter there must have been mind. Otherwise, where did matter come from? Matter precedes mind, mind precedes matter. It is the hen and the egg question all through. The whole of nature is bound by the law of causation and is in time and space. We cannot see anything outside of space, yet we do not know space. We cannot perceive anything outside of time, yet we do not know time. We cannot understand anything except in terms of causality, yet we do not know what causation is. These three things, time, space, and causality, are in and through every phenomena, but they are not phenomena. They are as it were the forms or molds in which everything must be cast before it can be apprehended. Matter is substance plus time, space, and causation. Mind is substance plus time, space, and causation. This fact can be expressed in another way. Everything is substance plus name and form. Name and form come and go, but substance remains ever the same. Substance, form, and name make this picture. When it is broken, you do not call it picture anymore, nor do you see its picture form. Its name and form vanish, but its substance remains. All the differentiation in substance is made by name and form. They are not real, because they vanish. What we call nature is not the substance, unchanging and indestructible. Nature is time, space, and causation. Nature is name and form. Nature is Maya. Maya means name and form, into which everything is cast. Maya is not real. We could not destroy it or change it if it were real. The substance is the noumenon, Maya is phenomena. There is the real me which nothing can destroy, and there is the phenomenal me which is continually changing and disappearing. The fact is, everything existing has two aspects. One is noumenal, unchanging and indestructible, the other is phenomenal, changing and destructible. Man in his true nature is substance, soul, spirit. This soul, this spirit, never changes, is never destroyed, but it appears to be clothed with a form and to have a name associated with it. This form and name are not immutable or indestructible, they continually change and are destroyed. Yet men foolishly seek immortality in this changeable aspect. In the body and mind they want to have an eternal body. I do not want that kind of immortality. What is the relation between me and nature? In so far as nature stands for name and form or for time, space, and causality, I am not part of nature, because I am free, I am immortal, I am unchanging and infinite. The question does not arise whether I have free will or not, I am beyond any will at all. Wherever there is will, it is never free. There is no freedom of will whatever. There is freedom of that which becomes will when name and form get hold of it, making it their slave. That substance the soul as it were molds itself, as it were throws itself into the cast of name and form, and immediately becomes bound, whereas it was free before. And yet its original nature is still there. That is why it says, I am free, in spite of all this bondage, I am free. And it never forgets this. But when the soul has become the will, it is no more really free. Nature pulls the strings, and it has to dance as nature wants it to. Thus have you and I danced throughout the years. All the things that we see, do, feel, know, all our thoughts and actions, are nothing but dancing to the dictates of nature. There has been, and there is, no freedom in any of this. From the lowest to the highest, all thoughts and actions are bound by law, and none of these pertain to our real self. My true self is beyond all law. Be in tune with slavery, with nature, and you live under law, you are happy under law. But the more you obey nature and its dictates, the more bound you become, the more in harmony with ignorance you are, the more you are at the beck and call of everything in the universe. Is this harmony with nature, this obedience to law, in accord with the true nature and destiny of man? What mineral ever quarreled with and disputed any law? What tree or plant ever defied any law? This table is in harmony with nature, with law, but a table it remains always, it does not become any better. Man begins to struggle and fight against nature. He makes many mistakes, he suffers. But eventually he conquers nature and realizes his freedom. When he is free, nature becomes his slave. The awakening of the soul to its bondage and its effort to stand up and assert itself, this is called life. Success in this struggle is called evolution. The eventual triumph, when all the slavery is blown away, is called salvation, nirvana, freedom. Everything in the universe is struggling for liberty. When I am bound by nature, by name and form, by time, space and causality, I do not know what I truly am. But even in this bondage my real self is not completely lost. I strain against the bonds, one by one they break, and I become conscious of my innate grandeur. Then comes complete liberation. I attain to the clearest and fullest consciousness of myself. I know that I am the infinite spirit, the master of nature, not its slave. Beyond all differentiation and combination, beyond space, time, and causation, I am that I am. Unity. Notes of a lecture delivered at the Vedanta Society, New York, in June, 1900. The different sectarian systems of India all radiate from one central idea of unity or dualism. They are all under Vedanta, all interpreted by it. Their final essence is the teaching of unity. This, which we see as many, is God. We perceive matter, the world, manifold sensation. Yet there is but one existence. These various names mark only differences of degree in the expression of that one. The worm of today is the God of tomorrow. These distinctions which we do love are all parts of one infinite fact, and only differ in the degree of expression. That one infinite fact is the attainment of freedom. However mistaken we may be as to the method, all our struggle is really for freedom. We seek neither misery nor happiness, but freedom. This one aim is the secret of the insatiable thirst of man. Man's thirst, says the Hindu, man's thirst, says the Buddhist, is a burning, unquenchable thirst for more and more. You Americans are always looking for more pleasure, more enjoyment. You cannot be satisfied, true, but at bottom what you seek is freedom. This vastness of his desire is really the sign of man's own infinitude. It is because he is infinite, that he can only be satisfied when his desire is infinite and its fulfillment infinite. What then can satisfy man? Not gold. Not enjoyment. Not beauty. One infinite alone can satisfy him, and that infinite is himself. When he realizes this, then alone comes freedom. This flute, with the sense organs as its keyholes. with all its sensations, perceptions, and song. Is singing only one thing? It longs to go back to the wood whence it was cut. Deliver thou thyself by thyself. Ah, do not let thyself sink. For thou art thyself thy greatest friend. And thou thyself thy greatest enemy. Who can help the infinite? Even the hand that comes to you through the darkness will have to be your own. Fear and desire are the two causes of all this, and who creates them? We ourselves. Our lives are but a passing from dream to dream. Man the infinite dreamer, dreaming finite dreams. Oh, the blessedness of it, that nothing external can be eternal. They little know what they mean, whose hearts quake when they hear that nothing in this relative world can be eternal. I am the infinite blue sky. Over me pass these clouds of various colors, remain a moment, and vanish. I am the same eternal blue. I am the witness, the same eternal witness of all. I see, therefore nature exists. I do not see, therefore she does not. Not one of us could see or speak if this infinite unity were broken for a moment. The worship of the Divine Mother. Fragmentary notes taken on a Sunday afternoon in New York in June, 1900. From the tribal or clan god, man arrives, in every religion, at the sum, the God of gods. Confucius alone has expressed the one eternal idea of ethics. Manudeva was transformed into Ahriman. In India, the mythological expression was suppressed, but the idea remained. In an old Veda is found the mantra, I am the empress of all that lives, the power in everything. Mother worship is a distinct philosophy in itself. Power is the first of our ideas. It impinges upon man at every step. Power felt within is the soul, without, nature. And the battle between the two makes human life. All that we know or feel is but the resultant of these two forces. Man saw that the sun shines on the good and evil alike. Here was a new idea of God, as the universal power behind all the mother idea was born. Activity, according to Sankhya, belongs to Prakriti, to nature, not to Purusha or soul. Of all feminine types in India, the mother is preeminent. The mother stands by her child through everything. Wife and children may desert a man, but his mother never. Mother, again, is the impartial energy of the universe, because of the colorless love that asks not, desires not, cares not for the evil in her child, but loves him the more. And today mother worship is the worship of all the highest classes amongst the Hindus. The goal can only be described as something not yet attained. Here, there is no goal. This world is all alike the play of mother. But we forget this. Even misery can be enjoyed when there is no selfishness, when we have become the witness of our own lives. The thinker of this philosophy has been struck by the idea that one power is behind all phenomena. In our thought of God, there is human limitation, personality. With Shakti comes the idea of one universal power. I stretch the bow of Rudra when he desires to kill, says Shakti. The Upanishads did not develop this thought, for Vedanta does not care for the God idea. But in the Gita comes the significant saying to Arjuna, I am the real, and I am the unreal. I bring good, and I bring evil. Again the idea slept. Later came the new philosophy. This universe is a composite fact of good and evil, and one power must be manifesting through both. A lame one-legged universe makes only a lame one-legged God. And this, in the end, lands us in want of sympathy and makes us brutal. The ethics built upon such a concept is an ethics of brutality. The saint hates the sinner, and the sinner struggles against the saint. Yet even this leads onward. For finally the wicked self-sufficient mind will die, crushed under repeated blows, and then we shall awake and know the mother. Eternal, unquestioning self-surrender to mother alone can give us peace. Love her for herself, without fear or favor. Love her because you are her child. See her in all, good and bad alike. Then alone will come sameness and bliss eternal that is mother herself when we realize her thus. Until then, misery will pursue us. Only resting in Mother are we safe. The essence of religion. Report of a lecture delivered in America. In France the rights of man was long a watchword of the race, in America the rights of women still beseech the public ear, in India we have concerned ourselves always with the rights of gods. The Vedanta includes all sects. We have a peculiar idea in India. Suppose I had a child, I should not teach him any religion, but the practice of concentrating his mind, and just one line of prayer, not prayer in your sense, but this, I meditate on him who is the creator of the universe, may he enlighten my mind. Then, when old enough, he goes about hearing the different philosophies and teachings, till he finds that which seems the truth to him. He then becomes the shishya or disciple of the guru, teacher, who is teaching this truth. He may choose to worship Christ or Buddha or Mohammed. We recognize the rights of each of these, and the right of all souls to their own ishta or chosen way. It is, therefore, quite possible for my son to be a Buddhist, my wife to be a Christian, and myself a Mohammedan at one and the same time with absolute freedom from friction. We are all glad to remember that all roads lead to God, and that the reformation of the world does not depend upon all seeing God through our eyes. Our fundamental idea is that your doctrine cannot be mine, nor mine yours. I am my own sect. It is true that we have created a system of religion in India which we believe to be the only rational religious system extant, but our belief in its rationality rests upon its all-inclusion of the searchers after God, its absolute charity towards all forms of worship, and its eternal receptivity of those ideas trending towards the evolution of God in the universe. We admit the imperfection of our system, because the reality must be beyond all system, and in this admission lies the portent and promise of an eternal growth. Sects, ceremonies, and books, so far as they are the means of a man's realizing his own nature, are all right. When he has realized that, he gives up everything. I reject the Vedas, is the last word of the Vedanta philosophy. Ritual, hymns, and scriptures, through which he has traveled to freedom, vanish for him. Soham, I am he bursts from his lips, and to say thou to God is blasphemy, for he is one with the Father. Personally, I take as much of the Vedas as agree with reason. Parts of the Vedas are apparently contradictory. They are not considered as inspired in the Western sense of the word, but as the sum total of the knowledge of God, omniscience, which we possess. But to say that only those books which we call the Vedas contain this knowledge is mere sophistry. We know it is shared in varying degrees by the scriptures of all sects. Manu says, that part only of the Vedas which agrees with reason is Vedas, and many of our philosophers have taken this view. Of all the scriptures of the world, it is the Vedas alone which declare that the study of the Vedas is secondary. The real study is that by which we realize the unchangeable, and that is neither by reading, nor believing, nor reasoning, but by superconscious perception and samadhi. When a man has reached that perfect state, he is of the same nature as the personal God. I and my Father are one. He knows himself one with Brahman, the Absolute, and projects himself as does the personal God. The personal God is the Absolute looked at through the haze of Maya ignorance. When we approach him with the five senses, we can only see him as the personal God. The idea is that the self cannot be objectified. How can the knower know himself? But he can cast a shadow, as it were, and the highest form of that shadow, that attempt of objectifying oneself, is the personal God. The self is the eternal subject, and we are eternally struggling to objectify that self, and out of that struggle has come this phenomenon of the universe, that which we call matter. But these are weak attempts, and the highest objectification of the self, possible to us, is the personal God. An honest God's the noblest work of man, said one of your Western thinkers. God is as man is. No man can see God but through these human manifestations. Talk as you may, try as you may, you cannot think of God but as a man, and as you are, he is. An ignorant man was asked to make an image of the god Shiva, and after many days of hard struggle he succeeded only in manufacturing the image of a monkey. So, when we try to think of God as He is in His absolute perfection, we meet with miserable failure, because we are limited and bound by our present constitution to see God as man. If the buffaloes desire to worship God, they, in keeping with their own nature, will see Him as a huge buffalo. If a fish wishes to worship God, its concept of Him would inevitably be a big fish, and man must think of Him as man. Suppose man, the buffalo, and the fish represent so many different vessels, that these vessels all go to the sea of God to be filled, each according to its shape and capacity. In man the water takes the shape of man, in the buffalo the shape of the buffalo, and in the fish the shape of the fish, but in each of these vessels is the same water of the sea of God. Two kinds of mind do not worship God as man: the human brute who has no religion, and the Paramahansa who has transcended the limits of his own human nature. To him all nature has become his own self, he alone can worship God as he is. The human brute does not worship because of his ignorance, and the Jivanmuktas, free souls, do not worship because they have realized God in themselves. Soham I am he, they say, and how shall they worship themselves? I will tell you a little story. There was once a baby lion left by its dying mother among some sheep. The sheep fed it and gave it shelter. The lion grew apace and said "Baa" when the sheep said "Baa." One day another lion came by. "What do you do here?" said the second lion in astonishment, for he heard the sheep lion bleating with the rest. "Baa," said the other. "I am a little sheep, I am a little sheep, I am frightened." "Nonsense!" roared the first lion, "come with me, I will show you." And he took him to the side of a smooth stream and showed him that which was reflected therein. "You are a lion, look at me, look at the sheep, look at yourself." And the sheep lion looked, and then he said, "Baa, I do not look like the sheep, it is true, I am a lion." And with that he roared a roar that shook the hills to their depths. That is it. We are lions in sheep's clothing of habit, we are hypnotized into weakness by our surroundings. And the province of Vedanta is the self-dehypnotization. The goal to be reached is freedom. I disagree with the idea that freedom is obedience to the laws of nature. I do not understand what that means. According to the history of human progress, it is disobedience to nature that has constituted that progress. It may be said that the conquest of lower laws was through the higher, but even there the conquering mind was still seeking freedom. As soon as it found the struggle was through law, it wished to conquer that also. So the ideal is always freedom. The trees never disobey law. I never saw a cow steal. An oyster never told a lie. Yet these are not greater than man. Obedience to law, in the last issue, would make of us simply matter either in society, or in politics, or religion. This life is a tremendous assertion of freedom. Excess of laws means death. No nation possesses so many laws as the Hindus, and the result is the national death. But the Hindus had one peculiar idea: they never made any doctrines or dogmas in religion, and the latter has had the greatest growth. Therein are we practical, wherein you are impractical in our religion. A few men come together in America and say, "We will have a stock company," in 5 minutes it is done. In India 20 men may discuss a stock company for as many weeks, and it may not be formed, but if one believes that by holding up his hands in air for 40 years he will attain wisdom, it will be done. So we are practical in ours, you in your way. But the way of all ways to realization is love. When one loves the Lord, the whole universe becomes dear to one, because it is all His. Everything is His, and He is my lover, I love Him, says the Bhakta. In this way everything becomes sacred to the Bhakta, because all things are His. How, then, may we hurt anyone? How, then, may we not love another? With the love of God will come, as its effect, the love of everyone in the long run. The nearer we approach God, the more do we begin to see that all things abide in Him, our heart will become a perennial fountain of love. Man is transformed in the presence of this light of love and realizes at last the beautiful and inspiring truth that love, lover, and the beloved are really one. Sayings and utterances. 1. Did Buddha teach that the many was real and the ego unreal, while Orthodox Hinduism regards the one as the real, and the many as unreal? The Swami was asked. Yes, answered the Swami. And what Ramakrishna Paramahansa and I have added to this is, that the many and the one are the same reality, perceived by the same mind at different times and in different attitudes. To remember. He said once to a disciple, remember. The message of India is always not the soul for nature, but nature for the soul. 3. What the world wants today is 20 men and women who can dare to stand in the street yonder, and say that they possess nothing but God. Who will go? Why should one fear? If this is true, what else could matter? If it is not true, what do our lives matter? 4. Oh, how calm would be the work of one who really understood the divinity of man. For such, there is nothing to do, save to open men's eyes. All the rest does itself. 5. He, Sri Ramakrishna, was contented simply to live that great life and to leave it to others to find the explanation. 6. Plans. Plans. Swami Vivekananda explained in indignation, when one of his disciples had offered him some piece of worldly wisdom. That is why Western people can never create a religion. If any of you ever did, it was only a few Catholic saints who had no plans. Religion was never preached by planners. 7. Social life in the West is like a peal of laughter, but underneath, it is a wail. It ends in a sob. The fun and frivolity are all on the surface, really it is full of tragic intensity. Now here, it is sad and gloomy on the outside, but underneath are carelessness and merriment. We have a theory that the universe is God's manifestation of himself just for fun, that the incarnations came and lived here just for fun. Play, it was all play. Why was Christ crucified? It was mere play. And so of life. Just play with the Lord. Say, it is all play, it is all play. Do you do anything? 8. I am persuaded that a leader is not made in one life. He has to be born for it. For the difficulty is not in organization and making plans, the test, the real test, of the leader, lies in holding widely different people together along the line of their common sympathies. And this can only be done unconsciously, never by trying. 9. In explanation of Plato's doctrine of ideas, Swamiji said, and so you see, all this is but a feeble manifestation of the great ideas, which alone, are real and perfect. Somewhere is an ideal for you, and here is an attempt to manifest it. The attempt falls short still in many ways. Still, go on. You will interpret the ideal someday. 10. Answering the remark of a disciple who felt that it would be better for her to come back to this life again and help the causes that were of interest to her instead of striving for personal salvation with a deep longing to get out of life, the Swami retorted quickly, that's because you cannot overcome the idea of progress. But things do not grow better. They remain as they are, and we grow better by the changes we make in them. 11. It was in Almora that a certain elderly man, with a face full of amiable weakness, came and put him a question about karma. What were they to do, he asked, whose karma it was to see the strong oppress the weak. The Swami turned on him in surprised indignation. Why, thrash the strong, of course. He said, you forget your own part in this karma, yours is always the right to rebel. 12. Ought one to seek an opportunity of death in defense of right, or ought one to take the lesson of the Gita and learn never to react? The Swami was asked. I am for no reaction, said the Swami, speaking slowly and with a long pause. Then he added for sannyasins. Self-defense for the householder. 13. It is a mistake to hold that with all men pleasure is the motive. Quite as many are born to seek after pain. Let us worship the terror for its own sake. 14. Ramakrishna Paramahansa was the only man who ever had the courage to say that we must speak to all men in their own language. 15 How I used to hate Kali. He said, referring to his own days of doubts in accepting the Kali ideal, and all her ways. That was the ground of my 6 years fight, that I would not accept her. But I had to accept her at last. Ramakrishna Paramahansa dedicated me to her, and now I believe that she guides me in everything I do, and does with me what she will. Yet I fought so long. I loved him, you see, and that was what held me. I saw his marvelous purity. I felt his wonderful love. His greatness had not dawned on me then. All that came afterwards, when I had given in. At that time I thought him a brain-sick baby, always seeing visions and the rest. I hated it. And then I, too, had to accept her. No, the thing that made me do it is a secret that will die with me. I had great misfortunes at the time. It was an opportunity. She made a slave of me. Those were the very words, a slave of you. And Ramakrishna Paramahansa made me over to her. Strange. He lived only 2 years after doing that, and most of the time he was suffering. Not more than 6 months did he keep his own health and brightness. Guru Nanak was like that, you know, looking for the one disciple to whom he would give his power. And he passed over all his own family. His children were as nothing to him till he came upon the boy to whom he gave it, and then he could die. The future, you say, will call Ramakrishna Paramahansa an incarnation of Kali. Yes, I think there's no doubt that she worked up the body of Ramakrishna for her own ends. You see, I cannot but believe that there is somewhere a great power that thinks of herself as feminine, and called Kali and Mother. And I believe in Brahman too. But is it not always like that? Is it not the multitude of cells in the body that make up the personality, the many brain centers, not the one, that produce consciousness? Unity in complexity. Just so. And why should it be different with Brahman? It is Brahman. It is the one. And yet it is the gods too. 16 The older I grow, the more everything seems to me to lie in manliness. This is my new gospel. 17 Referring to some European reference to cannibalism, as if it were a normal part of life in some societies, the swami remarked, that is not true. No nation ever ate human flesh, save as a religious sacrifice, or in war, out of revenge. Don't you see? That's not the way of gregarious animals. It would cut at the root of social life. 18 Sex, love and creation. These are at the root of most religions. And these in India are called Vaishnavism, and in the West Christianity. How few have dared to worship death or Kali. Let us worship death. Let us embrace the terrible, because it is terrible, not asking that it be toned down. Let us take misery for misery's own sake. 19 The 3 cycles of Buddhism were 500 years of the law, 500 years of images, and 500 years of tantras. You must not imagine that there was ever a religion in India called Buddhism with temples and priests of its own order. Nothing of the sort. It was always within Hinduism. Only at one time the influence of Buddha was paramount, and this made the nation monastic. 20 The conservative's whole ideal is submission. Your ideal is struggle. Consequently it is we who enjoy the life, and never you. You are always striving to change yours to something better, and before a millionth part of the change is carried out, you die. The Western ideal is to be doing, the Eastern to be suffering. The perfect life would be a wonderful harmony, doing and suffering. But that can never be. In our system it is accepted that a man cannot have all he desires. Life is subjected to many restraints. This is ugly, yet it brings out points of light and strength. Our liberals see only the ugliness and try to throw it off. But they substitute something quite as bad, and the new custom takes as long as the old for us to work to its centers of strength. Will is not strengthened by change. It is weakened and enslaved by it. But we must be always absorbing. Will grows stronger by absorption. And consciously or unconsciously, will is the one thing in the world that we admire. Sati is great in the eyes of the whole world, because of the will that it manifests. It is selfishness that we must seek to eliminate. I find that whenever I have made a mistake in my life, it has always been because self entered into the calculation. Where self has not been involved, my judgment has gone straight to the mark. Without self, there would have been no religious system. If man had not wanted anything for himself, do you think he would have had all this praying and worship? Why? He would never have thought of God at all, except perhaps for a little praise now and then, at the sight of a beautiful landscape or something. And that is the only attitude there ought to be. All praise and thanks. If only we were rid of self. You are quite wrong when you think that fighting is a sign of growth. It is not so at all. Absorption is the sign. Hinduism is a very genius of absorption. We have never cared for fighting. Of course we could strike a blow now and then, in defense of our homes. That was right. But we never cared for fighting for its own sake. Everyone had to learn that. So let these races of newcomers whirl on. They'll all be taken into Hinduism in the end. 21. The totality of all souls, not the human alone, is the personal God. The will of the totality nothing can resist. It is what we know as law. And this is what we mean by Shiva and Kali and so on. 22. Worship the terrible. Worship death. All else is vain. All struggle is vain. That is the last lesson. Yet this is not the coward's love of death, not the love of the weak or the suicide. It is the welcome of the strong man who has sounded everything to its depths and knows that there is no alternative. 23. I disagree with all those who are giving their superstitions back to my people. Like the Egyptologist's interest in Egypt, it is easy to feel an interest in India that is purely selfish. One may desire to see again the India of one's books, one's studies, one's dreams. My hope is to see again the strong points of that India, reinforced by the strong points of this age, only in a natural way. The new stage of things must be a growth from within. So I preach only the Upanishads. If you look, you will find that I have never quoted anything but the Upanishads. And of the Upanishads, it is only that one idea, strength. The quintessence of the Vedas and Vedanta and all lies in that one word. Buddha's teaching was non-resistance, or non-injury. But I think this is a better way of teaching the same thing. For behind that non-injury lay a dreadful weakness. It is weakness that conceives the idea of resistance. I do not think of punishing or escaping from a drop of sea spray. It is nothing to me. Yet to the mosquito it would be serious. Now I would make all injury like that. Strength and fearlessness. My own ideal is that saint whom they killed in the mutiny and who broke his silence, when stabbed to the heart, to say, "And thou also art he." But you may ask, what is the place of Ramakrishna in this scheme? He is the method, that wonderful unconscious method. He did not understand himself. He knew nothing of England or the English, save that they were queer folk from over the sea. But he lived that great life, and I read the meaning. Never a word of condemnation for any. Once I had been attacking one of our sects of diabolists. I had been raving on for 3 hours, and he had listened quietly. "Well, well," said the old man as I finished, "perhaps every house may have a back door. Who knows? Hitherto the great fault of our Indian religion has lain in its knowing only 2 words, renunciation and mukti. Only mukti here. Nothing for the householder. But these are the very people whom I want to help. For are not all souls of the same quality? Is not the goal of all the same? And so strength must come to the nation through education." 24. The Puranas, the Swami considered, to be the effort of Hinduism to bring lofty ideas to the door of the masses. There had been only one mind in India that had foreseen this need, that of Krishna, probably the greatest man who ever lived. The Swami said, "Thus is created a religion that ends in the worship of Vishnu, as the preservation and enjoyment of life, leading to the realization of God." Our last movement, Chaitanyaism, you remember, was for enjoyment. At the same time Jainism represents the other extreme, the slow destruction of the body by self-torture. Hence Buddhism, you see, is reformed Jainism, and this is the real meaning of Buddha's leaving the company of the five ascetics. In India, in every age, there is a cycle of sects which represents every gradation of physical practice, from the extreme of self-torture to the extreme of excess. And during the same period will always be developed a metaphysical cycle, which represents the realization of God as taking place by every gradation of means, from that of using the senses as an instrument to that of the annihilation of the senses. Thus Hinduism always consists, as it were, of two counter-spirals, completing each other, round a single axis. Yes. Vaishnavism says, it is all right this tremendous love for father, for mother, for brother, husband, or child. It is all right, if only you will think that Krishna is the child, and when you give him food, that you are feeding Krishna. This was the cry of Chaitanya, worship God through the senses, as against the Vedantic cry, control the senses. Suppress the senses. I see that India is a young and living organism. Europe is young and living. Neither has arrived at such a stage of development that we can safely criticize its institutions. They are two great experiments, neither of which is yet complete. In India we have social communism, with the light of Advaita, that is, spiritual individualism playing on and around it. In Europe you are socially individualists, but your thought is dualistic, which is spiritual communism. Thus the one consists of socialist institutions hedged in by individualist thought, while the other is made up of individualist institutions within the hedge of communistic thought. Now we must help the Indian experiment as it is. Movements which do not attempt to help things as they are, from that point of view, no good. In Europe, for instance, I respect marriage as highly as non-marriage. Never forget that a man is made great and perfect as much by his faults as by his virtues. So we must not seek to rob a nation of its character, even if it could be proved that the character was all faults. 25. You may always say that the image is God. The error you have to avoid is to think God is the image. 26. The Swami was appealed to on one occasion to condemn the fetishism of the Hottentot. I do not know, he answered, what fetishism is. Then a lurid picture was hastily put before him of the object alternately worshipped, beaten, and thanked. I do that, he exclaimed. Don't you see, he went on, a moment later, in hot resentment of injustice done to the lowly and absent, don't you see that there is no fetishism? Oh, your hearts are steeled, that you cannot see that the child is right? The child sees person everywhere. Knowledge robs us of the child's vision. But at last, through higher knowledge, we win back to it. He connects a living power with rocks, sticks, trees and the rest. And is there not a living power behind them? It is symbolism, not fetishism. Can you not see? 27. One day he told the story of Satyabhama's sacrifice and how the word Krishna, written on a piece of paper and thrown into the balance, made Krishna himself, on the other side, kick the beam. Orthodox Hinduism, he began, makes Shruti, the sound, everything. The thing is but a feeble manifestation of the pre-existing and eternal idea. So the name of God is everything, God himself is merely the objectification of that idea in the eternal mind. Your own name is infinitely more perfect than the person you. The name of God is greater than God. Guard your speech. 28. I would not worship even the Greek gods, for they were separate from humanity. Only those should be worshipped who are like ourselves but greater. The difference between the gods and me must be a difference only of degree. 29. A stone falls and crushes a worm. Hence we infer that all stones, falling, crush worms. Why do we thus immediately reapply a perception? Experience, says one. But it happens, let us suppose, for the first time. Throw a baby into the air, and it cries. Experience from past lives. But why applied to the future? Because there is a real connection between certain things, a pervasiveness, only it lies with us to see that the quality neither overlaps, nor falls short of, the instance. On this discrimination depends all human knowledge. With regard to fallacies, it must be remembered that direct perception itself can only be a proof, provided the instrument, the method, and the persistence of the perception are all maintained pure. Disease or emotion will have the effect of disturbing the observation. Therefore direct perception itself is but a mode of inference. Therefore all human knowledge is uncertain and may be erroneous. Who is a true witness? He is a true witness to whom the thing said is a direct perception. Therefore the Vedas are true, because they consist of the evidence of competent persons. But is this power of perception peculiar to any? No. The Rishi, the Aryan, and the Mlechha all alike have it. Modern Bengal holds that evidence is only a special case of direct perception, and that analogy and parity of reasoning are only bad inferences. Therefore, of actual proofs there are only two, direct perception and inference. One set of persons, you see, gives priority to the external manifestation, the other to the internal idea. Which is prior, the bird to the egg, or the egg to the bird? Does the oil hold the cup or the cup the oil? This is a problem of which there is no solution. Give it up. Escape from Maya. 30. Why should I care if the world itself were to disappear? According to my philosophy, that, you know, would be a very good thing. But, in fact, all that is against me must be with me in the end. Am I not her soldier? 31. Yes, my own life is guided by the enthusiasm of a certain great personality, but what of that? Inspiration was never filtered out to the world through one man. It is true I believe Ramakrishna Paramahansa to have been inspired. But then I am myself inspired also. And you are inspired. And your disciples will be, and theirs after them, and so on, to the end of time. Don't you see that the age for esoteric interpretation is over? For good or for ill, that day is vanished, never to return. Truth, in the future, is to be open to the world. 32. Buddha made the fatal mistake of thinking that the whole world could be lifted to the height of the Upanishads. And self-interest spoilt all. Krishna was wiser, because he was more politic. But Buddha would have no compromise. The world before now has seen even the Avatara ruined by compromise, tortured to death for want of recognition, and lost. But Buddha would have been worshipped as God in his own lifetime, all over Asia, for a moment's compromise. And his reply was only, Buddhahood is an achievement, not a person. Verily was he the only man is the world who was ever quite sane, the only sane man ever born. 33. People had told the swami in the West that the greatness of Buddha would have been more appealing, had he been crucified. This he stigmatized as Roman brutality, and pointed out, the lowest and most animal liking is for action. Therefore the world will always love the epic. Fortunately for India, however, she has never produced a Milton, with his hurled headlong down the steep abyss. The whole of that were well exchanged for a couple of lines of Browning. It had been this epic vigor of the story, in his opinion, that had appealed to the Roman. The crucifixion it was that carried Christianity over the Roman world. Yes, yes. He reiterated. You Western folk want action. You cannot yet perceive the poetry of every common little incident in life. What beauty could be greater than that of the story of the young mother coming to Buddha with her dead boy? Or the incident of the goats? You see, the great renunciation was not new in India. But after Nirvana, look at the poetry. It is a wet night, and he comes to the cowherd's hut and gathers into the wall under the dripping eaves. The rain is pouring down and the wind rising. Within, the cowherd catches a glimpse of a face through the window and thinks, ha, ha. Yellow garb. Stay there. It's good enough for you. And then he begins to sing. My cattle are housed, and the fire burns bright. My wife is safe, and my babe sleeps sweet. Therefore ye may rain, if ye will, O clouds, tonight. And the Buddha answers from without, my mind is controlled, my senses are all gathered in, my heart firm. Therefore ye may reign, if ye will, O clouds, tonight. Again the cowherd, the fields are reaped, and the hay is fast in the barn. The stream is full, and the roads are firm. Therefore ye may reign, if ye will, O clouds, tonight. And so it goes on, till at last the cowherd rises, in contrition and wonder, and becomes a disciple. Or what would be more beautiful than the barber's story? The blessed one passed by my house the barber's. I ran, but he turned and awaited me. Awaited me the barber. I said, May I speak, O Lord, with thee? And he said yes. Yes, to me the barber. And I said, Is nirvana for such as I? And he said yes. Even for me the barber. And I said, May I follow after thee? And he said, Oh yes. Even I the barber. And I said, May I stay, O Lord, near thee? And he said, Thou mayest. Even to me the poor barber. 34 The great point of contrast between Buddhism and Hinduism lies in the fact that Buddhism said, realize all this as illusion, while Hinduism said, realize that within the illusion is the real. Of how this was to be done, Hinduism never presumed to enunciate any rigid law. The Buddhist command could only be carried out through monasticism, the Hindu might be fulfilled through any state of life. All alike were roads to the one real. One of the highest and greatest expressions of the faith is put into the mouth of a butcher, preaching by the orders of a married woman to a sannyasin. Thus Buddhism became the religion of a monastic order, but Hinduism, in spite of its exaltation of monasticism, remains ever the religion of faithfulness to duty, whatever it be, as the path by which man may attain God. 35 Lay down the rules for your group and formulate your ideas, the Swami said, dealing with the monastic ideal for women, and put in a little universalism, if there is room for it. But remember that not more than half a dozen people in the whole world are ever at any time ready for this. There must be room for sex, as well as for rising above sects. You will have to manufacture your own tools. Frame laws, but frame them in such a fashion that when people are ready to do without them, they can burst them asunder. Our originality lies in combining perfect freedom with perfect authority. This can be done even in monasticism. 36 Two different races mix and fuse, and out of them rises one strong distinct type. This tries to save itself from admixture, and here you see the beginning of caste. Look at the apple. The best specimens have been produced by crossing, but once crossed, we try to preserve the variety intact. 37 Referring to education of girls in India he said, in worship of the gods, you must of course use images. But you can change these. Kali need not always be in one position. Encourage your girls to think of new ways of picturing her. Have 100 different conceptions of Sarasvati. Let them draw and model and paint their own ideas. In the chapel, the pitcher on the lowest step of the altar must be always full of water, and lights in great Tamil butter lamps must be always burning. If, in addition, the maintenance of perpetual adoration could be organized, nothing could be more in accord with Hindu feeling. But the ceremonies employed must themselves be Vedic. There must be a Vedic altar, on which at the hour of worship to light the Vedic fire. And the children must be present to share in the service of oblation. This is a rite which would claim the respect of the whole of India. Gather all sorts of animals about you. The cow makes a fine beginning. But you will also have dogs and cats and birds and others. Let the children have a time for going to feed and look after these. Then there is the sacrifice of learning. That is the most beautiful of all. Do you know that every book is holy in India, not the Vedas alone, but the English and Mohammedan also? All are sacred. Revive the old arts. Teach your girls fruit modeling with hardened milk. Give them artistic cooking and sewing. Let them learn painting, photography, the cutting of designs in paper and gold and silver filigree and embroidery. See that everyone knows something by which she can earn a living in case of need. And never forget humanity. The idea of a humanitarian man worship exists in nucleus in India, but it has never been sufficiently specialized. Let your students develop it. Make poetry, make art, of it. Yes, a daily worship at the feet of beggars, after bathing and before the meal, would be a wonderful practical training of heart and hand together. On some days, again, the worship might be of children, of your own pupils. Or you might borrow babies and nurse and feed them. What was it that Mataji, Thapasvini Mataji, foundress of the Mahakali Pathasala, Calcutta, said to me? Swamiji, I have no help. But these blessed ones I worship, and they will take me to salvation. She feels, you see, that she is serving Uma in the Kumari, and that is a wonderful thought, with which to begin a school. 38 Love is always a manifestation of bliss. The least shadow of pain falling upon it is always a sign of physicality and selfishness. 39 The West regards marriage as consisting in all that lies beyond the legal tie, while in India it is thought of as a bond thrown by society round two people to unite them together for all eternity. Those two must wed each other, whether they will or not, in life after life. Each acquires half of the merit of the other. And if one seems in this life to have fallen hopelessly behind, it is for the other only to wait and beat time, till he or she catches up again. 40 Consciousness is a mere film between two oceans, the subconscious and the superconscious. 41 I could not believe my own ears when I heard Western people talking so much of consciousness. Consciousness. What does consciousness matter? Why, it is nothing compared with the unfathomable depths of the subconscious and the heights of the superconscious. In this I could never be misled, for had I not seen Ramakrishna Paramahansa gather in 10 minutes, from a man's subconscious mind, the whole of his past, and determine from that his future and his powers. 42 All these, visions etc., are side issues. They are not true yoga. They may have a certain usefulness in establishing indirectly the truth of our statements. Even a little glimpse gives faith that there is something behind gross matter. Yet those who spend time on such things run into grave dangers. These, psychic developments, are frontier questions. There can never be any certainty or stability of knowledge reached by their means. Did I not say they were frontier questions? The boundary line is always shifting. 43 Now on the Advaitic side it is held that the soul neither comes nor goes, and that all these spheres or layers of the universe are only so many varying products of Akasha and Prana. That is to say, the lowest or most condensed is the solar sphere, consisting of the visible universe, in which Prana appears as physical force, and Akasha as sensible matter. The next is called the lunar sphere, which surrounds the solar sphere. This is not the moon at all, but the habitation of the gods, that is to say, Prana appears in it as psychic forces, and Akasha as tanmatras or fine particles. Beyond this is the electric sphere, that is to say, a condition inseparable from Akasha, and you can hardly tell whether electricity is force or matter. Next is the Brahmaloka, where there is neither Prana nor Akasha, but both are merged into the mind stuff, the primal energy. And here there being neither Prana nor Akasha, the Jiva contemplates the whole universe as Samashti or the sum total of Maha or mind. This appears as Purusha, an abstract universal soul, yet not the absolute, for still there is multiplicity. From this the Jiva finds at last that unity which is the end. Advaitism says that these are the visions which arise in succession before the Jiva, who himself neither goes nor comes, and that in the same way this present vision has been projected. The projection, shrishti, and dissolution must take place in the same order, only one means going backward and the other coming out. Now, as each individual can only see his own universe, that universe is created with his bondage and goes away with his liberation, although it remains for others who are in bondage. Now, name and form constitute the universe. A wave in the ocean is a wave only in so far as it is bound by name and form. If the wave subsides, it is the ocean, but that name and form has immediately vanished forever, so that the name and form of a wave could never be without the water that was fashioned into the wave by them. Yet the name and form themselves were not the wave, they die as soon as ever it returns to water, but other names and forms live on in relation to other waves. This name and form is called Maya and the water is Brahman. The wave was nothing but water all the time, yet as a wave it had the name and form. Again, this name and form cannot remain for one moment separated from the wave, although the wave, as water, can remain eternally separate from name and form. But because the name and form can never be separated, they can never be said to exist. Yet they are not zero. This is called Maya. 44. I am the servant of the servants of the servants of Buddha. Who was there ever like him? The Lord who never performed one action for himself with a heart that embraced the whole world. So full of pity that he prince and monk would give his life to save a little goat. So loving that he sacrificed himself to the hunger of a tigress. To the hospitality of a pariah and blessed him. And he came into my room when I was a boy, and I fell at his feet. For I knew it was the Lord himself. 45. He, Shaka, is the ideal Paramahansa. To him alone amongst men was it given to drink a handful of the waters of that one undivided ocean of Sat Chit Ananda existence, knowledge and bliss absolute. Most saints die, having heard only the thunder of its waves upon the shore. A few gain the vision, and still fewer, taste of it. But he drank of the sea of bliss. 46. What is this idea of bhakti without renunciation? It is most pernicious. 47. We worship neither pain nor pleasure. We seek through either to come at that which transcends them both. 48. Shankaracharya had caught the rhythm of the Vedas, the national cadence. Indeed, I always imagine that he had some vision such as mine when he was young, and recovered the ancient music that way. Anyway, his whole life's work is nothing but that, the throbbing of the beauty of the Vedas and the Upanishads. 49. Though the love of a mother is in some ways greater, yet the whole world takes the love of man and woman as the type of the soul's relation to God. No other has such tremendous idealizing power. The beloved actually becomes what he is imagined to be. This love transforms its object. 50. Is it so easy to be Janaka, to sit on a throne absolutely unattached, caring nothing for wealth or fame, for wife or child? One after another in the West has told me that he has reached this. But I could only say, such great men are not born in India. 51. Never forget to say to yourself and to teach to your children, as the difference between a firefly and the blazing sun, between the infinite ocean and a little pond, between a mustard seed and the mountain Meru, such is the difference between the householder and the sannyasin. Everything is fraught with fear, renunciation alone is fearless. Blessed be even the fraudulent sadhus and those who have failed to carry out their vows, inasmuch as they also have witnessed to their ideal and so are in some degree the cause of the success of others. Let us never, never, forget our ideal. 52. The river is pure that flows, the monk is pure that goes. 53. The sannyasin who thinks of gold, to desire it, commits suicide. 54. What do I care if Mohammed was a good man, or Buddha? Does that alter my goodness or evil? Let us be good for our own sake on our own responsibility. 55. You people in this country are so afraid of losing your individuality. Why, you are not individuals yet. When you realize your whole nature, you will attain your true individuality, not before. There is another thing I am constantly hearing in this country, and that is that we should live in harmony with nature. Don't you know that all the progress ever made in the world was made by conquering nature? We are to resist nature at every point if we are to make any progress. 56. In India they tell me I ought not to teach Advaita Vedanta to the people at large, but I say, I can make even a child understand it. You cannot begin too early to teach the highest spiritual truths. 57. The less you read, the better. Read the Gita and other good works on Vedanta. That is all you need. The present system of education is all wrong. The mind is crammed with facts before it knows how to think. Control of the mind should be taught first. If I had my education to get over again and had any voice in the matter, I would learn to master my mind first, and then gather facts if I wanted them. It takes people a long time to learn things because they can't concentrate their minds at will. 58. If a bad time comes, what of that? The pendulum must swing back to the other side. But that is no better. The thing to do is to stop it. Note: before leaving for the USA, Swamiji used to change his name very often. In earlier years he signed as Narendra or Narab, then for some time as Vivekananda or Satchidananda. But for the convenience of the readers, these volumes use the more familiar name Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. Bagh Bazaar, Calcutta, November 28, 1888. Dear Sir, Sri Pramadadas Mitra. I have received the book of Panini which you so kindly sent me. Please accept my gratitude for the same. I had an attack of fever again, hence I could not reply to you immediately. Please excuse. I am ailing much. I am praying to the Divine Mother to keep you happy physically and mentally. Your servant, Vivekananda. 2. Translated from Bengali. Baranagoret, February 22, 1889. Dear Sir, Sri Pramadadas Mitra. I had intended to go to Varanasi, and I planned to reach there after visiting the birthplace of my master. But unluckily on the way to that village I had an attack of high fever followed by vomiting and purging as in cholera. There was again fever after 3 or 4 days, and as the body is now so weak that I can barely walk even 2 steps, I have been compelled now to give up my previous intention. I do not know what is God's will, but my body is quite unfit for treading on this path. Anyway, the body is not everything. Recovering my health after a few days here, I entertain the hope of visiting you there. The will of Vishveshwara, the Lord of the universe, will prevail whatever that may be. You also kindly bless me. My respects to you and brother Jainananda. Your servant, Vivekananda. Addressee. 3. Translated from Bengali. Bagh Bazaar, Calcutta, March 21, 1889. Respected Sir, Sri Pramadadas Mitra. It is several days since I received your last letter. Please excuse the delay in replying, which was due to some special reasons. I am very ill at present, there is fever now and then, but there is no disorder in the spleen or other organs. I am under homeopathic treatment. Now I have had to give up completely the intention of going to Varanasi. Whatever God dispenses will happen later on, according to the state of the body. If you meet brother Jainananda, please tell him not to be held up there in expectation of my coming. My going there is very uncertain. My regards to you and Jainananda. Yours sincerely, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 4. Translated from Bengali. Simla, Calcutta, July 14, 1889. Respected Sir, Sri Pramadadas Mitra. I was very glad to get your letter. In such circumstances many give the advice to incline towards the worldly life. But you are truthful and have an adamantine heart. I have been highly comforted by your encouraging and cheering words. My difficulties here have almost come to a close, only I have engaged the services of a broker for the sale of a piece of land, and I hope the sale will be over soon. In that case, I shall be free from all worry and shall at once go straight off to you to Varanasi. Your servant, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. V. Translated from Bengali. Bagh Bazaar, Calcutta, June 4, 1890. Respected Sir, Sri Pramadadas Mitra. I got your letter. There is no doubt that your advice is very wise. It is quite true that the Lord's will prevail. We also are spreading out here and there in small groups of 2 or 3. I also got 2 letters from Brother Gangadhar. He is at present in the house of Gagan Babu suffering from an attack of influenza. Gagan Babu is taking special care of him. He will come here as soon as he recovers. Our respectful salutations to you. Your servant, Vivekananda. P.S. Abhidananda and others are all doing well. V. Chronology. Addressee. 6. Baroda. 26th April 1892. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Vihar Idas Desai. Very happy to receive your kind letter even here. I had not the least difficulty in reaching your house from the station of Nadayad. And your brothers, they are what they should be, your brothers. May the Lord shower his choicest blessings on your family. I have never found such a glorious one in all my travels. Your friend Mr. Manibai has provided every comfort for me, but, as to his company, I have only seen him twice, once for a minute, the other for 10 minutes at the most when he talked about the system of education here. Of course, I have seen the library and the pictures of Ravi Varma, and that is about all worth seeing here. So I am going off this evening to Bombay. My thanks to the Diwanji here, or to you, for his kind behavior. More from Bombay. Yours in affection, Vivekananda. P.S. At Nadayat I met Mr. Manilal Nabhubhai. He is a very learned and pious gentleman, and I enjoyed his company much. Chronology. Addressee. 7. Ilapa Balaram's house. C/O. Thackeray of Limdi. Neutral line, Pune. June 15, 1892. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Vihar Idas Desai. It is a long time since I heard from you. I hope I have not offended you anyway. I came down with the Thackeray Sahib of Mahabaleshwar, and I am living here with him. I would remain here a week or more and then proceed to Rameshwaram via Hyderabad. Perhaps by this time every hitch has been removed from your way in Junagadh, at least I hope so. I am very anxious to learn about your health, especially that sprain, you know. I saw your friend the Surti tutor to the Prince of Bhavnagar. He is a perfect gentleman. It was quite a privilege to make his acquaintance, he is so good and noble-natured a man. My sincerest greetings to your noble-minded brothers and to our friends there. Kindly send to Mr. Nabhubhai my earnest good wishes in your letter home. I hope you would gratify me by a speedy reply. With my sincerest respects and gratitude and prayers for you and yours, I remain yours faithfully, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 8. Bombay. 1892. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Vihar Idas Desai. The bearer of this letter, Babu Akshayakumar Ghose, is a particular friend of mine. He comes of a respectable family of Calcutta. I found him at Kundava where I made his acquaintance, although I knew his family long before in Calcutta. He is a very honest and intelligent boy and is an undergraduate of the Calcutta University. You know how hard the struggle is in Bengal nowadays, and the poor boy has been out in search of some job. Knowing your native kindness of heart, I think I am not disturbing you by asking and entreating you to do something for this young man. I need not write more. You will find him an honest and hard-working lad. If a single act of kindness done to a fellow creature renders his whole life happy, I need not remind you that this boy is a putra, a person quite deserving of help, noble and kind as you are. I hope you are not disturbed and troubled by this request of mine. This is the first and the last of its kind and made only under very peculiar circumstances. Hoping and relying on your kind nature, I remain yours faithfully, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 9. Bombay. August 22, 1892. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Vihar Idas Desai. I am very much gratified on receiving your letter, especially as that is the proof that you have the same kindness towards me. About the kindness and gentlemanliness of your friend Mr. Bidurkar of Indore and of the Dakshinas in general, the less said the better, but of course there are Dakshinas and Dakshinas, and I would only quote to you what Shankar Pandurang wrote me at Mahabaleshwar on my informing him that I had found shelter with the Limdi Thackeray. I am so glad to learn that you have found Limdi Thackeray there, else you would have been in serious troubles, our Maratha people not being so kind as the Gujaratis. So kind? Heaven and hell. I am very glad that your joint has now been nearly perfectly cured. Kindly tell your noble brother to excuse my promise breaking, as I have got here some Sanskrit books and help, too, to read, which I do not hope to get elsewhere, and am anxious to finish them. Yesterday I saw your friend Mr. Manasu Karam, who has lodged a sannyasin friend with him. He is very kind to me, and so is his son. After remaining here for 15 to 20 days I would proceed toward Rameshwaram, and on my return would surely come to you. The world really is enriched by men, high-souled, noble-minded, and kind, like you. The rest are only as axes which cut at the tree of youth of their mothers, as the Sanskrit poet puts it. It is impossible that I should ever forget your fatherly kindness and care of me, and what else can a poor fakir like me do in return to a mighty minister but pray that the giver of all gifts may give you all that is desirable on earth, and in the end which may he postpone to a day long ahead may take you in his shelter of bliss and happiness and purity infinite. Yours, Vivekananda. P.S. One thing that I am very sorry to notice in these parts is the thorough want of Sanskrit and other learning. The people of this part of the country have for their religion a certain bundle of local superstitions about eating, drinking, and bathing, and that is about the whole of their religion. Poor fellows! Whatever the rascally and wily priests teach them all sorts of mummery and tomfoolery as the very gist of the Vedas and Hinduism, mind you, neither these rascals of priests nor their forefathers have so much as seen a volume of the Vedas for the last 400 generations, they follow and degrade themselves. Lord help them from the Rakshasas in the shape of the Brahmins of the Kali-yuga. I have sent a Bengali boy to you. Hope he would be treated kindly. Chronology. Addressee. X. Translated from Bengali. To Sri Haripada Mitra. Margi Ayon. 1893. Dear Haripada. I just now received a letter from you. I reached here safe. I went to visit Panjim and a few other villages and temples nearby. I returned just today. I have not given up the intention of visiting Gokarna, Mahabaleshwar, and other places. I start for Dharwar by the morning train tomorrow. I have taken the walking stick with me. Dr. Yagdekar's friend was very hospitable to me. Please give my compliments to Mr. Bhatta and all others there. May the Lord shower his blessings on you and your wife. The town of Panjim is very neat and clean. Most of the Christians here are literate. The Hindus are mostly uneducated. Yours affectionately, Satchidananda. Swamiji used to call himself such in those days. Y. Addressee. 11. To Sri Alasinga Perumal. C/O Babu Madhusudan Chattopadhyaya. Superintending Engineer. Kardabad, Hyderabad. February 11, 1893. Dear Alasinga. Your friend, the young graduate, came to receive me at the station, so also a Bengali gentleman. At present I am living with the Bengali gentleman. Tomorrow I go to live with your young friend for a few days, and then I see the different sights here, and in a few days you may expect me at Madras. For I am very sorry to tell you that I cannot go back at present to Rajputana. It is so very dreadfully hot here already. I do not know how hot it would be at Rajputana, and I cannot bear heat at all. So the next thing I would do, would be to go back to Bangalore and then to Oatakaman to pass the summer there. My brain boils in heat. So all my plans have been dashed to the ground. That is why I wanted to hurry off from Madras early. In that case I would have months left in my hands to seek out for somebody amongst our northern princes to send me over to America. But alas, it is now too late. First, I cannot wander about in this heat, I would die. Secondly, my fast friends in Rajputana would keep me bound down to their sides if they get hold of me and would not let me go over to Europe. So my plan was to get hold of some new person without my friend's knowledge. But this delay at Madras has dashed all my hopes to the ground, and with a deep sigh I give it up, and the Lord's will be done. However, you may be almost sure that I shall see you in a few days for a day or two in Madras, and then go to Bangalore and thence to Oatakaman to see if the M. Maharaja sends me up. If, because you see I cannot be sure of any promise of a Dakshinai, southern, Raja. They are not Rajputs. A Rajput would rather die than break his promise. However, man learns as he lives, and experience is the greatest teacher in the world. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, for thine is the glory and the kingdom forever and ever. My compliments to you all. Yours etc. Satchidananda. Swamiji used to call himself such in those days. Chronology. Addressee. 12. To Sri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Khetri. April 28, 1893. Dear Diwanji Sahib. On my way here, I wanted to go to your place at Nadayat and redeem my pledge, but certain circumstances prevented me, and the greatest of them was that you were not there, and to play Hamlet leaving Hamlet's part out is a ridiculous affair, and as I know for certain that you are to return in a few days to Nadayat, and as I am shortly going back to Bombay, say in 20 days, I thought it better to postpone my visit for that time. Here the Khetri Rajaji was very, very anxious to see me and had sent his private secretary to Madras, and so I was bound to leave for Khetri. But the heat is quite intolerable, and so I am flying off very soon. By and by, I have made the acquaintances of nearly all the Dakshinai Rajas and have seen most queer sights in many places, of which I would tell you in extenso when we meet next. I know your love for me and am sure that you would excuse my not going down to your place. However, I am coming to you in a few days. One thing more. Have you got lions' cubs now in Junagadh? Can you lend me one for my Raja? He can give you some Rajputana animals in exchange, if you like. I saw Rathi Lulbai in the train. He is the same nice and kind gentleman, and what more shall I wish for you, my dear Diwanji Sahib, but that the Lord would be your all in your well-merited, well-applauded, and universally respected latter end of a life which was ever holy, good, and devoted to the service of so many of the sons and daughters of the great Father of Mercies. Amen. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 13. To Sri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Khetri. May, 1893. Dear Diwanji Sahib. Surely my letter had not reached you before you wrote to me. The perusal of your letter gave me both pleasure and pain simultaneously. Pleasure, to see that I have the good fortune to be loved by a man of your heart, power, and position, and pain, to see that my motive has been misinterpreted throughout. Believe me, that I love you and respect you like a father, and that my gratitude towards you and your family is surely unbounded. The fact is this. You may remember that I had from before a desire to go to Chicago. When at Madras, the people there, of their own accord, in conjunction with H. of Mysore and Ramad, made every arrangement to send me up. And you may also remember that between H. of Khetri and myself there are the closest ties of love. Well, I, as a matter of course, wrote to him that I was going to America. Now the Raja of Khetri thought in his love that I was bound to see him once before I departed, especially as the Lord has given him an heir to the throne and great rejoicings were going on here, and to make sure of my coming he sent his private secretary all the way to Madras to fetch me, and of course I was bound to come. In the meanwhile I telegraphed to your brother at Nadayat to know whether you were there, and, unfortunately, the answer I could not get. Therefore, the secretary who, poor fellow, had suffered terribly for his master in going to and from Madras, and with his eye wholly on the fact that his master would be unhappy if we could not reach Khetri within the Jalsa festival, bought tickets at once for Jaipur. On our way we met Mr. Ratilal, who informed me that my wire was received and duly answered and that Mr. Viharitis was expecting me. Now it is for you to judge, whose duty it has been so long to deal even justice. What would or could I do in this connection? If I would have got down, I could not have reached in time for the Khetri rejoicings. On the other hand, my motives might be misinterpreted. But I know you and your brother's love for me, and I knew also that I would have to go back to Bombay in a few days on my way to Chicago. I thought that the best solution was to postpone my visit till my return. As for my feeling affronted at not being attended by your brothers, it is a new discovery of yours which I never even dreamt of, or, God knows, perhaps, you have become a thought reader. Jokes apart, my dear Diwanji Sahib, I am the same frolicsome, mischievous but, I assure you, innocent boy you found me at Junagadh, and my love for your noble self is the same or increased 100-fold, because I have had a mental comparison between yourself and the divans of nearly all the states in Dakshin, and the Lord be my witness how my tongue was fluent in your praise, although I know that my powers are quite inadequate to estimate your noble qualities, in every southern court. If this be not a sufficient explanation, I implore you to pardon me as a father pardons a son, and let me not be haunted with the impression that I was ever ungrateful to one who was so good to me. Yours, Vivekananda. P.S. I depend on you to remove any misconception in the mind of your brother about my not getting down, and that, even had I been the very devil, I could not forget their kindness and good offices for me. As to the other two swamis, they were my Guru Bhais, who went to you last at Junagadh. Of them one is our leader. I met them after 3 years, and we came together as far as Abu and then I left them. If you wish, I can take them back to Nadayat on my way to Bombay. May the Lord shower his blessings on you and yours. Yours. V. Chronology. Addressee. 14. To Sri Haridas Viharitis Desai. Bombay. May 22, 1893. Dear Diwanji Sahib. Reached Bombay a few days ago and would start off in a few days. Your friend, the Banya gentleman to whom you wrote for the house accommodation, writes to say that his house is already full of guests and some of them are ill and that he is very sorry he cannot accommodate me. After all, we have got a nice, airy place. The private secretary of H. of Khetri and I are now residing together. I cannot express my gratitude to him for his love and kindness to me. He is what they call a Tazamai Sardar in Rajputana, i.e. one of those whom the Rajas receive by rising from their seats. Still he is so simple, and sometimes his service for me makes me almost ashamed. Often and often, we see that the very best of men even are troubled and visited with tribulations in this world. It may be inexplicable, but it is also the experience of my life that the heart and core of everything here is good, that whatever may be the surface waves, deep down and underlying everything, there is an infinite basis of goodness and love, and so long as we do not reach that basis, we are troubled, but having once reached that zone of calmness, let winds howl and tempests rage. The house which is built on a rock of ages cannot shake. I thoroughly believe that a good, unselfish, and holy man like you, whose whole life has been devoted to doing good to others, has already reached this basis of firmness which the Lord himself has styled as rest upon Brahman in the Gita. May the blows you have received draw you closer to that being who is the only one to be loved here and hereafter, so that you may realize him in everything past, present, and future, and find everything present or lost in him and him alone. Amen. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Addressee. 15. To Sri Haridas Viharitis Desai. Chicago. January 29, 1894. Dear Diwanji Sahib. Your last letter reached me a few days ago. You had been to see my poor mother and brothers. I am glad you did. But you have touched the only soft place in my heart. You ought to know, Diwanji, that I am no hard-hearted brute. If there is any being I love in the whole world, it is my mother. Yet I believed and still believe that without my giving up the world, the great mission which Ramakrishna Paramahansa, my great master, came to preach would not see the light, and where would those young men be who have stood as bulwarks against the surging waves of materialism and luxury of the day? These have done a great amount of good to India, especially to Bengal, and this is only the beginning. With the Lord's help they will do things for which the whole world will bless them for ages. So on the one hand, my vision of the future of Indian religion and that of the whole world, my love for the millions of beings sinking down and down for ages with nobody to help them, nay, nobody with even a thought for them, on the other hand, making those who are nearest and dearest to me miserable, I choose the former. Lord will do the rest. He is with me, I am sure of that if of anything. So long as I am sincere, nothing can resist me, because he will be my help. Many and many in India could not understand me, and how could they, poor men? Their thoughts never strayed beyond the everyday routine business of eating and drinking. I know only a few noble souls like yourself appreciate me. Lord bless your noble self. But appreciation or no appreciation, I am born to organize these young men, nay, hundreds more in every city are ready to join me, and I want to send them rolling like irresistible waves over India, bringing comfort, morality, religion, education to the doors of the meanest and the most downtrodden. And this I will do or die. Our people have no idea, no appreciation. On the other hand, that horrible jealousy and suspicious nature which is the natural outcome of 1,000 years of slavery make them stand as enemies to every new idea. Still the Lord is great. About the arti as well as other things you speak of, it is the form in every one of the monasteries in all parts of India, and the worshipping of Guru is the first duty inculcated in the Vedas. It has its bad and good sides. But you must remember we are a unique company, nobody amongst us has a right to force his faith upon the others. Many of us do not believe in any form of idolatry, but they have no right to object when others do it, because that would break the first principle of our religion. Again, God can only be known in and through man. Vibrations of light are everywhere, even in the darkest corners, but it is only in the lamp that it becomes visible to man. Similarly God, though everywhere, we can only conceive him as a big man. All ideas of God such as merciful preserver, helper, protector, all these are human ideas, anthropomorphic, and again these must cling to a man, call him a guru or a prophet or an incarnation. Man cannot go beyond his nature, no more than you can jump out of your body. What harm is there in some people worshipping their guru when that guru was 100 times more holy than even your historical prophets all taken together? If there is no harm in worshipping Christ, Krishna, or Buddha, why should there be any in worshipping this man who never did or thought anything unholy, whose intellect only through intuition stands head and shoulders above all the other prophets, because they were all one-sided? It was he that brought first to the world this idea of truth, not in but of every religion, which is gaining ground all over the world, and that without the help of science or philosophy or any other acquirement. But even this is not compulsory, none of the brethren has told you that all must worship his guru. No, no, no. But again none of us has a right to object when another worships. Why? Because that would overthrow this most unique society the world has ever seen, 10 men of 10 different notions and ideas living in perfect harmony. Wait, Diwanji, the Lord is great and merciful, you will see more. We do not only tolerate but accept every religion, and with the Lord's help I am trying to preach it to the whole world. 3 things are necessary to make every man great, every nation great. 1. Conviction of the powers of goodness. 2. Absence of jealousy and suspicion. 3. Helping all who are trying to be and do good. Why should the Hindu nation with all its wonderful intelligence and other things have gone to pieces? I would answer you, jealousy. Never were there people more wretchedly jealous of one another, more envious of one another's fame and name than this wretched Hindu race. And if you ever come out in the West, the absence of this is the first feeling which you will see in the Western nations. 3 men cannot act in concert together in India for 5 minutes. Each one struggles for power, and in the long run the whole organization comes to grief. Lord! Lord! When will we learn not to be jealous? In such a nation, and especially in Bengal, to create a band of men who are tied and bound together with the most undying love in spite of difference, is it not wonderful? This band will increase. This idea of wonderful liberality joined with eternal energy and progress must spread over India. It must electrify the whole nation and must enter the very pores of society in spite of the horrible ignorance, spite, caste feeling, old boobyism, and jealousy which are the heritage of this nation of slaves. You are one of the few noble natures who stand as rocks out of water in the sea of universal stagnation. Lord bless you forever and ever. Yours ever faithfully, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. 16. To the Hale Sisters. Detroit. March 12, 1894. Dear Sisters. I am now living with Mr. Palmer. He is a very nice gentleman. He gave a dinner the night before last to a group of his old friends, each more than 60 years of age, which he calls his Old Boys Club. I spoke at an opera house for 2 hours and a half. People were very much pleased. I am going to Boston and New York. I will get here sufficient to cover my expenses there. I have forgotten the addresses of both Flagg and Professor Wright. I am not going to lecture in Michigan. Mr. Holden tried to persuade me this morning to lecture in Michigan, but I am quite bent upon seeing a little of Boston and New York. To tell you the truth, the more I am getting popularity and facility in speaking, the more I am getting fed up. My last address was the best I ever delivered. Mr. Palmer was in ecstasies and the audience remained almost spellbound, so much so that it was after the lecture that I found I had spoken so long. A speaker always feels the uneasiness or inattention of the audience. Lord save me from such nonsense, I am fed up. I would take rest in Boston or New York if the Lord permits. My love to you all. May you ever be happy. Your affectionate brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. 17. To the Hale Sisters. Detroit. March 15, 1894. Dear babies. I am pulling on well with old Palmer. He is a very jolly, good old man. I got only $127 by my last lecture. I am going to speak again in Detroit on Monday. Your mother asked me to write to a lady in Lynn. I have never seen her. Is it etiquette to write without any introduction? Please post me a little letter about this lady. Where is Lynn? The funniest thing said about me here was in one of the papers, which said, "The cyclonic Hindu has come and is a guest with Mr. Palmer." Mr. Palmer has become a Hindu and is going to India, only he insists that 2 reforms should be carried out. Firstly, that the car of Jagannath should be drawn by Percherons raised in Mr. Palmer's log house farm, and secondly that the Jersey cow be admitted into the pantheon of Hindu sacred cows. Mr. Palmer is passionately fond of both Percheron horse and Jersey cow and has a great stock of both in his log house farm. The first lecture was not properly managed, the cost of the hall being $150. I have given up Holden. Here is another fellow cropped up, let me see if he does better. Mr. Palmer makes me laugh the whole day. Tomorrow there is going to be another dinner party. So far all is well, but I do not know, I have become very sad in my heart since I am here, do not know why. I am wearied of lecturing and all that nonsense. This mixing with hundreds of varieties of the human animal has disturbed me. I will tell you what is to my taste. I cannot write, and I cannot speak, but I can think deeply, and when I am heated, can speak fire. It should be, however, to a very select few. Let them, if they will, carry and scatter my ideas broadcast, not I. This is only a just division of labor. The same man never succeeded both in thinking and in scattering his thoughts. A man should be free to think, especially spiritual thoughts. Just because this assertion of independence, this proving that man is not a machine, is the essence of all religious thought, it is impossible to think it in the routine mechanical way. It is this tendency to bring everything down to the level of a machine that has given the West its wonderful prosperity. And it is this which has driven away all religion from its doors. Even the little that is left, the West has reduced to a systematic drill. I am really not cyclonic at all. Far from it. What I want is not here, nor can I longer bear this cyclonic atmosphere. This is the way to perfection, to strive to be perfect, and to strive to make perfect a few men and women. My idea of doing good is this, to evolve out a few giants, and not to strew pearls before swine, and so lose time, health, and energy. Just now I got a letter from Flag. He cannot help me in lecturing. He says, first go to Boston. Well, I do not care for lecturing any more. It is too disgusting, this attempt to bring me to suit anybody's or any audience's fads. However, I shall come back to Chicago for a day or two at least before I go out of this country. Lord bless you all. Ever gratefully your brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. 18. To Miss Mary Hale. Detroit. March 18, 1894. Dear Sister Mary. My heartfelt thanks for your kindly sending me the letter from Calcutta. It was from my brethren at Calcutta, and it is written on the occasion of a private invitation to celebrate the birthday of my master about whom you have heard so much from me, so I send it over to you. The letter says that Mazumdar has gone back to Calcutta and is preaching that Vivekananda is committing every sin under the sun in America. This is your America's wonderful spiritual man. It is not their fault, until one is really spiritual, that is, until one has got a real insight into the nature of one's own soul and has got a glimpse of the world of the soul, one cannot distinguish chaff from seed, tall talk from depth, and so on. I am sorry for poor Mazumdar that he should stoop so low. Lord bless the old boy. The address inside the letter is in English and is my old name as written by a companion of my childhood who has also taken orders. It is a very poetic name. That written in the letter is an abbreviation, the full name being Narendra, meaning the chief of men, Nara means man, and Indra stands for ruler, chief. Very ludicrous, isn't it? But such are the names in our country, we cannot help, but I am glad I have given that up. I am all right. Hoping it is same with you. I remain your brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. 19. To Miss Mary Hale. Detroit. March 30th, 1894. Dear Sister. Your and Mother Church's letters came together just now, acknowledging the receipt of the money. I am very glad to receive the Khetri letter, which I send back for your perusal. You would find from it that he wants some newspaper clippings. I do not think I have any except the Detroit one, which I will send to him. If you can get hold of some others, kindly send some over to him if it be possible and convenient. You know his address, H. the Maharaja of Khetri, Rajputana, India. Of course, this letter is for the perusal of the Holy Family alone. Mrs. Breed wrote to me a stiff burning letter first, and then today I got a telegram from her inviting me to be her guest for a week. Before this I got a letter from Mrs. Smith of New York writing on her behalf, and another lady, Miss Helen Gould, and another Dr__ to come over to New York. As the Lynn Club wants me on the 17th of next month, I am going to New York first and come in time for their meeting at Lynn. Next summer, if I do not go away, which Mrs. Bagley insists I should not, I may go to Annisquam, where Mrs. Bagley has engaged a nice house. Mrs. Bagley is a very spiritual lady, and Mr. Palmer a spirit-use gentleman, but very good. What shall I write more? I am all right in nice health of body and mind. May you all be blessed, ever blessed, my dear, dear sisters. By the by, Mrs. Sherman has presented me with a lot of things, amongst which is a nail set and letter holder and a little satchel, etc., etc. Although I objected, especially to the nail set, as very dudeish with mother-of-pearl handles, she insisted, and I had to take them, although I do not know what to do with that brushing instrument. Lord bless them all. She gave me one advice: never to wear this Afriki dress in society. Now I am a society man. Lord. What comes next? Long life brings queer experiences. My inexpressible love for you all, my holy family. Your brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XX. To Sri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Chicago. June 20, 1894. Dear Diwanji Sahib. Your very kind note came today. I am so sorry that I could have caused pain to such a noble heart as yours with my rash and strong words. I bow down to your mild corrections. Thy son am I, teach me thus bowing Jita. But you well know, Diwanji Sahib, it was my love that prompted me to say so. The backbiters, I must tell you, have not indirectly benefited me. On the other hand, they have injured me immensely in view of the fact that our Hindu people did not move a finger to tell the Americans that I represented them. Had our people sent some words thanking the American people for their kindness to me and stating that I was representing them. Have been telling the American people that I have donned the sannyasin's garb only in America and that I was a cheat, bare and simple. So far as reception goes, it has no effect on the American nation, but so far as helping me with funds goes, it has a terrible effect in making them take off their helping hands from me. And it is 1 year since I have been here, and not one man of note from India has thought it fit to make the Americans know that I am no cheat. There again, the missionaries are always seeking for something against me, and they are busy picking up anything said against me by the Christian papers of India and publishing it here. Now you must know that the people here know very little of the distinction in India between the Christian and the Hindu. Primarily my coming has been to raise funds for an enterprise of my own. Let me tell it all to you again. The whole difference between the West and the East is in this: they are nations, we are not, i.e., civilization. Education here is general, it penetrates into the masses. The higher classes in India and America are the same, but the distance is infinite between the lower classes of the two countries. Why was it so easy for the English to conquer India? It was because they are a nation, we are not. When one of our great men dies, we must sit for centuries to have another. They can produce them as fast as they die. When our Diwanji Sahib will pass away, which the Lord may delay long for the good of my country, the nation will see the difficulty at once of filling his place, which is seen even now in the fact that they cannot dispense with your services. It is the dearth of great ones. Why so? Because they have such a bigger field of recruiting their great ones, we have so small. A nation of 300 millions has the smallest field of recruiting its great ones compared with nations of 30, 40, or 60 millions, because the number of educated men and women in those nations is so great. Now do not mistake me, my kind friend, this is the great defect in our nation and must be removed. Educate and raise the masses, and thus alone a nation is possible. Our reformers do not see where the wound is. They want to save the nation by marrying the widows. Do you think that a nation is saved by the number of husbands its widows get? Nor is our religion to blame, for an idol more or less makes no difference. The whole defect is here: the real nation who live in cottage have forgotten their manhood, their individuality. Trodden under the foot of the Hindu, Mussulman, or Christian, they have come to think that they are born to be trodden under the foot of everybody who has money enough in his pocket. They are to be given back their lost individuality. They are to be educated. Whether idols will remain or not, whether widows will have husbands enough or not, whether caste is good or bad, I do not bother myself with such questions. Everyone must work out his own salvation. Our duty is to put the chemicals together, the crystallization will come through God's laws. Let us put ideas into their heads, and they will do the rest. Now this means educating the masses. Here are these difficulties. A pauper government cannot, will not, do anything, so no help from that quarter. Even supposing we are in a position to open schools in each village free, still the poor boys would rather go to the plough to earn their living than come to your school. Neither have we the money, nor can we make them come to education. The problem seems hopeless. I have found a way out. It is this. If the mountain does not come to Mohammed, Mohammed must go to the mountain. If the poor cannot come to education, education must reach them at the plough, in the factory, everywhere. How? You have seen my brethren. Now I can get hundreds of such, all over India, unselfish, good, and educated. Let these men go from village to village bringing not only religion to the door of everyone but also education. So I have a nucleus of organizing the widows also as instructors to our women. Now suppose the villagers after their day's work have come to their village and sitting under a tree or somewhere are smoking and talking the time away. Suppose two of these educated sannyasins get hold of them there and with a camera throw astronomical or other pictures, scenes from different nations, histories, etc. Thus with globes, maps, etc. And all this orally. How much can be done that way, Daiwanji? It is not that the eye is the only door of knowledge, the ear can do all the same. So they would have ideas and morality, and hope for better. Here our work ends. Let them do the rest. What would make the sannyasins do the sacrifice, undertake such a task? Religious enthusiasm. Every new religious wave requires a new center. The old religion can only be revivified by a new center. Hang your dogmas or doctrines, they never pay. It is a character, a life, a center, a God-man that must lead the way, that must be the center round which all other elements will gather themselves and then fall like a tidal wave upon the society, carrying all before it, washing away all impurities. Again, a piece of wood can only easily be cut along the grain. So the old Hinduism can only be reformed through Hinduism, and not through the newfangled reform movements. At the same time the reformers must be able to unite in themselves the culture of both the East and the West. Now do you not think that you have already seen the nucleus of such a great movement, that you have heard the low rumblings of the coming tidal wave? That center, that God-man to lead was born in India. He was the great Ramakrishna Paramahansa, and round him this band is slowly gathering. They will do the work. Now, Daiwanji Maharaj, this requires an organization, money a little at least to set the wheel in motion. Who would have given us money in India? So, Daiwanji Maharaj, I crossed over to America. You may remember I begged all the money from the poor, and the offers of the rich I would not accept because they could not understand my ideas. Now lecturing for a year in this country, I could not succeed at all. Of course, I have no wants for myself, in my plan for raising some funds for setting up my work. First, this year is a very bad year in America, thousands of their poor are without work. Secondly, the missionaries and the Brahmosamajists try to thwart all my views. Thirdly, a year has rolled by, and our countrymen could not even do so much for me as to say to the American people that I was a real sannyasin and no cheat, and that I represented the Hindu religion. Even this much, the expenditure of a few words, they could not do. Bravo, my countrymen. I love them, Daiwanji Sahib. Human help I spurn with my foot. He who has been with me through hills and dales, through deserts or forests, will be with me, I hope. If not, some heroic soul would arise some time or other in India, far abler than myself, and carry it out. So I have told you all about it. Daiwanji, excuse my long letter, my noble friend, one of the few who really feel for me, have real kindness for me. You are at liberty, my friend, to think that I am a dreamer, a visionary, but believe at least that I am sincere to the backbone, and my greatest fault is that I love my country only too Too well. May you and yours be blessed ever and ever, my noble, noble friend. May the shadow of the Almighty ever rest on all those you love. I offer my eternal gratitude to you. My debt to you is immense, not only because you are my friend, but also because you have all your life served the Lord and your motherland so well. Ever yours in gratitude. Vivekananda. Chronology. XXI. To a Madras disciple. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. June 28, 1894. Dear __. The other day I received a letter from Gigi, my sewer. Gigi unfortunately thinks that I am all-knowing, else he would have written his Canaresa address on the top of the letter more legibly. Then again, it is a great mistake to address me letters to any other place but Chicago. It was my mistake of course at first, because I ought to have thought of the fine buddhi, intellect, of our friends who are throwing letters at me anywhere they find an address at the top. But tell our Madras Brihaspatis, i.e. wise fellows, that they already knew full well that before their letters reach, I may be 1,000 miles away from that particular place, for I am continuously traveling. In Chicago there is a friend whose house is my headquarters. Now as to my prospects here, it is well nigh zero. Why? Because although I had the best purpose, it has been made null and void by these causes. All that I get about India is from Madras letters. Your letters say again and again how I am being praised in India. But that is between you and me, for I never saw a single Indian paper writing about me, except the 3 square inches sent to me by Alasinga. On the other hand, everything that is said by Christians in India is sedulously gathered by the missionaries and regularly published, and they go from door to door to make my friends give me up. They have succeeded only too well, for there is not one word for me from India. Indian Hindu papers may laud me to the skies, but not a word of that ever came to America, so that many people in this country think me a fraud. In the face of the missionaries and with the jealousy of the Hindus here to back them, I have not a word to say. I now think it was foolish of me to go to the Parliament on the strength of the urging of the Madras boys. They are boys after all. Of course, I am eternally obliged to them, but they are after all enthusiastic young men without any executive abilities. I came here without credentials. How else to show that I am not a fraud in the face of the missionaries and the Brahmo Samaj? Now I thought nothing so easy as to spend a few words, I thought nothing would be so easy as to hold a meeting of some respectable persons in Madras and Calcutta and pass a resolution thanking me and the American people for being kind to me and sending it over officially, i.e. through the secretary of the function, to America, for instance, sending one to Dr. Barrows and asking him to publish it in the papers and so on, to different papers of Boston, New York, and Chicago. Now after all, I found that it is too terrible a task for India to undertake. There has not been one voice for me in 1 year and every one against me, for whatever you may say of me in your homes, who knows anything of it here? More than 2 months ago I wrote to Alasinga about this. He did not even answer my letter. I am afraid his heart has grown lukewarm. So you must first think of that and then show this letter to the Madras people. On the other hand, my brethren foolishly talk nonsense about Keshav Sen, and the Madrasas, telling the Theosophists anything I write about them, are creating only enemies. Oh! If only I had one man of some true abilities and brains to back me in India. But his will be done. I stand a fraud in this country. It was my foolishness to go to the Parliament without any credentials, hoping that there would be many for me. I have got to work it out slowly. On the whole, the Americans are a million times nobler than the Hindus, and I can work more good here than in the country of the ingrate and the heartless. After all, I must work my karma out. So far as pecuniary circumstances go, I am all right and will be all right. The number of Theosophists in all America is only 625 by the last census. Mixing up with them will smash me in a minute rather than help me in any way. What nonsense does Alasinga mean by my going to London to see Mr. Old etc.? Fool! The boys there don't know what they are talking. And this pack of Madras babies cannot even keep a counsel in their blessed noodles. Talk nonsense all day, and when it comes to the least business, they are nowhere. Boobies, who cannot get up a few meetings of 50 men each and send up a few empty words only to help me, talk big about influencing the world. I have written to you about the phonograph. Now there is here an electric fan costing $20 and working beautifully. The battery works 100 hours and then can be replenished at any electric plant. Goodbye, I have had enough of the Hindus. Now his will be done, I obey and bow down to my karma. However, do not think me ungrateful. The Madras people have done for me more than I deserved and more than was in their power. It was my foolishness, the forgetting for a moment that we Hindus have not yet become human beings, and giving up for a moment my self-reliance and relying upon the Hindus, that I came to grief. Every moment I expected something from India. No, it never came. Last 2 months especially I was in torture at every moment. No, not even a newspaper from India. My friends waited month after month, nothing came, not a voice. Many consequently grew cold and at last gave me up. But it is the punishment for relying upon man and upon brutes, for our countrymen are not men as yet. They are ready to be praised, but when their turn comes even to say a word, they are nowhere. My thanks eternal to the Madras young men. May the Lord bless them forever. America is the best field in the world to carry on my idea, so I do not think of leaving America soon. And why? Here I have food and drink and clothes, and everybody so kind, and all this for a few good words. Why should I give up such a noble nation to go to the land of brutes and ingrates and the brainless boobies held in eternal thraldom of superstitious, merciless, pitiless wretches? So goodbye again. You may show this letter to the people with discretion, even Alasinga upon whom I built so much. By the by, will you kindly send up a few copies of the sketch of Ramakrishna Paramahansa's life written by Mazumdar to Chicago? They have lots in Calcutta. Don't forget the address 541 Dearborn Avenue, Knott Street, Chicago, or C/O Thomas Cook, Chicago. Any other address would cause much delay and confusion, as I am continually traveling, and Chicago is my headquarters, although even this much did not come to the brains of our Madras friends. Kindly give Gigi, Alasinga, Secretary, and all others my eternal blessings. I am always praying for their welfare, and I am not in the least displeased with them, but I am not pleased with myself. I committed a terrible error of calculating upon others' help once in my life, and I have paid for it. It was my fault and not theirs. Lord bless all the Madras people. They are at least far superior to the Bengalis, who are simply fools and have no souls, no stamina at all. Goodbye, goodbye. I have launched my boat in the waves, come what may. Regarding my brutal criticisms, I have really no right to make them. You have done for me infinitely more than I deserve. I must bear my own karma, and that without a murmur. Lord bless you all. Yours truly, Vivekananda. P.S. I am afraid Alasinga's college has closed, but I have no intimation of it, and he never gave me his home address. Kitty has dropped out, I am afraid. V. Chronology. Addressee. XXII. To Mrs. George W. Hale. C/O Drive, E. Guernsey. Fishkill Landing, NY. July, 1894. Dear Mother. I came yesterday to this place, and shall remain here a few days. I received in New York a letter from you, but did not receive any interior, for which I am glad, because I am not perfect yet, and knowing the unselfish love the Presbyterian priests, especially the interior, has for me, I want to keep aloof from rousing bad feelings towards these sweet Christian gentlemen in my heart. Our religion teaches that anger is a great sin, even if it is righteous. Each must follow his own religion. I could not for my soul distinguish ever the distinction between religious anger and commonplace anger, religious killing and commonplace killing, religious slandering and irreligious, and so forth. Nor may that fine ethical distinction ever enter into the ethics of our nation. Jesting apart, Mother Church, I do not care the least for the gambles these men play, seeing as I do through and through the insincerity, the hypocrisy, and love of self and name that is the only motive power in these men. As to the photographs, the first time the babies got a few copies, and the second time you brought a few copies, you know they are to give 50 copies in all. Sister Isabel knows better than I. With my sincerest love and respects for you and Father Pope, I remain yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXIV. To the Hale sisters. Swampscott. July 26, 1894. Dear babies. Now don't let my letters stray beyond the circle, please. I had a beautiful letter from Sister Mary. See how I am getting the dash, Sister Jeannie teaches me all that. She can jump and run and play and swear like a devil and talk slang at the rate of 500 a minute, only she does not much care for religion, only a little. She is gone today home, and I am going to Greenacre. I had been to see Mrs. Breed. Mrs. Stone was there, with whom is residing Mrs. Pullman and all the golden bugs, my old friends hereabouts. They are kind as usual. On my way back from Greenacre I am going to Annisquam to see Mrs. Bagley for a few days. Darn it, forget everything. I had duckings in the sea like a fish. I am enjoying every bit of it. What nonsense was the song Harriet taught me, Dan's La Plain the deuce take it? I told it to a French scholar and he laughed and laughed till the fellow was well nigh burst at my wonderful translation. That is the way you would have taught me French. You are a pack of fools and heathens, I tell you. Now are you gasping for breath like a huge fish stranded? I am glad that you are sizzling. Oh! How nice and cool it is here, and it is increased 100-fold when I think about the gasping, sizzling, boiling, frying for old maids, and how cool and nice I am here. Hoo-oh! Miss Phillips has a beautiful place somewhere in NY. State mountain, lake, river, forest altogether. What more? I am going to make a Himalayas there and start a monastery. As sure as I am living I am not going to leave this country without throwing one more apple of discord into this already roaring, fighting, kicking, mad whirlpool of American religion. Well, dear old maids, you sometimes have a glimpse of the lake and on every hot noon, think of going down to the bottom of the lake, down, 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 until it is cool and nice, and then to lie down on the bottom, with that coolness above and around, and lie there still, silent, and just doze, not sleep, but dreamy dozing, half unconscious sort of bliss, very much like that which opium brings, that is delicious, and drinking lots of iced water. Lord bless my soul, I had such cramps several times as would have killed an elephant. So I hope to keep myself away from the cold water. May you be all happy, dear fin de siècle young ladies, is the constant prayer of Vivekananda. P.S. How are you enjoying the heat? I am bearing the heat very well here. I had an invitation to Swampscott on the Sea from a very rich lady whose acquaintance I made last winter in New York, but I declined with thanks. I am very careful not to take the hospitality of anybody here, especially the rich. I had a few other invitations from some very rich people here. I refused. I have by this time seen the whole business through. Lord bless you and yours, Mother Church, for your sincerity. Oh! It is so rare in this world. Yours affectionately. V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXVI. To Miss Mary Hale. C/O. Mrs. Bagley. Annisquam. August 31, 1894. Dear Sister. The letter from the Madras people was published in yesterday's Boston Transcript. I hope to send you a copy. You may have seen it in some Chicago paper. I am sure there is some mail for me at Cook & Sons. I shall be here till Tuesday next at least, on which day I am going to lecture here in Annisquam. Kindly inquire at Cook's for my mail and send it over at Annisquam. I had no news of you for some time. I sent 2 pictures to Mother Church yesterday and hope you will like them. I am very anxious about the Indian mail. With love for all, I am your ever affectionate brother, Vivekananda. P.S. As I do not know where you are, I could not send something else which I have to send over to you. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXV. To the Hale sisters. Greenacre. August 11, 1894. Dear sisters. I have been all this time in Greenacre. I enjoyed this place very much. They have been all very kind to me. One Chicago lady, Mrs. Pratt of Kenilworth, wanted to give me $500, she became so much interested in me, but I refused. She has made me promise that I would send word to her whenever I need money, which I hope the Lord will never put me in. His help alone is sufficient for me. I have not heard anything from you nor from Mother. Neither have I any news from India as to the arrival of the phonograph. If there was anything in my letter to you which was offensive, I hope you all know that I meant everything in love. It is useless to express my gratitude to you for your kindness. Lord bless you and shower his choicest blessings on you and those you love. To your family I am ever, ever beholden. You know it? You feel it? I cannot express it. On Sunday I am going to lecture at Plymouth at the Sympathy of Religions meetings of Col. Higginson. Herewith I send a photograph Cora Stockham took of the group under the tree. It is only a proof and will fade away under exposure, but I cannot get anything better at present. Kindly tender my heartfelt love and gratitude to Miss Howe. She has been so kind to me. I do not need anything at present. I shall be very glad to let you know if I need anything. I think I am going to Fishkill from Plymouth, where I will be only a couple of days. I will write you again from Fishkill. Hope you are all happy, or rather I know you are. Pure and good souls can never be unhappy. I shall have a very nice time the few weeks I am here. I will be in New York next fall. New York is a grand and good place. The New York people have a tenacity of purpose unknown in any other city. I had a letter from Mrs. Potter Palmer asking me to see her in August. She is a very gracious and kind lady, etc. I have not much to say. There is my friend Dr. Janes of New York, president of the Ethical Culture Society, who has begun his lectures. I must go to hear him. He and I agree so much. May you be always happy. Ever your well-wishing brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. Chronology. Addressee. XXVII. To Mr. Leon Landsberg. Hotel Bellevue. Boston. September 13, 1894. Dear Leon. Forgive me, but I have the right, as your guru, to advise you, and I insist that you buy some clothes for yourself, as the want of them stands in the way of your doing anything in this country. Once you have a start, you may dress in whatever way you like. People do not object. You need not thank me, for this is only a duty. According to Hindu law, if a guru dies, his disciple is his heir, and not even his son, supposing him to have had one before becoming a sannyasin. This is, you see, an actual spiritual relationship, and none of your Yankee tutor business. With all blessings and prayers for your success. Yours, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXVII. To Miss Mary Hale. Hotel Bellevue. Beacon St., Boston. September 13th, 1894. Dear Sister, your kind note reached me this morning. I have been in this hotel for about a week. I will remain in Boston some time yet. I have plenty of gowns already, in fact, more than I can carry with ease. When I had that drenching in Annisquam, I had on that beautiful black suit you appreciate so much, and I do not think it can be damaged anyway. It also has been penetrated with my deep meditations on the Absolute. I am very glad that you enjoyed the summer so well. As for me, I am vagabondising. I was very much amused the other day at reading Abe Hughes' description of the vagabond lamas of Tibet, a true picture of our fraternity. He says they are queer people. They come when they will, sit at everybody's table, invitation or no invitation, live where they will, and go where they will. There is not a mountain they have not climbed, not a river they have not crossed, not a nation they do not know, not a language they do not talk. He thinks that God must have put into them a part of that energy which makes the planets go round and round eternally. Today this vagabond lama was seized with the desire of going right along scribbling, and so I walked down and entering a store bought all sorts of writing material and a beautiful portfolio which shuts with a clasp and has even a little wooden inkstand. So far it promises well. Hope it will continue. Last month I had mail enough from India and am greatly delighted with my countrymen at their generous appreciation of my work. Good enough for them. I cannot find anything more to write. Professor Wright, his wife, and children were as good as ever. Words cannot express my gratitude to them. Everything so far is not going bad with me except that I had a bad cold. Now I think the fellow is gone. This time I tried Christian Science for insomnia and really found it worked very well. Wishing you all happiness, I remain, ever your affectionate brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXIX. Chicago. September, 1894. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Your kind letter reached long ago, but as I had not anything to write I was late in answering. Your kind note to G.W. Hale has been very gratifying, as I owed them that much. I have been traveling all over this country all this time and seeing everything. I have come to this conclusion that there is only one country in the world which understands religion. It is India, that with all their faults the Hindus are head and shoulders above all other nations in morality and spirituality, and that with proper care and attempt and struggle of all her disinterested sons, by combining some of the active and heroic elements of the West with the calm virtues of the Hindus, there will come a type of men far superior to any that have ever been in this world. I do not know when I come back, but I have seen enough of this country, I think, and so soon will go over to Europe and then to India. With my best love, gratitude to you and all your brothers. I remain, yours faithfully, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXX. Chicago. September, 1894, 3:1. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Very kind of you to send up a man inquiring about my health and comfort. But that's quite of a piece with your fatherly character. I am all right here. Your kindness has left nothing more to be desired here. I hope soon to see you in a few days. I don't require any conveyance while going down. Descent is very bad, and the ascent is the worst part of the job. That's the same in everything in the world. My heartful gratitude to you. Yours faithfully, Vivekananda. Diwanji never visited the USA. The time and place given by his relatives are wrong obviously. Chronology. Addressee. XXXI. To Mrs. George W. Hale. 1125 St. Paul St. Baltimore. October, 1894. Dear Mother. You see where I am now. Did you see a telegram from India in the Chicago Tribune? Did they print the address from Calcutta? From here I go to Washington, thence to Philadelphia and then to New York. Send me the address of Miss Mary in Philadelphia so that I may look in on my way to New York. Hope your worry is over. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXXII. To Miss Mary Hale. C/OMRSE Totten. 1703, 1st Street. Washington. November 1, 1894. Dear Sister, I have received 2 letters which you were very kind to take the trouble to write. I am going to talk here today, tomorrow at Baltimore, then again Monday at Baltimore, and Tuesday at Washington again. So I will be in Philadelphia a few days after that. I shall write to you the day I start from Washington. I shall be in Philadelphia a few days only to see Professor Wright, and then I go to New York and run for a little while between New York and Boston, and then go to Chicago via Detroit, and then whist. As Senator Palmer says, to England. The word Dharma means religion. I am very sorry they treated Petro very badly in Calcutta. I have been very well treated here and am doing very well. Nothing extraordinary in the meantime except I got vexed at getting loads of newspapers from India, so after sending a cartload to Mother Church and another to Mrs. Guernsey, I had to write them to stop sending their newspapers. I have had boom enough in India. Alas, Inger writes that every village all over the country now has heard of me. Well, the old peace is gone forever and no rest anywhere from heretofore. These newspapers of India will be my death, I am sure. They will now talk what I ate on such and such a date and how I sneezed. Lord bless them, it was all my foolery. I really came here to raise a little money secretly and go over but was caught in the trap and now no more of a reserved life. Wishing you all enjoyments. I remain, yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XXXIII. Chicago. November 15, 1894, 3. Dear Diwanji Sahib, Shri Haridas Viharidas Desai. I here received your kind note. So very kind of you to remember me even here. I have not seen your Narayan Hemchandra. He is not in America, I believe. I have seen many strange sights and grand things. I am glad that there is a good chance of your coming over to Europe. Avail yourself of it by any means. The fact of our isolation from all the other nations of the world is the cause of our degeneration, and its only remedy is getting back into the current of the rest of the world. Motion is the sign of life. America is a grand country. It is a paradise of the poor and women. There is almost no poor in the country, and nowhere else in the world women are so free, so educated, so cultured. They are everything in society. This is a great lesson. The sannyasin has not lost a bit of his sannyasinship, even his mode of living. And in this most hospitable country, every home is open to me. The Lord who guides me in India, would he not guide me here? And he has. You may not understand why a sannyasin should be in America, but it was necessary. Because the only claim you have to be recognized by the world is your religion, and good specimens of our religious men are required to be sent abroad to give other nations an idea that India is not dead. Some representative men must come out of India and go to all the nations of the earth to show at least that you are not savages. You may not feel the necessity of it from your Indian home, but, believe me, much depends upon that for your nation. And a sannyasin who has no idea of doing good to his fellows is a brute, not a sannyasin. I am neither a sightseer nor an idle traveler, but you will see, if you live to see, and bless me all your life. Mr. Dviv, these papers were too big for the Parliament, and they had to be cut short. I spoke at the Parliament of Religions, and with what effect I may quote to you from a few newspapers and magazines ready at hand. I need not be self-conceited, but to you in confidence I am bound to say, because of your love, that no Hindu made such an impression in America, and if my coming has done nothing, it has done this that the Americans have come to know that India even today produces men at whose feet even the most civilized nations may learn lessons of religion and morality. Don't you think that is enough to say for the Hindu nation sending over here their sannyasin? You would hear the details from Virchand Gandhi. These I quote from the journals, but eloquent as were many of the brief speeches, no one expressed as well the spirit of the Parliament, of religions, and its limitations as the Hindu monk. I copy his address in full, but I can only suggest its effect upon the audience, for he is an orator by divine right, and his strong intelligent face in its picturesque setting of yellow and orange was hardly less interesting than these earnest words and the rich rhythmical utterance he gave them. Here the speech is quoted in extenso. New York Critique. He has preached in clubs and churches until his faith has become familiar to us. His culture, his eloquence, and his fascinating personality have given us a new idea of Hindu civilization. His fine, intelligent face and his deep musical voice, prepossessing one at once in his favor. He speaks without notes, presenting his facts and his conclusions with the greatest art and the most convincing sincerity, and rising often to rich inspiring eloquence. Ibid. Vivekananda is undoubtedly the greatest figure in the Parliament of Religions. After hearing him we feel how foolish it is to send missionaries to this learned nation. Herald, the greatest paper here. I cease from quoting more lest you think me conceited, but this was necessary to you who have become nearly frogs in the well and would not see how the world is going on elsewhere. I do not mean you personally, my noble friend, but our nation in general. I am the same here as in India, only here in this highly cultural land there is an appreciation, a sympathy which our ignorant fools never dream of. There are people grudge us monks a crumb of bread, here they are ready to pay 1,000 rupees a lecture and remain grateful for the instructions forever. I am appreciated by these strangers more than I was ever in India. I can, if I will, live here all my life in the greatest luxury, but I am a sannyasin, and India, with all thy faults I love thee still. So I am coming back after some months, and go on sowing the seeds of religion and progress from city to city as I was doing so long, although amongst a people who know not what appreciation and gratefulness are. I am ashamed of my own nation when I compare their beggarly, selfish, unappreciative, ignorant ungratefulness with the help, hospitality, sympathy, and respect which the Americans have shown to me, a representative of a foreign religion. Therefore come out of the country, see others, and compare. Now after these quotations, do you think it was worthwhile to send a sannyasin to America? Please do not publish it. I hate notoriety in the same manner as I did in India. I am doing the Lord's work, and wherever He leads I follow. Etc. He who makes the dumb eloquent and the lame cross a mountain, He will help me. I do not care for human help. He is ready to help me in India, in America, on the North Pole, if He thinks fit. If He does not, none else can help me. Glory unto the Lord forever and ever. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Thursiv. 541 Dearborn Avenue, Chicago. November, 1894. Dear Diwanji, Shri Haridas Viharidas Desai. Your letter pleased me extremely. I, of course, understand the joke, but I am not the baby to be put off with a joke. Now take more. The secret of success of the Westerners is the power of organization and combination. That is only possible with mutual trust and cooperation and help. Now here is Virchand Gandhi, the Jain, whom you well knew in Bombay. This man never takes anything but pure vegetables even in this terribly cold climate, and tooth and nail tries to defend his countrymen and religion. The people of this country like him very well, but what are they doing who sent him over? They are trying to outcast him. Jealousy is a vice necessarily generated in slaves. Again it is jealousy that holds them down. Here were. They were all trying to lecture and get money thereby. They did something, but I succeeded better than they. Why, I did not put myself as a bar to their success. It was the will of the Lord. But all these, except, have fabricated and circulated the most horrible lies about me in this country, and behind my back. Americans will never stoop to such meanness. If any man tries to move forward here, everybody is ready to help him. In India you may try tomorrow by writing a single line of praise for me in any of our papers, Hindu, and the next day they would be all against me. Why? It is the nature of slaves. They cannot suffer to see any one of their brethren putting his head the least above their rank. Do you mean to compare such stuff with these children of liberty, self-help, and brotherly love? The nearest approach to our people are the freed slaves of the USA, the Negroes. Why, in the South they are about 20 millions and are now free. The whites are a handful, still the whites hold them down all the same. Why, even when they have every right by law, a bloody war between the brothers has been fought to free these slaves. The same defect, jealousy. Not one of these Negroes would bear to see his brother Negro praised or pushing on. Immediately they would join the whites to crush him down. You can have no idea about it until you come out of India. It is all right for those who have plenty of money and position to let the world roll on such, but I call him a traitor who, having been educated, nursed in luxury by the heart's blood of the downtrodden millions of toiling poor, never even takes a thought for them. Where, in what period of history your rich men, noblemen, your priests and potentates took any thought for the poor, the grinding of whose faces is the very lifeblood of their power? But the Lord is great, the vengeance came sooner or later, and they who sucked the lifeblood of the poor, whose very education was at their expense, whose very power was built on their poverty, were in their turn sold as slaves by hundreds and thousands, their wives and daughters disinured, their property robbed for the last 1,000 years, and do you think it was for no cause? Why amongst the poor of India so many are Mohammedans? It is nonsense to say, they were converted by the sword. It was to gain their liberty from the zemindars and from the priest, and as a consequence you find in Bengal there are more Mohammedans than Hindus amongst the cultivators, because there were so many zemindars there. Who thinks of raising these sunken downtrodden millions? A few thousand graduates do not make a nation, a few rich men do not make a nation. True, our opportunities are less, but still there is enough to feed and clothe and made 300 millions more comfortable, nay, luxurious. 90% of our people are without education. Who thinks of that? These babus, the so-called patriots? Now, let me tell you, still there is a God, no joke. He is ordering our lives, and although I know a nation of slaves cannot but try to bite at the hand that wants to give them medicine, yet, pray with me, you one of the few that have real sympathy for everything good, for everything great, one at least whom I know to be a man of true ring, nobility of nature, and a thorough sincerity of head and heart, pray with me. Lead, kindly light. Amid encircling gloom. I do not care what they say. I love my God, my religion, my country, and above all, myself, a poor beggar. I love the poor, the ignorant, the downtrodden, I feel for them the Lord knows how much. He will show me the way. I do not care a fig for human approbation or criticism. I think of most of them as ignorant, noisy children. They have not penetrated into the inner nature of sympathy, into the spirit which is all love. I have that insight through the blessing of Ramakrishna. I am trying to work with my little band, all of these poor beggars like me, you have seen them. But the Lord's works have been always done by the lowly, by the poor. You bless me that I may have faith in my Guru, in my God, and in myself. The only way is love and sympathy. The only worship is love. May He help you and yours ever and ever. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXXV. To Miss Mary Hale. 168, Brattle Street. Cambridge. December 8, 1894. Dear Sister. I have been here 3 days. We had a nice lecture from Lady Henry Somerset. I have a class every morning here on Vedanta and other topics. Perhaps you have got the copy of Vedantism by this time which I left with Mother Temple to be sent over. I went to dine with the Spaldings another day. That day they urged me, against my repeated protests, to criticize the Americans. I am afraid they did not relish it. It is of course always impossible to do it. What about Mother Church and the family at Chicago? I had no letters from them a long time. I would have run into town to see you before this, had I time. I am kept pretty busy the whole day. Then there is the fear of not meeting you. If you have time, you may write, and I shall snatch the first opportunity to see you. My time of course is always in the afternoon, so long I shall be here, that is until the 27th or 28th of this month. I will have to be very busy in the morning till 12 or 1. With my love to you all. Ever your affectionate brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. 30. To Miss Mary Hale. Cambridge. December, 1894. Dear Sister. I received your letter just now. If it is not against the rules of your society, why do you not come to see Mrs. Old Bull, Miss Farmer, and Mrs. Adams the physical culturist from Chicago? Any day you will find them there. Yours ever affectionately. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XXXVII. To Miss Mary Hale. Cambridge. December 21, 1894. Dear Sister. I had not anything from you since your last. I am going away next Tuesday to New York. You must have received Mrs. Bull's letter in the meanwhile. If you cannot accept it, I shall be very glad to come over any day I have time now as the lectures are at an end, except Sunday next. Yours ever affectionately. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 38th. To Miss Isabel McKinley. 528, 5th Ave, New York. January 24, 1895. Dear Miss Bell. I hope you are well. My last lecture was not very much appreciated by the men but awfully so by women. You know this Brooklyn is the center of anti-women's rights movements, and when I told them that women deserve and are fit for everything, they did not like it of course. Never mind, the women were in ecstasies. I have got again a little cold. I am going to the Guernseys. I have got a room downtown also where I will go several hours to hold my classes etc. Mother Church must be all right by this time, and you are all enjoying this nice weather. Give Mrs. Adams Mountain High love and regard from me when you see her next. Send my letters as usual to the Guernseys. With love for all. Ever your F. Brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. 36. To Mr. Francis Leggett. New York. April 10, 1895. Dear friend. It is impossible to express my gratitude for your kindly inviting me to your country seat Ridgely. I am involved in a mistake now and find it impossible for me to come tomorrow. Tomorrow I have a class at Miss Andrews of 40 West 9th Street. As I was given to understand by Miss McLeod that that class could be postponed, I was only too glad at the prospect of joining the company tomorrow. But I find that Miss McLeod was mistaken and Miss Andrews came to tell me that she could not by any means stop the class tomorrow or even give notice to the members, who are about 50 or 60 in number. In view of this I sincerely regret my inability and hope that Miss McLeod and Mrs. Sturgis will understand that it is an unavoidable circumstance, and not the will, that stands in the way of my taking advantage of your kind invitation. I shall only be too glad to come day after tomorrow, or any other day this week, as it suits you. Ever sincerely yours. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. XL. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 54 West 33rd Street. New York. April 24, 1895. Dear friend. I am perfectly aware that although some truth underlies the mass of mystical thought which has burst upon the Western world of late, it is for the most part full of motives, unworthy, or insane. For this reason, I have never had anything to do with these phases of religion, either in India or elsewhere, and mystics as a class are not very favorable to me. I quite agree with you that only the Advaita philosophy can save mankind, whether in East or West, from devil worship and kindred superstitions, giving tone and strength to the very nature of man. India herself requires this, quite as much or even more than the West. Yet it is hard uphill work, for we have first to create a taste, then teach, and lastly proceed to build up the whole fabric. Perfect sincerity, holiness, gigantic intellect, and an all-conquering will. Let only a handful of men work with these, and the whole world will be revolutionized. I did a good deal of platform work in this country last year, and received plenty of applause, but found that I was only working for myself. It is the patient upbuilding of character, the intense struggle to realize the truth, which alone will tell in the future of humanity. So this year I am hoping to work along this line, training up to practical Advaita realization a small band of men and women. I do not know how far I shall succeed. The West is the field for work if a man wants to benefit humanity, rather than his own particular sect or country. I agree perfectly as to your idea of a magazine. But I have no business capacity at all to do these things. I can teach and preach, and sometimes write. But I have intense faith in truth. The Lord will send help and hands to work with me. Only let me be perfectly pure, perfectly sincere, and perfectly unselfish. Truth alone triumphs, not untruth, through truth alone stretches the way to the Lord, Atharvaveda. He who gives up the little self for the world will find the whole universe his. I am very uncertain about coming to England. I know no one there, and here I am doing some work. The Lord will guide, in His own time. Chronology. Addressee. XLI. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 19 West 38th Street. New York. Dear friend. I received your last duly, and as I had a previous arrangement to come to Europe by the end of this August, I take your invitation as a divine call. Truth alone triumphs, not untruth. Through truth alone lies the way to Devayana, the way to the gods. Those who think that a little sugar-coating of untruth helps the spread of truth are mistaken and will find in the long run that a single drop of poison poisons the whole mass. The man who is pure, and who dares, does all things. May the Lord ever protect you from illusion and delusion. I am ever ready to work with you, and the Lord will send us friends by the hundred, if only we be our own friends first. The Atman alone is the friend of the Atman. Europe has always been the source of social, and Asia of spiritual power, and the whole history of the world is the tale of the varying combinations of those two powers. Slowly a new leaf is being turned in the story of humanity. The signs of this are everywhere. Hundreds of new plans will be created and destroyed. Only the fit will survive. And what but the true and the good is the fit? Yours etc. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XLII. To the Hale sisters. New York. May 5, 1895. Dear babies. What I expected has come. I always thought that although Professor Max Muller in all his writings on the Hindu religion adds in the last a derogatory remark, he must see the whole truth in the long run. As soon as you can, get a copy of his last book Vedantism, there you will find him swallowing the whole of it, reincarnation and all. Of course, you will not find it difficult at all to understand, as it is only a part of what I have been telling you all this time. Many points you will find smack of my paper in Chicago. I am glad now the old man has seen the truth, because that is the only way to have religion in the face of modern research and science. Hope you are enjoying Todd's Rajasthan. With all love, your brother, Vivekananda. P.S. When is Miss Mary coming to Boston? V. Chronology. Addressee. Slyin. C/O Miss Phillips. 19 West 38th Street. New York. May 28, 1895. Dear Alas Inga. Herewith I send $100 or £20-8-7 in English money. Hope this will go just a little in starting your paper. Hoping to do more by and by. I remain, ever yours, with blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. Reply immediately to at C/O the above address. New York will be my headquarters henceforth. I have succeeded in doing something in this country at last. V. Chronology. Addressee. XLIV. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. 21 West 34th Street. New York. June, 1895. Dear Joe. Experiences are gathering a bit thick round you. I am sure they will lift many a veil more. Mr. Leggett told me of your phonograph. I told him to get a few cylinders I talk in them through somebody's phonograph and send them to Joe, to which he replied that he could buy one, because I always do what Joe asks me to do. I am glad there is so much of hidden poetry in his nature. I am going today to live with the Guernseys as the doctor wants to watch me and cure me. Dr. Guernsey, after examining other things, was feeling my pulse, when suddenly Landsberg, whom they had forbidden the house, got in and retreated immediately after seeing me. Dr. Guernsey burst out laughing and declared he would have paid that man for coming just then, for he was then sure of his diagnosis of my case. The pulse before was so regular, but just at the sight of Landsberg it almost stopped from emotion. It is sure only a case of nervousness. He also advises me strongly to go on with Dr. Helmer's treatment. He thinks Helmer will do me a world of good, and that is what I need now. Is not he broad? I expect to see the sacred cow today in town. I will be in New York a few days more. Helmer wants me to take 3 treatments a week for 4 weeks, then 2 a week for 4 more, and I will be all right. In case I go to Boston, he recommends me to a very good Ostad expert there whom he would advise on the matter. I said a few kind words to Landsberg and went upstairs to Mother Guernsey to save poor Landsberg from embarrassment. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. XLV. To Miss Mary Hale. Written on birch bark. Percy N.H. June 17, 1895. Dear Sister. Going tomorrow to the Thousand Islands care Miss Dutchers, Thousand Island Park, NY. Where are you now? Where will you all be in summer? I have a chance of going to Europe in August. I will come to see you before I go. So write to me. Also I expect books and letters from India. Kindly send them care Miss Phillips, 19 West 38th Street NY. This is the bark in which all holy writings are written in India. So I write Sanskrit. May the husband of Uma, Shiva, protect you always. May you all be blessed ever and ever. Vivekananda. XLVI. To Miss Mary Hale. 54 West 33rd Street. New York. June 22, 1895. Dear Sister. The letters from India and the parcel of books reached me safe. I am so happy to know of Mr. Sam's arrival. I am sure he is bewaring of the Vitters nicely. I met a friend of Mr. Sam's one day on the street. He is an Englishman with a name ending in NI. He was very nice. He said he was living in the same house with Sam somewhere in Ohio. I am going on pretty nearly in the same old fashion. Talking when I can and silent when forced to be. I do not know whether I will go to Greenacre this summer. I saw Miss Farmer the other day. She was in a hurry to go away, so I had but very little talk with her. She is a noble lady. How are you going on with your Christian Science lessons? I hope you will go to Greenacre. There you will find quite a number of them, and also the spiritualists, table turnings, palmists, astrologers, etc., etc. You will get all the cures and all the isms presided over by Miss Farmer. Landsberg has gone away to live in some other place, so I am left alone. I am living mostly on nuts and fruits and milk, and find it very nice and healthy too. I hope to lose about 30 to 40 pounds this summer. That will be all right for my size. I am afraid I have forgotten all about Mrs. Adams' lessons in walking. I will have to renew them when she comes again to NY. Gandhi has gone to England en route to India from Boston, I suppose. I would like to know about his chaperone Mrs. Howard and her present bereaved state. I am very glad to hear that the rugs did not go down to the bottom of the Atlantic and are at last coming. This year I could hardly keep my head up, and I did not go about lecturing. The three great commentaries on the Vedanta philosophy belonging to the three great sects of dualists, qualified dualists, and monists are being sent to me from India. Hope they will arrive safe. Then I will have an intellectual feast indeed. I intend to write a book this summer on the Vedanta philosophy. This world will always be a mixture of good and evil, of happiness and misery. This will ever go up and come down. Dissolution and resolution is the inevitable law. Blessed are those who struggle to go beyond. Well, I am glad all the babies are doing well, but sorry there was no catch even this winter, and every winter the chances are dwindling down. Here near my lodgings is the Waldorf Hotel, the rendezvous of lots of titled but penniless Europeans on show for Yankee heiresses to buy. You may have any selection here, the stock is so full and varied. There is the man who talks no English, there are others who lisp a few words which no one can understand, and others are there who talk nice English, but their chance is not so great as that of the dumb ones. The girls do not think them enough foreign who talk plain English fluently. I read somewhere in a funny book that an American vessel was being foundered in the sea. The men were desperate and as a last solace wanted some religious service being done. There was Uncle Josh on board, who was an elder in the Presbyterian church. They all began to entreat, "Do something religious, Uncle Josh. We are all going to die." Uncle Joseph took his hat in his hand and took up a collection on the spot. That is all of religion he knew. And that is more or less characteristic of the majority of such people. Collections are about all the religion they know or will ever know. Lord bless them. Goodbye for present. I am going to eat something, I feel very hungry. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Mary Hale. Slayai. To Miss Mary Hale. C/O Miss Dutcher. Thousand Island Park, NY. June 26, 1895. Dear Sister. Many thanks for the Indian mail. It brought a good deal of good news. You are enjoying by this time, I hope, the articles by Professor Max Muller on the immortality of the soul which I sent to Mother Church. The old man has taken in Vedanta, bones and all, and has boldly come out. I am so glad to know the arrival of the rugs. Was there any duty to pay? If so, I will pay that, I insist on it. There will come another big packet from the Raja of Khetri containing some shawls and brocades and knickknacks. I want to present them to different friends. But they are not going to arrive before some months, I am sure. I am asked again and again, as you will find in the letters from India, to go over. They are getting desperate. Now if I go to Europe, I will go as the guest of Mr. Francis Leggett of NY. He will travel all over Germany, England, France, and Switzerland for 6 weeks. From there I shall go to India, or I may return to America. I have a seed planted here and wish it to grow. This winter's work in NY was splendid, and it may die if I suddenly go over to India, so I am not sure about going to India soon. Nothing noticeable has happened during this visit to the Thousand Islands. The scenery is very beautiful and I have some of my friends here with me to talk about God and soul ad libitum. I am eating fruits and drinking milk and so forth, and studying huge Sanskrit books on Vedanta which they have kindly sent me from India. If I come to Chicago I cannot come at least within 6 weeks or more. Baby needn't alter any of her plans for me. I will see you all somehow or other before I go. You fuss so much over my reply to Madras, but it has produced a tremendous effect there. A late speech by the president of the Madras Christian College, Mr. Miller, embodies a large amount of my ideas and declares that the West is in need of Hindu ideas of God and man and calls upon the young men to go and preach to the West. This has created quite a furore of course amongst the missions. What you allude to as being published in the arena I did not see a bit of it. The women did not make any fuss over me at all in New York. Your friend must have drawn on his imagination. They were not of the bossing type at all. I hope Father Pope will go to Europe and Mother Church too. Traveling is the best thing in life. I am afraid I shall die if made to stick to one place for a long time. Nothing like a nomadic life. The more the shades around deepen, the more the ends approach and the more one understands the true meaning of life, that it is a dream, and we begin to understand the failure of everyone to grasp it, for they only attempted to get meaning out of the meaningless. To get reality out of a dream is boyish enthusiasm. Everything is evanescent, everything is changeful. Knowing this, the sage gives up both pleasure and pain and becomes a witness of this panorama, the universe, without attaching himself to anything. They indeed have conquered heaven even in this life whose mind has become fixed in sameness. God is pure and same to all, therefore they are said to be in God, Gita, v.19. Desire, ignorance, and inequality, this is the trinity of bondage. Denial of the will to live, knowledge, and same-sidedness is the trinity of liberation. Freedom is the goal of the universe. Nor love nor hate nor pleasure nor pain nor death nor life nor religion nor irreligion, not this, not this, not this. Yours ever, Vivekananda. Mary Hale. Slayeth. To Miss Mary Hale. C/O Miss Dutcher. Thousand Island Park, NY. June 26, 1895. Dear Sister. Many thanks for the Indian mail. I cannot express in words my gratitude to you. As you have already read in Max Muller's article on immortality I sent Mother Church, that he thinks that those we love in this life we must have loved in the past, so it seems I must have belonged to the Holy Family in some past life. I am expecting some books from India. I hope they have arrived. If so, will you kindly send them over here? If any postage is due I shall send it as soon as I get intimation. You did not write about the duty on the rugs. There will be another big packet from Khetri containing carpets and shawls and some brocades and other knickknacks. I have written them to get the duty paid there if it is possible through the American consul in Bombay. If not I shall have to pay it here. I do not think they will arrive for some months yet. I am anxious about the books. Kindly send them as soon as they arrive. My love to Mother and Father Pope and all the sisters. I am enjoying this place immensely. Very little eating and good deal of thinking and talking and study. A wonderful calmness is coming over my soul. Every day I feel I have no duty to do, I am always in eternal rest and peace. It is He that works. We are only the instruments. Blessed be His name. The threefold bondage of lust and gold and fame is, as it were, fallen from me for the time being, and once more, even here, I feel what sometimes I felt in India, from me all difference has fallen, all right or wrong, all delusion and ignorance has vanished, I am walking in the path beyond the qualities. What law I obey, what disobey? From that height the universe looks like a mud puddle. Hari Om Tat Saturday. He exists, nothing else does. I in thee and thou in me. Be thou Lord my eternal refuge. Peace, peace, peace. Ever with love and blessings. Your brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. I.L. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 19 West 38th Street, New York. August 2nd, 1895. Dear friend. Your kind note received today. I am going to Paris first with a friend and start for Europe on the 17th of August. I will however remain in Paris only a week to see my friend married, and then I go over to London. Your advice about an organization was very good indeed. And I am trying to act on that line. I have many strong friends here, but unfortunately they are most of them poor. So the work here must be slow. Moreover, it requires a few months more of work in New York to carry it to some visible shape. As such, I will have to return to New York early this winter, and in summer I will return to London again. So far as I see now, I can stay only a few weeks in London. But if the Lord wills, that small time may prove to be the beginning of great things. From Paris I will inform you by wire when I arrive in England. Some theosophists came to my classes in New York, but as soon as human beings perceive the glory of the Vedanta, all abracadabras fall off of themselves. This has been my uniform experience. Whenever mankind attains a higher vision, the lower vision disappears of itself. Multitude counts for nothing. A few heart-whole, sincere, and energetic men can do more in a year than a mob in a century. If there is heat in one body, then those others that come near it must catch it. This is the law. So success is ours, so long as we keep up the heat, the spirit of truth, sincerity, and love. My own life has been a very checkered one, but I have always found the eternal words verified: truth alone triumphs, not untruth. Through truth alone lies the way to God. May the Sat in you be always your infallible guide. May he speedily attain to freedom and help others to attain it. Ever yours in the Sat. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. L. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 19 West 38th Street, New York. August 9, 1895. Dear friend. It is only just that I should try to give you a little of my views. I fully believe that there are periodic ferments of religion in human society, and that such a period is now sweeping over the educated world. While each ferment, moreover, appears broken into various little bubbles, these are all eventually similar, showing the cause or causes behind them to be the same. That religious ferment which at present is every day gaining a greater hold over thinking men, has this characteristic, that all the little thought whirlpools into which it has broken itself declare one single aim, a vision and a search after the unity of being. On planes physical, ethical, and spiritual, an ever-broadening generalization leading up to a concept of unity eternal is in the air, and this being so, all the movements of the time may be taken to represent, knowingly or unknowingly, the noblest philosophy of the unity man ever had, the Advaita Vedanta. Again, it has always been observed that as a result of the struggles of the various fragments of thought in a given epoch, one bubble survives. The rest only arise to melt into it and form a single great wave, which sweeps over society with irresistible force. In India, America, and England, the countries I happen to know about, hundreds of these are struggling at the present moment. In India, dualistic formulae are already on the wane, the Advaita alone holds the field in force. In America, many movements are struggling for the mastery. All these represent Advaita thought more or less, and that series, which is spreading most rapidly, approaches nearer to it than any of the others. Now, if anything was ever clear to me, it is that one of these must survive, swallowing up all the rest, to be the power of the future. Which is it to be? Referring to history, we see that only that fragment which is fit will survive, and what makes fit to survive but character? Advaita will be the future religion of thinking humanity. No doubt of that. And of all the sects, they alone shall gain the day who are able to show most character in their lives, no matter how far they may be. Let me tell you a little personal experience. When my master left the body, we were a dozen penniless and unknown young men. Against us were 100 powerful organizations, struggling hard to nip us in the bud. But Ramakrishna had given us one great gift, the desire and the lifelong struggle not to talk alone, but to live the life. And today all India knows and reverences the Master, and the truths he taught are spreading like wildfire. 10 years ago I could not get 100 persons together to celebrate his birthday anniversary. Last year there were 50,000. Neither numbers nor powers nor wealth nor learning nor eloquence nor anything else will prevail, but purity, living the life, in one word, anubhuti, realization. Let there be a dozen such lion souls in each country, lions who have broken their own bonds, who have touched the infinite, whose whole soul is gone to Brahman, who care neither for wealth nor power nor fame, and these will be enough to shake the world. Here lies the secret. Says Patanjali, the father of yoga, when a man rejects all the superhuman powers, then he attains to the cloud of virtue. He sees God. He becomes God and helps others to become the same. This is all I have to preach. Doctrines have been expounded enough. There are books by the million. Oh, for an ounce of practice. As to societies and organizations, these will come of themselves. Can there be jealousy where there is nothing to be jealous of? The names of those who will wish to injure us will be legion. But is not that the surest sign of our having the truth? The more I have been opposed, the more my energy has always found expression. I have been driven and worshipped by princes. I have been slandered by priests and laymen alike. But what of it? Bless them all. They are my very self, and have they not helped me by acting as a springboard from which my energy could take higher and higher flights? I have discovered one great secret: I have nothing to fear from talkers of religion. And the great ones who realize they become enemies to none. Let talkers talk. They know no better. Let them have their fill of name and fame and money and woman. Hold we on to realization, to being Brahman, to becoming Brahman. Let us hold on to truth unto death, and from life to life. Let us not pay the least attention to what others say, and if, after a lifetime's effort, one soul, only one, can break the fetters of the world and be free, we have done our work. Hari Om. One word more. Doubtless I do love India. But every day my sight grows clearer. What is India, or England, or America to us? We are the servants of that God who by the ignorant is called man. He who pours water at the root, does he not water the whole tree? There is but one basis of well-being, social, political, or spiritual, to know that I and my brother are one. This is true for all countries and all people. And Westerners, let me say, will realize it more quickly than Orientals, who have almost exhausted themselves in formulating the idea and producing a few cases of individual realization. Let us work without desire for name or fame or rule over others. Let us be free from the triple bonds of lust, greed of gain, and anger. And this truth is with us. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Lee. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. C/O Miss MacLeod. Hotel Olan. Rue de l'Apex. Paris. September 5, 1895. Dear and blessed friend. It is useless to express my gratitude for your kindness, it is too great for expression. I have a cordial invitation from Miss Muller, and as her place is very near to yours, I think it will be nice to come to her place first for a day or two and then to come over to you. My body was very ill for a few days, which caused this delay in writing you. Hoping soon for the privilege of mingling hearts and heads together. I remain, ever yours in love, and fellowship in the Lord. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Lee. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. C/OET Sturdy, ESQ. Highview, Caversham. Reading, England. September, 1895. Dear Jojo. 1,000 pardons for not promptly writing to you. I arrived safe in London, found my friend, and am all right in his home. It is beautiful. His wife is surely an angel, and his life is full of India. He has been years there mixing with the sannyasins, eating their food, etc., etc., so you see I am very happy. I found already several retired generals from India, they were very civil and polite to me. That wonderful knowledge of the Americans that identify every black man with the Negro is entirely absent here, and nobody even stares at me in the street. I am very much more at home here than anywhere out of India. The English people know us, we know them. The standard of education and civilization is very high here, that makes a great change, so does the education of many generations. Have the turtle doves returned? The Lord bless them and theirs forever and ever. How are the babies Alberta and Hollister? Give them my oceans of love and know it yourself. My friend being a Sanskrit scholar, we are busy working on the great commentaries of Shankara etc. Nothing but philosophy and religion here, Jojo. I am going to try to get up classes in October in London. Ever affectionately with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Liii. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Abhedananda. C/OET Sturdy, ESQ. High View, Caversham. Reading, England. October, 1895. Dear Kali. You may have got my earlier letter. At present send all letters to me at the above address. Mr. Sturdy is known to Tarak. He has brought me to his place, and we are both trying to create a stir in England. I shall this year leave again in November for America. So I require a man well up in Sanskrit and English, particularly the latter language, either Shashi or you or Sarada. Now, if you have completely recovered, very well, you come, otherwise send Sharat. The work is to teach the devotees I shall be leaving here, to make them study the Vedanta, to do a little translation work into English, and to deliver occasional lectures. Work is apt to cloud spiritual vision. X__ is very eager to come, but unless the foundation is strongly laid, there is every likelihood of everything toppling down. I am sending you a check along with this letter. Buy clothes and other necessary things whoever comes. I am sending the check in the name of Master Mahashay Mahendra Babu. Gangadhar's Tibetan choga is in the math, get the tailor to make a similar choga of Jerua color. See that the collar is a little high, that is, the throat and neck should be covered. Above all, you must have a woolen overcoat, for it is very cold. If you do not put on an overcoat on the ship, you will suffer much. I am sending a second-class ticket, as there is not much difference between a first-class and a second-class berth. If it is decided to send Shashi, then inform the purser of the ship beforehand to provide him with vegetarian diet. Go to Bombay and see Messrs. King & Co., Fort, Bombay, and tell them that you are Mr. Sturdy's man. They will then give you a ticket to England. A letter is being sent from here to the company with instructions. I am writing to the Maharaja of Khetri to instruct his Bombay agent to look after the booking of your passage. If this sum of Rs 150/ is not sufficient for your outfit, get the remainder from Rockall. I shall send him the amount afterwards. Keep another Rs 50/ for pocket expenses, take it from Rockall, I shall pay back later. I have not up to now got any acknowledgement of the amount I sent to Chennai Babu. Start as quickly as possible. Inform Mahendra Babu that he is my Calcutta agent. Tell him to send a letter to Mr. Sturdy by next mail informing him that he is ready to look after all business transactions in Calcutta on your behalf. In effect, Mr. Sturdy is my secretary in England, Mahendra Babu in Calcutta, and Alasinga in Madras. Send this information to Madras also. Can any work be done unless all of us gird up our loins and be up and doing? Fortune favors the brave and energetic. Don't look back, forward. Infinite energy, infinite enthusiasm, infinite daring, and infinite patience, then alone can great deeds be accomplished. We must set the whole world afire. Now on the day the steamer is due to start, write a letter to Mr. Sturdy informing him by which steamer you are leaving for England. Otherwise there is some likelihood of your having difficulties when you reach London. Take the ship that comes directly to London, for even if it takes a few days longer on the voyage, the fares are less. At the moment our purse is lean. In time we shall send preachers in large numbers to all the quarters of the globe. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. Write at once to the Maharaja of Khetri, that you are going to Bombay and that you will be glad if his agent attends to the booking of your passage and sees you off the board. Keep my address with you written in a pocket book, lest there should be difficulties afterwards. Chronology. Addressee. Live. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Highview, Caversham. Reading, England. October, 1895. Dear Jojo. I was so glad to hear from you. I was afraid you had forgotten me. I am going to have a few lectures in and about London. One of them, a public one, will be at Prince's Hall on the 22nd at 8 to 30. Come over and try to form a class. I have as yet done almost nothing here. Of course, breaking the ice is slow always. It took me 2 years in America to work up that little which we had in New York. With love for all. Yours ever, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. L.V. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Highview, Caversham. Reading, England. October 20th, 1895. Dear Jojo. This note is to welcome the legates to London. This being in a sense my native country, I send you my welcome first. I shall receive your welcome next Tuesday the 22nd at Prince's Hall 8:30 p.m. I am so busy till Tuesday, I am afraid, I shall not be able to run in to see you. I, however, shall come to see you any day after that. Possibly I may come on Tuesday. With everlasting love and blessings. Yours, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LVI. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. 80 Oakley Street, Chelsea. October 31st, 1895. Dear Jojo. I shall be only too glad to come to lunch on Friday and see Mr. Coit at the Albemarle. 2 American ladies, mother and daughter, living in London came into the class last night, Mrs. and Miss Netter. They were very sympathetic, of course. The class there at Mr. Chamier's is finished. I shall begin at my lodgings from Saturday night next. I expect to have a pretty good-sized room or 2 for my classes. I have been also invited to Moncuri Conways's Ethical Society, where I speak on the 10th. I shall have a lecture in the Balboa Society next Tuesday. The Lord will help. I am not sure whether I can go up with you on Saturday. You will have great fun in the country anyway, and Mr. and Mrs. Sturdy are such nice people. With love and blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. Kindly order some vegetables for me. I don't care much for rice, bread will do as well. I have become an awful vegetarian now. V. Chronology. Addressee. LVII. 80 Oakley Street, Chelsea. October 31st, 1895, 5 p.m. Dear friend, Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Just now 2 young gentlemen, Mr. Silverlock and his friend, left. Miss Muller also came this afternoon and left just when these gentlemen came in. One is an engineer and the other is in the grain trade. They have read a good deal of modern philosophy and science and have been much struck by the similarity with the latest conclusions of both with the ancient Hindu thought. They are very fine, intelligent, and educated men. One has given up the church, the other asked me whether he should or not. Now, 2 things struck me after this interview. First, we must hurry the book through. We will touch a class thereby who are philosophically religious without the least mystery mongering. Second, both of them want to know the rituals of my creed. This opened my eyes. The world in general must have some form. In fact, in the ordinary sense, religion is philosophy concretized through rituals and symbols. It is absolutely necessary to form some ritual and have a church. That is to say, we must fix on some ritual as fast as we can. If you can come Saturday morning or sooner, we shall go to the Asiatic Society Library, or you can procure for me a book which is called Hamadri Kosha, from which we can get what we want, and kindly bring the Upanishads. We will fix something grand, from birth to death of a man. A mere loose system of philosophy gets no hold on mankind. If we can get it through, before we have finished the classes, and publish it by publicly holding a service or two under it, it will go on. They want to form a congregation, and they want ritual. That is one of the causes why we'll never have a hold on Western people. The Ethical Society has sent me another letter thanking me for the acceptance of this offer. Also a copy of their forms. They want me to bring with me a book from which to read for 10 minutes. Will you bring the Gita, translation, and the Buddhist Jataka, translation, with you? I would not do anything in this matter without seeing you first. Yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Layin. 80 Oakley Street, Chelsea. November 1st, 1895. Dear friend, Mr. E.T. Sturdy. The tickets of the ball Aaron Society are 35 in number. The subject is Indian philosophy and Western society. Chairman blank. As you did not ask me to send them over, I do not. I got your letters properly. Yours in the set. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Licks. November 2nd, 1895. Dear friend, Mr. E.T. Sturdy. I think you are right, we shall work on our own lines and let things grow. I send you the note of the lecture. I shall come on Sunday if nothing extraordinary prevents me. Yours with love. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LX. RMS. Britannic. Blessed and beloved, Mr. E.T. Sturdy. So far the journey has been very beautiful. The purser has been very kind to me and gave me a cabin to myself. The only difficulty is the food meat. Today they have promised to give me some vegetables. We are standing at anchor now. The fog is too thick to allow the ship to proceed. So I take this opportunity to write a few letters. It is a queer fog, almost impenetrable, though the sun is shining bright and cheerful. Kiss baby for me, and with love and blessings for you and Mrs. Sturdy. I remain, yours. Vivekananda. P.S. Kindly convey my love to Miss Muller. I left the nightshirt at Avenue Road. So I shall have to do without any until the trunk is brought out of the hold. Chronology. Addressee. LXI. 228 West 39th Street, New York. December 8, 1895. Dear friend, Mr. E.T. Sturdy. After 10 days of a most tedious and rough voyage, I safely arrived in New York. My friends had already engaged some rooms at the above where I am living now and intend to hold classes ere long. In the meanwhile the Theosophists have been alarmed very much and are trying their best to hurt me, but they and their followers are of no consequence whatever. I went to see Mrs. Leggett and other friends, and they are as kind and enthusiastic as ever. Did you hear anything from India about the coming sannyasin? I will write later fuller particulars of the work here. Kindly convey my best love to Miss Muller and to Mrs. Sturdy and all the other friends, and kiss baby for me. Yours ever in the set. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LXII. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. 228 West 39th Street, New York. December 8, 1895. Dear Jojo. After 10 days of the most disastrous voyage I ever had, I arrived in New York. I was so sick for days together. After the clean and beautiful cities of Europe, New York appears very dirty and miserable. I am going to begin work next Monday. Your bundles have been safely delivered to the heavenly pair, as Alberta calls them. They are as usual very kind. Saw Mrs. and Mr. Salomon and other friends. By chance met Mrs. Peake at Mrs. Guernsey's, but yet have no news of Mrs. Rothenberger. Going with the birds of paradise to Ridgely this Christmas. Wish ever so much you were there. Had you a nice visit with Lady Isabel? Kindly give my love to all our friends and no oceans yourself. Excuse this short letter. I shall write bigger ones by the next. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. L8th. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. New York. 1895. The work here is going on splendidly. I have been working incessantly at 2 classes a day since my arrival. Tomorrow I go out of town with Mr. Leggett for a week's holiday. Did you know Madame Antoinette Sterling, one of your greatest singers? She is very much interested in the work. I have made over all the secular part of the work to a committee and am free from all that botheration. I have no aptitude for organizing. It nearly breaks me to pieces. What about the Narada Sutra? There will be a good sale of the book here, I am sure. I have now taken up the Yoga Sutras and take them up one by one and go through all the commentators along with them. These talks are all taken down, and when completed will form the fullest annotated translation of Patanjali in English. Of course it will be rather a big work. At Trubner's I think there is an edition of Kurum Purana. The commentator, Vijayananda Bhikshu, is continually quoting from that book. I have never seen the book myself. Will you kindly find time to go and see if in it there are some chapters on yoga? If so, will you kindly send me a copy? Also of the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Shiva Samhita, and any other book on yoga? The originals, of course. I shall send you the money for them as soon as they arrive. Also a copy of Sankhya Karika of Ishwara Krishna by John Davies. Just now your letter reached along with Indian letters. The one man who is ready is ill. The others say that they cannot come over on the spur of the moment. So far it seems unlucky. I am sorry they could not come. What can be done? Things go slow in India. Ramanuja's theory is that the bound soul or jiva has its perfections involved, entered, into itself. When this perfection again evolves, it becomes free. The Advaitin declares both these to take place only in show, there was neither involution nor evolution. Both processes were maya, or apparent only. In the first place, the soul is not essentially a knowing being. Satchidananda is only an approximate definition, and niti is the essential definition. Schopenhauer caught this idea of willing from the Buddhists. We have it also in Vasana or Thrishna, Pali Tanha. We also admit that it is the cause of all manifestation, which are, in their turn, its effects. But, being a cause, it must be a combination of the absolute and maya. Even knowledge, being a compound, cannot be the absolute itself, but it is the nearest approach to it, and higher than Vasana, conscious or unconscious. The absolute first becomes the mixture of knowledge, then, in the second degree, that of will. If it be said that plants have no consciousness, that they are at best only unconscious wills, the answer is that even the unconscious plant will is a manifestation of the consciousness, not of the plant, but of the cosmos, the Maha of the Sankhya philosophy. The Buddhist analysis of everything into will is imperfect, firstly, because will is itself a compound, and secondly, because consciousness or knowledge, which is a compound of the first degree, precedes it. Knowledge is action. First action, then reaction. When the mind perceives, then, as the reaction, it wills. The will is in the mind. So it is absurd to say that will is the last analysis. Deussen is playing into the hands of the Darwinists. But evolution must be brought in accordance with the more exact science of physics, which can demonstrate that every evolution must be preceded by an involution. This being so, the evolution of the Vasana or will must be preceded by the involution of the Mahat or cosmic consciousness. See also Vol 8 Sayings and Utterances and Vol V Letter to Mr. Sturdy. There is no willing without knowing. How can we desire unless we know the object of desire? The apparent difficulty vanishes as soon as you divide knowledge also into subconscious and conscious. And why not? If will can be so treated, why not its father? Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LXIV. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 228 West 39th Street. New York. December 16, 1895. Blessed and beloved. All your letters reached by one mail today. Miss Muller also writes me one. She has read in the Indian Mirror that Swami Krishnananda is coming over to England. If that is so, he is the strongest man that I can get. The classes I had here were 6 in the week, besides a question class. The general attendance varies between 70 to 120. Besides, every Sunday I have a public lecture. The last month my lectures were in a small hall holding about 600. But 900 will come as a rule, 300 standing and about 300 going off, not finding room. This week therefore I have a bigger hall, with a capacity of holding 1,200 people. There is no admission charged in these lectures, but a collection covers the rent. The newspapers have taken me up this week, and altogether I have stirred up New York considerably this year. If I could have remained here this summer and organized a summer place, the work would be going on sure foundations here. But as I intended to come over in May to England, I shall have to leave it unfinished. If, however, Krishnananda comes to England, and you find him strong and able, and if you find the work in London will not be hurt by my absence this summer, I would rather be here this summer. Again, I am afraid my health is breaking down under constant work. I want some rest. We are so unused to these Western methods, especially the keeping to time. I will leave you to decide all these. The Brahmavatan is going on here very satisfactorily. I have begun to write articles on Bhakti, also send them a monthly account of the work. Miss Muller wants to come to America. I do not know whether she will or not. Some friends here are publishing my Sunday lectures. I have sent you a few copies of the first one. I shall send you next mail a few of the next 2 lectures, and if you like them I shall ask them to send you a number. Can you manage to get a few hundred copies sold in England? That will encourage them in publishing the subsequent ones. Next month I go to Detroit, then to Boston, and Harvard University. Then I shall have a rest, and then I come to England, unless you think that things go on without me and with Krishnananda. Ever yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LXV. To Swami Saradananda. 228 West 39th Street. New York. December 23, 1895. Dear Sharad. Your letter only made me sad. I see you have lost all enthusiasm. I know all of you, your powers and your limitations. I would not have called you to any task which you are incompetent to do. The only task I would have given you was to teach elementary Sanskrit, and with the help of dictionaries and other things assist S in his translations and teachings. I would have molded you to it. Anyone could have done as well, only a little smattering of Sanskrit was absolutely necessary. Well, everything is for the best. If it is the Lord's work, the right man for the right place will be forthcoming in the right time. None of you need feel disturbed. As for Sanyal, I don't care who takes money or not, but I have a strong hatred for child marriage. I have suffered terribly from it, and it is the great sin for which our nation has to suffer. As such, I would hate myself if I help such a diabolical custom directly or indirectly. I wrote to you pretty plain about it, and Sanyal had no right to play a hoax upon me about his lawsuit and his attempts to become free. I am sorry for his playing tricks on me who have never done him any harm. This is the world. What good you do goes for nothing, but if you stop doing it, then, Lord help you, you are counted as a rogue. Isn't it? Emotional natures like mine are always preyed upon by relatives and friends. This world is merciless. This world is our friend when we are its slaves and no more. This world is broad enough for me. There will always be a corner found for me somewhere. If the people of India do not like me, there will be others who do. I must set my foot to the best of my ability upon this devilish custom of child marriage. No blame will entail on you. You keep at a safe distance if you are afraid. I am sorry, very sorry, I cannot have any partnership with such doings as getting husbands for babies. Lord help me, I never had and never will have. Think of the case of M__Babu. Did you ever meet a more cowardly or brutal one than that? I can kill the man who gets a husband for a baby. The upshot of the whole thing is I want bold, daring, adventurous spirits to help me. Else I will work alone. I have a mission to fulfill. I will work it out alone. I do not care who comes or who goes. Sanyal is already done for by samsara. Beware, boy. That was all the advice I thought it my duty to give you. Of course, you are great folks now, my words will have no value with you. But I hope the time will come when you will see clearer, know better, and think other thoughts than you are now doing. Goodbye. I would not bother you any more, and all blessings go with you all. I am very glad I have been of some service to you sometimes if you think so. At least I am pleased with myself for having tried my best to discharge the duties laid on me by my guru, and well done or ill, I am glad that I tried. So goodbye. Tell Sanyal that I am not at all angry with him, but I am sorry, very sorry. It is not the money that counts, nothing but the violation of a principle that pained me, and the trick he played on me. Goodbye to him also, and to you all. One chapter of my life is closed. Let others come in their due order. They will find me ready. You need not disturb yourselves at all about me. I want no help from any human being in any country. So goodbye. May the Lord bless you all forever and ever. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. LXVI. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Ridgely Manor. December 29, 1895. Dear friend. By this time the copies of the lectures must have reached you. Hope they may be of some use. I think, in the first place, there are so many difficulties to overcome, in the second place, they think that they are fit for nothing, that is the national disease, thirdly, they are afraid to face the winter at once, the Tibet man they don't think is a very strong man to work in England. Someone will come sooner or later. Yours in the sad. Vivekananda. P.S. My Christmas greetings to all our friends, to Mrs. and Mr. Johnson, to Lady Margison, Mrs. Clark, Miss Hawes, Miss Muller, Miss Steele, and all the rest. V. Kiss baby for me and bless him. My greetings to Mrs. Sturdy. We will work. Waguru ki fathet. V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. Lxi. To Miss Mary Hale. New York. January 6, 1896. Dear sister. Many thanks for your kind New Year's greetings. I am glad to learn you enjoyed your 6 weeks with the ESQ, although they be only golf playing. I have been in the midst of the genuine article in England. The English people received me with open arms, and I have very much toned down my ideas about the English race. First of all, I found that those fellows as Lund etc. who came over from England to attack me were nowhere. Their existence is simply ignored by the English people. None but a person belonging to the English Church is thought to be genteel. Again, some of the best men of England belonging to the English Church and some of the highest in position and fame became my truest friends. This was quite another sort of experience from what I met in America, was it not? The English people laughed and laughed when I told them about my experience with the Presbyterians and other fanatics here and my reception in hotels, etc. I also found at once the difference in culture and breeding between the two countries and came to understand why American girls go in shoals to be married to Europeans. Everyone was kind to me there, and I have left many noble friends of both sexes anxiously waiting my return in the spring. As to my work there, the Vedantic thought has already permeated the higher classes of England. Many people of education and rank, and amongst them not a few clergymen, told me that the conquest of Rome by Greece was being reenacted in England. There are two sorts of Englishmen who have lived in India. One consisting of those who hate everything Indian, but they are uneducated. The other, to whom India is the holy land, its very air is holy. And they try to out-Herod in their Hinduism. They are awful vegetarians, and they want to form a caste in England. Of course, the majority of the English people are firm believers in caste. I had 8 classes a week apart from public lectures, and they were so crowded that a good many people, even ladies of high rank, sat on the floor and did not think anything of it. In England I find strong-minded men and women to take up the work and carry it forward with the peculiar English grip and energy. This year my work in New York is going on splendidly. Mr. Leggett is a very rich man of New York and very much interested in me. The New Yorker has more steadiness than any other people in this country, so I have determined to make my center here. In this country my teachings are thought to be queer by the Methodist and Presbyterian aristocracy. In England it is the highest philosophy to the English church aristocracy. Moreover, those talks and gossips, so characteristic of the American woman, are almost unknown in England. The English woman is slow, but when she works up to an idea, she will have a hold on it sure, and they are regularly carrying on my work there and sending every week a report. Think of that. Here as I go away for a week, everything falls to pieces. My love to all, to Sam and to yourself. May the Lord bless you ever and ever. Your affectionate brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: Lxiath. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 228 West 39th Street, New York. January 16, 1896. Blessed and beloved. Many thanks for the books. The Sankhya Karika is a very good book, and the Kurum Purana, though I do not find in it all expected, has a few verses on yoga. The words dropped in my last letter were Yoga Sutra, which I am translating with notes from various authorities. I want to incorporate the chapter in Kurum Purana in my notes. I have very enthusiastic accounts of your classes from Miss MacLeod. Mr. Galsworthy seems to be very much interested now. I have begun my Sunday lectures here and also the classes. Both are very enthusiastically received. I make them all free and take up a collection to pay the hall, etc. Last Sunday's lecture was very much appreciated and is in the press. I shall send you a few copies next week. It was the outline of our work. As my friends have engaged a stenographer, Goodwin, all these class lessons and public lectures are taken down. I intend to send you a copy of each. They may suggest you some ideas. My great want here is a strong man like you, possessing intellect, and ability, and love. In this nation of universal education, all seem to melt down into a mediocrity, and the few able are weighed down by the eternal money-making. I have a chance of getting a piece of land in the country, and some buildings on it, plenty of trees and a river, to serve as a summer meditation resort. That, of course, requires a committee to look after it in my absence, as also the handling of money and printing and other matters. I have separated myself entirely from money questions, yet without it the movement cannot go on. So necessarily I have to make over everything executive to a committee, which will look after these things in my absence. Steady work is not in the line of the Americans. The only way they work, is in a herd. So let them have it. As to the teaching part, my friends will go over this country from place to place, each one independent, and let them form independent circles. That is the easiest way to spread. Then, when there will be sufficient strength, we shall have yearly gatherings to concentrate our energies. The committee is entirely executive and it is confined to New York alone. Ever yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Chronology. Addressee. LXIX. January 23, 1896. Dear Alasinga. By this time you must have got enough of matter on Bhakti from me. The last copy, dated December 21, of Brahmavadin is in. I have been smelling something since the last few issues of the Brahmavadin. Are you going to join the Theosophists? This time you simply gave yourselves up. Why, you get in a notice of the Theosophists' lectures in the body of your notes. Any suspicion of my connection with the Theosophists will spoil my work both in America and England, and well it may. They are thought by all people of sound mind to be wrong, and true it is that they are held so, and you know it full well. I am afraid you want to overreach me. You think you can get more subscribers in England by advertising Annie Besant? Fool that you are. I do not want to quarrel with the Theosophists, but my position is entirely ignoring them. Had they paid for the advertisement? Why should you go forward to advertise them? I shall get more than enough subscribers in England when I go next. Now, I would have no traitors, I tell you plainly, I would not be played upon by any rogue. No hypocrisy with me. Hoist your flag and give public notice in your paper that you have given up all connections with me, and join the camp of the Theosophists or cease to have anything whatsoever to do with them. I give you very plain words indeed. I shall have one man only to follow me, but he must be true and faithful unto death. I do not care for success or no success. I am tired of this nonsense of preaching all over the world. Did any of Annie Besant's people come to my help when I was in England? Fudge. I must keep my movement pure or I will have none. Yours. Vivekananda. P.S. Reply sharp your decision. I am very decided on this point. You ought to have told me so before, had your intentions been such from the very beginning. The Brahmavadin is for preaching Vedanta and not Theosophy. I almost lose my patience when I see these underhand dealings. This is the world, those whom you love best and help most try to cheat you. V. Chronology. Addressee. LXX. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. 228 West 39th Street. New York. February 29, 1896. Blessed and beloved. I am coming before May if possible. You need not worry about that. The pamphlet was beautiful. The newspaper cuttings from here will be forwarded if we can get them. The books and pamphlets here have been got up this way. A committee was formed in New York. They paid all the expenses of stenographing and printing on condition the books will belong to them. So these pamphlets and books are theirs. One book, the Karma Yoga, has been already published. The Raja Yoga, a much bigger one, is in the course of publication. The Jnana Yoga may be published later on. These will be popular books, the language being that of talk, as you have seen already. I have purged everything that is objectionable, and they help me in getting up the books. The books are the property of this committee, of which Mrs. Old Bull is the principal backer, also Mrs. Leggett. It is only just that they should have the books as they paid all the expenses. There is no fear of the publishers meddling with them, as they are the publishers themselves. If any books come from India, please keep them. The stenographer, who is an Englishman named Goodwin, has become so interested in the work that I have now made him a Brahmacharan, and he is going round with me, and we shall come over together to England. He will be very helpful as he has been always. Yours with all blessings. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: LXXI. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. New York. March 17, 1896. Blessed and beloved. I received your last just now and it frightened me immensely. The lectures were delivered under the auspices of certain friends who paid for the stenography and all other expenses on condition they alone will have the right to publish them. As such, they have already published the Sunday lectures as well as 3 books on Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Jnana Yoga. The Raja Yoga especially has been much altered and rearranged along with the translation of Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. The Raja Yoga is in the hands of Longmans. The friends here are furious at the idea of these books being published in England, and as they have been made over to them by me legally, I am at a loss what to do. The publication of the pamphlets was not so serious, but the books have been so much rearranged and changed that the American edition will not recognize the English one. Now pray don't publish these books, as they will place me in a very false position and create endless quarrel and destroy my American work. By last mail from India I learned that a sannyasin has started from India. I had a beautiful letter from Miss Muller, also one from Miss MacLeod. The Leggett family has become very attached to me. I do not know anything about Mr. Chatterjee. I hear from other sources that his trouble is money, which the Theosophists cannot supply him with. Moreover, the help he will be able to give me is very rudimentary and useless in the face of the fact of a much stronger man coming from India. So far with him. We need not be in a hurry. I pray you again to think about this publishing business and write some letters to Mrs. Oldbull and through her ask the opinion of the American friends of the Vedanta, remembering ours is the gospel of oneness of all beings, and all national feelings are but wicked superstitions. Moreover, I am sure that the person who is always ready to give way to others' opinions finds at last that his opinion has triumphed. Yielding always conquers at last. With love to all our friends. Yours with love and blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. I am coming sure in March as early as possible. V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. LCI. To Miss Mary Hale. Dear sister. I am afraid you are offended and did not answer any of my letters. Now I beg 100,000 pardons. By very good luck, I have found the orange cloth and am going to have a coat made as soon as I can. I am glad to hear you met Mrs. Bull. She is such a noble lady and kind friend. Now, sister, there are 2 very thin Sanskrit pamphlets in the house. Kindly send them over if it does not bother you. The books from India have arrived safe, and I had not to pay any duty on them. I am surprised that the rugs do not arrive yet. I have not been to see Mother Temple any more. I could not find time. Every little bit of time I get I spend in the library. With everlasting love and gratitude to you all. Ever your loving brother. Vivekananda. P.S. Mr. Howe has been a very constant student except the last few days. Kindly give my love to Miss Howe. V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. LCA. To the Hale sisters. 6 West 43rd Street. New York. April 14, 1896. Dear sisters. I arrived safe on Sunday and on account of illness could not write earlier. I sail on board the White Star Line Germanic tomorrow at 12 noon. With everlasting memory of love, gratitude, and blessings. I am, your ever-loving brother. Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee. Lziv. Wavani Mansions. Fair Hazel Gardens. London N.W. April, 1896. Thursday afternoon. Dear Sturdy. I forgot to tell you in the morning that Professor Max Muller also offered in his letter to me to do everything he could if I went to lecture at Oxford. Yours affectionately. Vivekananda. P.S. Have you written for the Artharvaveda Samhita edited by Shankarapandarang? V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. LXXV. To the Hale Sisters. High View, reading. April 20th, 1896. Dear Sisters. Greetings to you from the other shore. The voyage has been pleasant and no sickness this time. I gave myself treatment to avoid it. I made quite a little run through Ireland and some of the old English towns, and now am once more in reading amidst Brahma and Maya and Jiva, the individual and the universal soul, etc. The other monk is here. He is one of the nicest of men I see, and is quite a learned monk too. We are busy editing books now. Nothing of importance happened on the way. It was dull, monotonous, and prosaic as my life. I love America more when I am out of it. And, after all, those years there have been some of the best I have yet seen. Are you trying to get some subscribers for the Brahmavadan? Give my best love and kindest remembrance to Mrs. Adams and Mrs. Conger. Write me as soon as is convenient all about yourselves, and what you are doing, what breaks the monotony of eating, drinking, and cycling. I am in a hurry just now, shall write a bigger letter later, so goodbye and may you be always happy. Your ever affectionate brother, Vivekananda. P.S. I will write to Mother Church as soon as I get time. Give my love to Sam and Sister Locke. V. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. LXXI. To Miss Mary Hale. 63 St. George's Road. London, SW. May 30th, 1896. Dear Mary. Your letter reached just now. Of course, you were not jealous but all of a sudden were inspired with sympathy for poor India. Well, you need not be frightened. Wrote a letter to Mother Church weeks ago, but have not been able to get a line from her yet. I am afraid the whole party have taken orders and entered a Catholic convent. 4 old maids are enough to drive any mother to a convent. I had a beautiful visit with Professor Max Muller. He is a saint, a Vedantist through and through. What think you? He has been a devoted admirer of my old master for years. He has written an article on my master in the 19th century, which will soon come out. We had long talk on Indian things. I wish I had half his love for India. We are going to start another little magazine here. What about the Brahmavadan? Are you pushing it? If 4 pushful old maids cannot push a journal, I am blowed. You will hear from me now and then. I am not a pin to be lost under a bushel. I am having classes here just now. I begin Sunday lectures from next week. The classes are very big and are in the house. We have rented it for the season. Last night I made a dish. It was such a delicious mixture of saffron, lavender, mace, nutmeg, cubebs, cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, cream, lime juice, onions, raisins, almonds, pepper, and rice, that I myself could not eat it. There was no asafoetida, though that would have made it smoother to swallow. Yesterday I went to a marriage a la mode. Miss Muller, a rich lady, a friend who has adopted a Hindu boy and to help my work has taken rooms in this house, took us to see it. One of her nieces was married to somebody's nephew, I suppose. What tiring nonsense. I am glad you do not marry. Goodbye, love to all. No more time as I am going to lunch with Miss MacLeod. Yours ever affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Both sisters. Mary or Harriet Hale. Harriet Hale. Mary Hale. LXXI. To the Hale Sisters. London. July 7, 1896. Dear babies. The work here progressed wonderfully. I had one monk here from India. I have sent him to the USA and sent for another from India. The season is closed, the classes, therefore, and the Sunday lectures are to be closed on the 16th next. And on the 19th I go for a month or so for quiet and rest in the Swiss mountains to return next autumn to London and begin again. The work here has been very satisfactory. By rousing interest here I really do more for India than in India. Mother wrote to me that if you could rent your flat, she would be glad to take you with her to see Egypt. I am going with 3 English friends to the Swiss hills. Later on, towards the end of winter, I expect to go to India with some English friends who are going to live in my monastery there, which, by the by, is in the air yet. It is struggling to materialize somewhere in the Himalayas. Where are you? Now the summer is in full swing, even London is getting very hot. Kindly give my best love to Mrs. Adams, Mrs. Conger, and all the rest of my friends in Chicago. Your affectionate brother, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: Lsk. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Grand Hotel, Valais, Switzerland. Blessed and beloved. I am reading a little, starving a good deal, and practicing a good deal more. The strolls in the woods are simply delicious. We are now situated under 3 huge glaciers, and the scenery is very beautiful. By the by, whatever scruples I may have had as to the Swiss lake origin of the Aryans have been taken clean off my mind. The Swiss is a Tartar minus a pigtail. Yours ever affectionately, Vivekananda. Chronology. Addressee: L6. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Switzerland. August 5, 1896. Blessed and beloved. A letter came this morning from Professor Max Muller telling me that the article of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa has been published in the 19th century August number. Have you read it? He asked my opinion about it. Not having seen it yet, I can't write anything to him. If you have it, kindly send it to me. Also the Brahmavatan, if any have arrived. Max Muller wants to know about our plans. And again about the magazine. He promises a good deal of help and is ready to write a book on Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. I think it is better that you should directly correspond with him about the magazine, etc. You will see from his letter, which I shall send you as soon as I have replied, after reading the 19th century, that he is very much pleased with our movement and is ready to help it as much as he can. Yours with blessings and love, Vivekananda. P.S. I hope you will consider well the plan for the big magazine. Some money can be raised in America, and we can keep the magazine all to ourselves at the same time. I intend to write to America on hearing about the plan you and Professor Max Muller decide upon. A great tree is to be taken refuge in, when it has both fruits and shade. If, however, we do not get the fruit, who prevents our enjoyment of the shade? So ought great attempts to be made, is the moral. To the Hale Sisters. London. July 7, 1896. Dear babies. The work here progressed wonderfully. I had one monk here from India. I have sent him to the USA and sent for another from India. The season is closed, the classes, therefore, and the Sunday lectures are to be closed on the 16th next. And on the 19th I go for a month or so for quiet and rest in the Swiss mountains to return next autumn to London and begin again. The work here has been very satisfactory. By rousing interest here I really do more for India than in India. Mother wrote to me that if you could rent your flat, she would be glad to take you with her to see Egypt. I am going with 3 English friends to the Swiss hills. Later on, towards the end of winter, I expect to go to India with some English friends who are going to live in my monastery there, which, by the by, is in the air yet. It is struggling to materialize somewhere in the Himalayas. Where are you? Now the summer is in full swing, even London is getting very hot. Kindly give my best love to Mrs. Adams, Mrs. Conger, and all the rest of my friends in Chicago. Your affectionate brother, Vivekananda. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Grand Hotel, Valais, Switzerland. Blessed and beloved. I am reading a little, starving a good deal, and practicing a good deal more. The strolls in the woods are simply delicious. We are now situated under 3 huge glaciers, and the scenery is very beautiful. By the by, whatever scruples I may have had as to the Swiss lake origin of the Aryans have been taken clean off my mind. The Swiss is a Tartar minus a pigtail. Yours ever affectionately, Vivekananda. To Kripananda. Switzerland. August, 1896. Dear. Be you holy and, above all, sincere, and do not for a moment give up your trust in the Lord, and you will see the light. Whatever is truth will remain forever, whatever is not, none can preserve. We are helped in being born in a time when everything is quickly searched out. Whatever others think or do, lower not your standard of purity, morality, and love of God. Above all, beware of all secret organizations. No one who loves God need fear any jugglery. Holiness is the highest and divinest power in earth and in heaven. Truth alone triumphs, not untruth. Through truth alone is opened the way to God. Mundaka, 3:6. Do not care for a moment who joins hands with you or not, be sure that you touch the hand of the Lord. That is enough. I went to the glacier of Monte Rosa yesterday and gathered a few hardy flowers growing almost in the midst of eternal snow. I send you one in this letter hoping that you will attain to a similar spiritual hardihood amidst all the snow and ice of this earthly life. Your dream was very, very beautiful. In dream our souls read a layer of our mind which we do not read in our waking hours, and however unsubstantial imagination may be, it is behind the imagination that all unknown psychic truths lie. Take heart. We will try to do what we can for the good of humanity, the rest depends upon the Lord. Well, do not be anxious, do not be in a hurry. Slow, persistent, and silent work does everything. The Lord is great. We will succeed, my boy. We must. Blessed be His name. Here in America are no ashramas. Would there was one. How would I like it, and what an amount of good it would do to this country. To Mr. J. J. Goodwin. Switzerland. August 8, 1896. Dear Goodwin. I am now taking rest. I read from different letters a lot about Kripananda. I am sorry for him. There must be something wrong in his head. Let him alone. None of you need bother about him. As for hurting me, that is not in the power of gods or devils. So be at rest. It is unswerving love and perfect unselfishness that conquer everything. We Vedantists in every difficulty ought to ask the subjective question, why do I see that? Why can I not conquer this with love? I am very glad at the reception the Swami has met with, also at the good work he is doing. Great work requires great and persistent effort for a long time. Neither need we trouble ourselves if a few fail. It is in the nature of things that many should fall, that troubles should come, that tremendous difficulties should arise, that selfishness and all the other devils in the human heart should struggle hard when they are about to be driven out by the fire of spirituality. The road to the good is the roughest and steepest in the universe. It is a wonder that so many succeed, no wonder that so many fall. Character has to be established through 1,000 stumbles. I am much refreshed now. I look out of the window and see the huge glaciers just before me and feel that I am in the Himalayas. I am quite calm. My nerves have regained their accustomed strength, and little vexations, like those you write of, do not touch me at all. How shall I be disturbed by this child's play? The whole world is a mere child's play, preaching, teaching, and all included. Know him to be the sannyasin who neither hates nor desires, Gita, v.3. And what is there to be desired in this little mud puddle of a world, with its ever-recurring misery, disease, and death? He who has given up all desires, he alone is happy. This rest, eternal, peaceful rest, I am catching a glimpse of now in this beautiful spot. Having once known that the Atman alone, and nothing else, exists, desiring what, or for whose desire, shall you suffer misery about the body. Brihadaranyaka, 4:4. 12. I feel as if I had my share of experience in what they call work. I am finished, I am longing now to get out. Out of thousands, but one strives to attain the goal. And even of those who struggle hard, but few attain. Gita, 7:3, for the senses are powerful, they drag men down. A good world, a happy world, and social progress, are all terms equally intelligible with hot ice or dark light. If it were good, it would not be the world. The soul foolishly thinks of manifesting the infinite in finite matter, intelligence through gross particles, but at last it finds out its error and tries to escape. This going back is the beginning of religion, and its method, destruction of self, that is, love. Not love for wife or child or anybody else, but love for everything else except this little self. Never be deluded by the tall talk, of which you will hear so much in America, about human progress and such stuff. There is no progress without corresponding digression. In one society there is one set of evils, in another, another. So with periods of history. In the Middle Ages, there were more robbers, now more cheats. At one period there is less idea of married life, at another, more prostitution. In one, more physical agony, in another, 1,000-fold more mental. So with knowledge. Did not gravitation already exist in nature before it was observed and named? Then what difference does it make to know that it exists? Are you happier than the Red Indians? The only knowledge that is of any value is to know that all this is humbug. But few, very few, will ever know this. Know the Atman alone, and give up all other vain words. This is the only knowledge we gain from all this knocking about the universe. This is the only work, to call upon mankind to awake, arise, and stop not till the goal is reached. It is renunciation, tyaga, that is meant by religion, and nothing else. Ishvara is the sum total of individuals, yet he himself also is an individual in the same way as the human body is a unit, of which each cell is an individual. Samashti or the collective is God. Vyashti or the component is the soul of Jiva. The existence of Ishvara, therefore, depends on that of Jiva, as the body on the cell, and vice versa. Jiva and Ishvara are coexistent beings. As long as the one exists, the other also must. Again, since in all the higher spheres, except on our earth, the amount of good is vastly in excess of the amount of bad, the sum total or Ishvara may be said to be all good, almighty, and omniscient. These are obvious qualities, and need no argument to prove, from the very fact of totality. Brahman is beyond both of these, and is not a state. It is the only unit not composed of many units. It is the principle which runs through all, from a cell to God, and without which nothing can exist. Whatever is real is that principle or Brahman. When I think I am Brahman, then I alone exist. It is so also when you so think, and so on. Each one is the whole of that principle. A few days ago, I felt a sudden irresistible desire to write to Kripananda. Perhaps he was unhappy and thinking of me. So I wrote him a warm letter. Today from the American news, I see why it was so. I sent him flowers gathered near the glaciers. Ask Miss Waldo to send him some money and plenty of love. Love never dies. The love of the Father never dies, whatever the children may do or be. He is my child. He has the same or more share in my love and help, now that he is in misery. Yours with blessings. Vivekananda. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Grand Hotel, Sosfie. Valais, Switzerland. August 8, 1896. Blessed and beloved. A large packet of letters came along with yours. Herewith I send you the letter written to me by Max Muller. It is very kind and good of him. Miss Muller thinks that she will go away very soon to England. In that case I will not be able to go to Bern for that Purity Congress I have promised. Only if the Severes consent to take me along, I will go to Kiel and write to you before. The Severes are good and kind, but I have no right to take advantage of their generosity. Nor can I take the same of Miss Muller, as the expenses there are frightful. As such, I think it best to give up the Bern Congress, as it will come in the middle of September, a long way off. I am thinking, therefore, of going towards Germany, ending in Kiel, and thence back to England. Balagangadhara Tilak, Mr. Tilak, is the name and Orion that of the book. Yours. Vivekananda. P.S. There is also one by Jacobi, perhaps translated on the same lines and with the same conclusions. P.S. I hope you will ask Miss Muller's opinion about the lodgings and the hall, as I am afraid she will be very displeased if she and others are not consulted. V. Miss Muller telegraphed to Professor Deussen last night. The reply came this morning, August 9th, welcoming me. I am to be in Kiel at Deussen's on the September 10th. So where will you meet me? At Kiel? Miss Muller goes to England from Switzerland. I am going with the Severes to Kiel. I will be there on the September 10th. V. P.S. I have not fixed yet anything about the lecture. I have no time to read. The Salem Society most probably is a Hindu community and no faddists. V. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. Switzerland. August 12, 1896. Blessed and beloved. Today I received a letter from America, which I send to you. I have written them that my idea of course is concentration, at least for the present beginning. I have also suggested them that instead of having too many papers, they may start by putting in a few sheets in the Brahmavadan written in America and raise the subscription a little, which will cover the American expenses. Do not know what they will do. We will start from here towards Germany next week. Miss Muller goes to England as soon as we have crossed over to Germany. Captain and Mrs. Severe and myself will expect you at Kiel. I haven't yet written anything nor read anything. I am indeed taking a good rest. Do not be anxious, you will have the article ready. I had a letter from the math stating that the other swami is ready to start. He will, I am sure, be just the man you want. He is one of the best Sanskrit scholars we have. And as I hear, he has improved his English much. I had a number of newspaper cuttings from America about Saradananda. I hear from them that he has done very well there. America is a good training ground to bring out all that is in a man. There is such a sympathy in the air. I had letters from Goodwin and Saradananda. S sends his love to you and Mrs. Sturdy and the baby. With everlasting love and blessings. Vivekananda. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Greycoat Gardens. Westminster, S.W. London. December 3, 1896. Dear Joe. Many, many thanks, dear Jojo, for your kind invitation, but the dear God has disposed it this way, viz. I am to start for India on the 16th with Captain and Mrs. Severe and Mr. Goodwin. The Severes and myself take steamer at Naples. And as there will be 4 days at Rome, I will look in to say goodbye to Alberta. Things are in a hum here just now. The big hall for the class, 39 Victoria, is full and yet more are coming. Well, the good old country now calls me, I must go. So goodbye to all projects of visiting Russia this April. I just set things going a little in India and am off again for the ever beautiful US and England, etc. So very kind of you to send Mabel's letter, good news indeed. Only I am a little sorry for poor Fox. However, Mabel escaped him, that is better. You did not write anything about how things are going on in New York. I hope it is all well there. Poor Kola. Is he able now to make a living? The coming of Goodwin was very opportune, as it captured the lectures here which are being published in a periodical form. Already there have been subscribers enough to cover the expenses. 3 lectures next week, and my London work is finished for the season. Of course, everybody here thinks it foolish to give it up just now the boom is on, but the dear Lord says, start for old India. I obey. To frankincense, to Mother, to Hollister and everyone else my eternal love and blessings, and with the same for you. Yours ever sincerely, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. Madras. February 12, 1897. Dear Rakal. I am to start by SS. Mombasa next Sunday. I had to give up invitations from Pune and other places on account of bad health. I am very much pulled down by hard work and heat. The Theosophists and others wanted to intimidate me. Therefore I had to give them a bit of my mind. You know they persecuted me all the time in America, because I did not join them. They wanted to begin it here. So I had to clear my position. If that displeases any of my Calcutta friends, God help them. You need not be afraid, I do not work alone, but He is always with me. What could I do otherwise? Yours, Vivekananda. P.S. Take the house if furnished v. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Ramakrishnananda. Darjeeling. April 20, 1897. Dear Shashi. All of you have doubtless reached Madras by this time. I should think Biligiri is certainly taking great care of you, and that Sadananda serves you as your attendant. In Madras the worship should be done in a completely sattvic manner, without a trace of rajas in it. I hope Alasinga has by now returned to Madras. Don't enter into wrangles with anybody, always maintain a calm attitude. For the present let the worship of Sri Ramakrishna be established and continued in the house of Biligiri. But see that the worship does not become very elaborate and long. Time thus saved should be utilized in holding classes and doing some preaching. It is good to initiate as many as you can. Supervise the work of the two papers, and help in whatever way you can. Biligiri has 2 widowed daughters. Kindly educate them and make special efforts that through them more such widowed women get a thorough grounding in their own religion and learn a little English and Sanskrit. But all this work should be done from a distance. One has to be exceedingly careful before young women. Once you fall, there is no way out, and the sin is unpardonable. I am very sorry to hear that Gupta was bitten by a dog, but I hear that the dog was not a mad one, so there is no cause for alarm. In any case, see that he takes the medicine sent by Gangadhar. Early morning, finish daily your worship and other duties briefly, and calling together Biligiri with his family, read before them the Gita and other sacred books. There is not the least necessity for teaching the divine love of Radha and Krishna. Teach them pure devotion to Sitaram and Haraparvati. See that no mistake is made in this respect. Remember that the episodes of the divine relationship between Radha and Krishna are quite unsuitable for young minds. Specially Biligiri and other followers of Ramanujakarya are worshippers of Rama, so see to it that their innate attitude of pure devotion is never disturbed. In the evenings give some spiritual teaching like that to the general public. Thus gradually even the mountain is crossed. See that an atmosphere of perfect purity is always maintained, and that there enters not the slightest trace of Vimachara. For the rest, the Lord Himself will guide you, there is no fear. Give to Biligiri my respectful salutations and loving greetings, and convey my salutations to similar devotees. My illness is now much less, it may even be cured completely, if the Lord wills. My love, blessings, and greetings to you. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. Please tender my specially affectionate greetings and blessings to Dr. Nanjundarao and help him as much as you can. Try your best to particularly encourage the study of Sanskrit among the non-Brahmins. V. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. Almora. May 20, 1897. My dear Rakal. From your letter I got all the important news. I got a letter from Sudhir also, and also one from Master Mahashay. I have also got 2 letters from Nityananda, Yojan Chatterjee, from the famine areas. Even now money is floating on the waters, as it were. But it will surely come. When it comes, buildings, land, and a permanent fund, everything will come all right. But one can never rest assured until the chickens are hatched, and I am not now going down to the hot plains within 2 or 3 months. After that I shall make a tour and shall certainly secure some money. This being so, if you think that the land with a frontage of 8 kathas cannot be acquired, there is no harm in paying the earnest money to the middleman vendor as though you were losing it for nothing. In all these matters use your own discretion, I cannot give any further advice. There is particularly a chance of making mistake through hurry. Tell Master Mahashay that I quite approve of what he had said. Write to Gangadhar that if he finds it difficult to get alms etc. there, he should feed himself by spending from his own pocket, and that he should publish a weekly letter in Uppen's paper, the Basumati. In that case others also may help. I understand from a letter of Shashi. He wants Nirbayananda. If you think this course to be the best, then send Nirbayananda and bring back Gupta. Send Sashi a copy of the Bengali rules and regulations of the math or an English version of it, and write to him to see that the work there is done in accordance with the rules and regulations. I am glad to learn that the association in Calcutta is going on nicely. It does not matter if 1 or 2 keep out. Gradually everyone will come. Be friendly and sympathetic with everybody. Sweet words are heard afar. It is particularly necessary to try and make new people come. We want more and more new members. Yojan is doing well. On account of the great heat in Almora, I am now in an excellent garden 20 miles from there. This place is comparatively cool, but still warm. The heat does not seem to be particularly less than that of Calcutta. The feverishness is all gone. I am trying to go to a still cooler place. Heat or the fatigue of walking, I find, at once produces trouble of the liver. The air here is so dry that there is a burning sensation in the nose all the time, and the tongue becomes, as it were, a chip of wood. You have stopped criticizing, otherwise I would have gone to a colder place by this time just for the fun of it. He constantly neglects diet restrictions. What rot do you talk? Do you really listen to the words of these fools? It is just like you're not allowing me to take Kali dal, black pulses, because it contains starch. And what is more, there will be no starch if rice and roti, bread, are eaten after frying them. What wonderful knowledge, my dear! The fact of the matter is my old nature is coming back, this I am seeing clearly. In this part of the country now, an illness takes on the color and fashion of this locality, and in that part of the country, it takes on the color and fashion of the illnesses in that locality. I am thinking of making my meals at night very light. I shall eat to the full in the morning and at noon, at night milk, fruits, etc. That is why I am staying in this orchard, in expectation of fruits. Don't you see? Now don't be alarmed. Does a companion of Shiva die so quickly? Just now the evening lamp has been lighted, and singing has to be done throughout the whole night. Nowadays my temper also is not very irritable, and feverishness is all due to the liver. I see this clearly. Well, I shall make that also come under control. What fear? Bravely brace yourself up and do work. Let us create a mighty commotion. Tender my love to all at the math. At the next meeting of the association give my greetings to everybody and tell them that though I am not physically present there, yet my spirit is where the name of our Lord is sung, that is, O Rama, so long as the story of your life goes the round on the earth, because, you see, the Atman is omnipresent. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Almora. May 20th, 1897. Dear Sudhir, your letter gave me much pleasure. One thing, perhaps, I forget to tell you to keep a copy of the letter you sent me. Also all important communications to the math from different persons and to different persons should be copied and preserved. I am very glad to learn that things are going on well, that the work there is steadily progressing as well as that of Calcutta. I am all right now except for the fatigue of the travel, which I am sure will go off in a few days. My love and blessings to you all. Yours, Vivekananda. To Marie Halboyster. Almora. June 2, 1897. Dear Marie, I begin here my promised big chatty letter with the best intention as to its growth, and if it fails, it will be owing to your own karma. I am sure you are enjoying splendid health. I have been very, very bad indeed, now recovering a bit, hope to recover very soon. What about the work in London? I am afraid it is going to pieces. Do you now and then visit London? Hasn't Sturdy got a new baby? The plains of India are blazing now. I cannot bear it. So I am here in this hill station, a bit cooler than the plains. I am living in a beautiful garden belonging to a merchant of Almora, a garden abutting several miles of mountains and forests. Night before last a leopard came here and took away a goat from the flock kept in this garden. It was a frightful din the servants made and the barking of the big Tibet watchdogs. These dogs are kept chained at a distance all night since I am here, so that they may not disturb my sleep with their deep barks. The leopard thus found his opportunity and got a decent meal, perhaps, after weeks. May it do much good to him. Do you remember Miss Muller? She has come here for a few days and was rather frightened when she heard of the leopard incident. The demand for tan skins in London seems very great, and that is playing havoc with our leopards and tigers more than anything else. As I am writing to you, before me, reflecting the afternoon's flow, stand long, long lines of huge snow peaks. They are about 20 miles as the crow flies from here, and 40 through the circuitous mountain roads. I hope your translations have been well received in the Countess's paper. I had a great mind and very good opportunity of coming over to England this Jubilee season with some of our princes, but my physicians would not allow me to venture into work so soon. For going to Europe means work, isn't it? No work, no bread. Here the yellow cloth is sufficient, and I would have food enough. Anyhow, I am taking a much desired rest, hope it will do me good. How are you going on with your work? With joy or sorrow? Don't you like to have a good rest, say for some years, and no work? Sleep, eat, and exercise, eat, and sleep, that is what I am going to do some months yet. Mr. Goodwin is with me. You ought to have seen him in his Indian clothes. I am very soon going to shave his head and make a full-blown monk of him. Are you still practicing some of the yogas? Do you find any benefit from them? I learn that Mr. Martin is dead. How is Mrs. Martin? Do you see her now and then? Do you know Miss Noble? Do you ever see her? Here my letter comes to an end, as a huge dust storm is blowing over me, and it is impossible to write. It is all your karma, dear Marie, for I intended to write so many wonderful things and tell you such fine stories, but I will have to keep them for the future, and you will have to wait. Ever yours in the Lord, Vivekananda. To Sister Nivedita. Almora. June 20, 1897. My dear Miss Noble. Let me tell you plainly. Every word you write I value, and every letter is welcome 100 times. Write whenever you have a mind and opportunity, and whatever you like, knowing that nothing will be misinterpreted, nothing unappreciated. I have not had any news of the work for so long. Can you tell me anything? I do not expect any help from India, in spite of all the jubilating over me. They are so poor. But I have started work in the fashion in which I myself was trained, that is to say, under the trees, and keeping body and soul together anyhow. The plan has also changed a little. I have sent some of my boys to work in the famine districts. It has acted like a miracle. I find, as I always thought, that it is through the heart, and that alone, that the world can be reached. The present plan is, therefore, to train up numbers of young men, from the highest classes, not the lowest. For the latter I shall have to wait a little, and the first attack will be made by sending a number of them over a district. When these sappers and miners of religion have cleared the way, there will then be time enough to put in theory and philosophy. A number of boys are already in training, but the recent earthquake has destroyed the poor shelter we had to work in, which was only rented, anyway. Never mind. The work must be done without shelter and under difficulties. As yet it is shaven heads, rags, and casual meals. This must change, however, and will, for are we not working for it, head and heart? It is true in one way that the people here have so little to give up, yet renunciation is in our blood. One of my boys in training has been an executive engineer, in charge of a district. That means a very big position here. He gave it up like straw. With all love. Yours in the truth, Vivekananda. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Almora. July 10, 1897. My dear Jojo. I am glad to learn that you have at last found out that I have time to read your letters. I have taken to the Himalayas, tired of lecturing and orating. I am so sorry the doctors would not allow my going over with the Raja of Khetri to England, and that has made Sturdy mad. The Severes are at Simla and Miss Muller here in Almora. The plague has subsided, but the famine is still here, and as it looks, on account of no rain as yet, it may wear yet a terrible aspect. I am very busy from here directing work by my boys in some of the famine districts. Do come by all means, only you must remember this. The Europeans and the Hindus, called natives by the Europeans, live as oil and water. Mixing with natives is damning to the Europeans. There are no good hotels to speak of even at the capitals. You will have to travel with a number of servants about you, cost cheaper than hotels. You will have to bear with people who wear only a loincloth, you will see me with only a loincloth about me. Dirt and filth everywhere, and brown people. But you will have plenty of men to talk to you philosophy. If you mix with the English much here, you will have more comforts but see nothing of the Hindus as they are. Possibly I will not be able to eat with you, but I promise that I will travel to good many places with you and do everything in my power to make your journey pleasant. These are what you expect. If anything good comes, so much the better. Perhaps Mary Hale may come over with you. There is a young lady, Miss Campbell, Orchard Lake, Orchard Island, Michigan, who is a great worshipper of Krishna and lives alone in that island, fasting and praying. She will give anything to be able to see India once, but she is awfully poor. If you bring her with you, I will anyhow manage to pay her expenses. If Mrs. Bull brings old Landsberg with her, that will be saving that fool's life as it were. Most probably I may accompany you back to America. Kiss Hollister for me and the baby. My love to Alberta, to the Legates, and to Mabel. What is Fox doing? Give him my love when you see him. To Mrs. Bull and S. Saradananda my love. I am as strong as ever, but it all depends upon leading a quiet life ever afterwards. No hurly-burly any more. I had a great mind to go to Tibet this year, but they would not allow me, as the road is dreadfully fatiguing. However, I content myself with galloping hard over precipices on mountain ponies. This is more exciting than your bicycle even, although I had an experience of that at Wimbledon. Miles and miles of uphill and miles of downhill, the road a few feet broad hanging over sheer precipices several thousand feet deep below. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. P.S. The best time to come is to arrive in India by October or beginning of November. December, January, and February you see things all over and then start by the end of February. From March it begins to get hot. Southern India is always hot. V. Goodwin has gone to work in Madras on a paper to be started there soon. V. To Marie Halboyster. Almora. July 25, 1897. My dear Marie. I have time, will, and opportunity now to clear my promise. So my letter begins. I have been very weak for some time, and with that and other things my visit to England this Jubilee season had to be postponed. I was very sorry at first not to be able to meet my nice and very dear friends once more, but karma cannot be avoided, and I had to rest contented with my Himalayas. It is a sorry exchange, after all, for the beauty of the living spirit shining through the human face is far more pleasurable than any amount of material beauty. Is not the soul the light of the world? The work in London had to go slow for various reasons, and last though not the least was L'Argent, mon ami. When I am there L'Argent comes in somehow, to keep the mare going. Now everybody shrugs his shoulder. I must come again and try my best to revive the work. I am having a good deal of riding and exercise, but I had to drink a lot of skimmed milk per prescription of the doctors, with the result that I am more to the front than back. I am always a forward man though, but do not want to be too prominent just now, and I have given up drinking milk. I am glad to learn that you are eating your meals with good appetite. Do you know Miss Margaret Noble of Wimbledon? She is working hard for me. Do correspond with her if you can, and you help me a good deal there. Her address is, Brantwood, Whirple Road, Wimbledon. So you saw my little friend Miss Orchard and you liked her too good. I have great hopes for her. And how I should like to be retired from life's activities entirely when I am very old, and hear the world ringing with the names of my dear, dear young friends like yourself and Miss Orchard, etc. By and by, I am glad to find that I am aging fast, my hair is turning grey. Silver threads among the gold, I mean black, are coming in fast. It is bad for a preacher to be young, don't you think so? I do, as I did all my life. People have more confidence in an old man, and it looks more venerable. Yet the old rogues are the worst rogues in the world, isn't it? The world has its code of judgment which, alas, is very different from that of truths. So your universal religion has been rejected by the Revue des Deux Mondes. Never mind, try again some other paper. Once the ice is broken, you get in at a quick rate, I am sure. And I am so glad that you love the work, it will make its way, I have no doubt of it. Our ideas have a future, ma chère Marie, and it will be realized soon. I think this letter will meet you in Paris, your beautiful Paris, and I hope you will write me lots about French journalism and the coming World's Fair there. I am so glad that you have been helped by Vedanta and Yoga. I am unfortunately sometimes like the circus clown who makes others laugh, himself miserable. You are naturally of a buoyant temperament. Nothing seems to touch you. And you are moreover a very prudent girl, inasmuch as you have scrupulously kept yourself away from love and all its nonsense. So you see you have made your good karma and planted the seed of your lifelong well-being. Our difficulty in life is that we are guided by the present and not by the future. What gives us a little pleasure now drags us on to follow it, with the result that we always buy a mass of pain in the future for a little pleasure in the present. I wish I had nobody to love, and I were an orphan in my childhood. The greatest misery in my life has been my own people, my brothers and sisters and mother, etc. Relatives are like deadly clogs to one's progress, and is it not a wonder that people will still go on to find new ones by marriage? He who is alone is happy. Do good to all, like everyone, but do not love anyone. It is a bondage, and bondage brings only misery. Live alone in your mind, that is happiness. To have nobody to care for and never minding who cares for one is the way to be free. I envy so much your frame of mind, quiet, gentle, light, yet deep and free. You are already free, Marie, free already, you are Jivan Mukta. I am more of a woman than a man, you are more of a man than woman. I am always dragging others' pain into me for nothing, without being able to do any good to anybody, just as women, if they have no children, bestow all their love upon a cat. Do you think this has any spirituality in it? Nonsense, it is all material nervous bondage, that is what it is. Oh! To get rid of the thraldom of the flesh. Your friend Mrs. Martin very kindly sends me copies of her magazine every month, but Sturdy's thermometer is now below zero, it seems. He seems to be greatly disappointed with my non-arrival in England this summer. What could I do? We have started 2 maths monasteries here, one in Calcutta, the other in Madras. The Calcutta math, a wretched rented house, was awfully shaken in the late earthquake. We have got in a number of boys, and they are in training. Also we have opened famine relief in several places and the work is going on apace. We will try to start similar centers in different places in India. In a few days I am going down to the plains and from thence go to the western parts of the mountains. When it is cooler in the plains, I will make a lecture tour all over and see what work can be done. Here I cannot find any more time to write, so many people are waiting, so here I stop, dear Marie, wishing you all joy and happiness. May you never be lured by flesh is the constant prayer of ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Ramakrishnananda. Umbala. August 19, 1897. Dear Shashi. I am very much pained to hear that the work in Madras is not prospering for want of funds. I am glad to learn that the amount borrowed by Alasinga's brother-in-law, sister's husband, has been received back in Almora. Goodwin has written to me to inform the reception committee to take some money for expenses from the amount that is left as a result of the lecture. It is a very mean thing to spend the money received on the occasion of that lecture for the purpose of the reception, and I do not like to tell anybody anything about this matter. I have understood quite well what the people of our country are when it comes to money matters. On my behalf, you personally talk with the friends there and politely make them understand that it is all right if they can find ways and means to bear the expenses, but if they cannot do so, all of you come back to the math at Calcutta or go to Ramad and establish the math there. I am now going to the hills at Dharamsala. Niranjan, Dinu, Krishnalal, Latu and Achyut will stay at Amritsar. Why did you not, all these days, send Sadananda to the math? If he is still there, then send him to the Punjab on receipt of a letter from Niranjan from Amritsar. I intend to start work in the Punjab after a few days more rest in the Punjab hills. The Punjab and Rajputana are indeed fields for work. I shall write to you again soon after starting work. My health was very bad recently. Now I am very slowly recovering. It will be all right, if I stay in the hills for some more days. My love to you and to Alasinga, Gigi, R.A., Goodwin, Gupta, Sukul, and all others. Yours affectionately. Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. Amritsar. September 2, 1897. My dear Rakal. Yojan tells me in a letter to buy the house at Bagh Bazaar for 20,000 rupees. Even if we buy that house, there are still a lot of difficulties. For example, we shall have to break it down in part and make the drawing room into a big hall, and similar alterations and repairs. Moreover, the house is very old and ramshackle. However, consult Girish Babu and Atul and do what you decide to be best. Today I am leaving by the 2 o'clock train with all my party for Kashmir. The recent stay at Dharamsala Hills has improved my health much, and the tonsillitis, fever, etc. have completely disappeared. From a letter of yours I got all the news. Niranjan, Latu, Krishnalal, Dinanath, Gupta and Achyut are all going to Kashmir with me. The gentleman from Madras who donated 1,500 rupees for famine relief wants an account of how exactly the money was expended. Send him such an account. We are doing more or less well. Yours affectionately. Vivekananda. P.S. Give my love to all at the math. V. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. C/Orishivarmukhopadhyaya. Chief Justice. Srinagar, Kashmir. September 13, 1897. My dear Rakal. Now Kashmir. The excellent accounts you heard of this place are all true. There is no place so beautiful as this, and the people also are fair and good looking, though their eyes are not beautiful. But I have also never seen elsewhere villages and towns so horribly dirty. In Srinagar I am now putting up at the house of Rishivar Babu. He is very hospitable and kind. Send all my letters to his address. In a few days I shall go out somewhere else on excursions, but while returning, I shall come by way of Srinagar, and so shall get the letters also. I have read the letter that you sent regarding Gangadhar. Write to him that there are many orphans in central India and in Gorakhpur. From there the Punjabis are getting many children. You must persuade Mahendra Babu and get up an agitation about this matter, so that the people of Calcutta are induced to take up the charge of these orphans. Such a movement is very desirable. Especially a memorial should be sent to the government requesting it to see that orphans taken over by the missionaries are returned to the Hindus. Tell Gangadhar to come over, and on behalf of the Ramakrishna Society a tearing campaign should be made. Gird up your loins, and go to every house to carry on the campaign. Hold mass meetings etc. Whether you succeed or not, start a furious agitation. Get all the facts from the important Bengali friends at Gorakhpur by writing to them, and let there be a countrywide agitation over this. Let the Ramakrishna Society be fully established. The secret of the whole thing is to agitate and agitate without respite. I am much pleased to see the orderliness of Sarada's work. Gangadhar and Sarada should not rest satisfied until they have succeeded in creating a center in every place they visit. Just now I received a letter from Gangadhar. It is good news that he is determined to start a center in that district. Write to him saying that his friend, the magistrate, has sent an excellent reply to my letter. As soon as we come down to the plains from Kashmir, I shall send back Latu, Niranjan, Dinu, and Koka. For there is no suitable work for them here any more. Also within 3 to 4 weeks send Shadananda, Sushil, and one other to me. Send them to the house of Mr. Shyamacharan Mukhopadhyaya, Medical Hall, Cantonment, Umbala. From there I shall go to Lahore. They should have each 2 thick Jerua-colored jerseys, and 2 blankets for bedding. I shall buy them woolen chaddars, and other woolen necessities in Lahore. If the translation of Raja Yoga has been completed, get it published bearing all the cost. Where the language is obscure, make it very simple and clear, and let Tulsi make a Hindi translation of it if he can. If these books are published, they will help the math very greatly. I hope your health is now quite all right. Since reaching the Ramsala I have been all right. I like the cold places, there the body keeps well. I have a desire either to visit a few places in Kashmir and then choose an excellent site and live a quiet life there, or to go on floating on the water. I shall do what the doctor advises. The Raja is not here now. His brother, the one just next to him in age, is the commander-in-chief. Efforts are being made to arrange a lecture under his chairmanship. I shall write all about this afterwards. If the meeting for the lecture is held in a day or 2, I shall stay back, otherwise I go out again on my travels. Savir is still at Murree. His health is very bad going about in the jolting tongas and jutkas. The Bengali gentlemen of Murree are very good and courteous. Give my respects to G.C. Ghosh, Atul, Master Mahashay, and others, and keep up the spirits of everybody. What is the news about the house which Yojan suggested we should buy? In October I shall go down from here and shall deliver a few lectures in the Punjab. After that I may go via Sindh to Kutch, Bujay, and Kathiawar or even down to Pune if circumstances are favourable, otherwise I go to Rajputana via Baroda. From Rajputana I go to the northwestern province. In those days this was made up of Uttar Pradesh and part of the Punjab, then Nepal, and finally Calcutta. This is my present program. Everything, however, is in God's hands. My love and greetings to all. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Sri Haripada Mitra. Srinagar, Kashmir. 1897. Dear Haripada. My health has been very bad for the last 9 months, and the heat made it still worse. So I have been wandering over the hills from place to place. Now I am in Kashmir. I have traveled far and wide, but I have never seen such a country. I shall soon leave for the Punjab and again go to work. From Sadananda I have heard all the news about you and continue to get it. I am sure to go to Karachi after visiting the Punjab. So we shall meet in person there. With blessings. Vivekananda. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Srinagar, Kashmir. September 30th, 1897. My dear Miss MacLeod. Come soon if you intend to come really. From November to the middle of February India is cool, after that it is hot. You will be able to see all you want within that time, but to see all takes years. I am in a hurry, therefore excuse this hasty card. Kindly tender my love to Mrs. Bull and my good wishes and earnest thoughts for Goodwin's speedy recovery. My love to Mother, to Alberta, to the baby, to Hollister, and last, not the least, to Frankie. Yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. To Miss Mary Hale. Ridgely Manor. October 30th, 1899. My dear optimist. I received your letter and am thankful that something has come to force optimistic laissez-faire into action. Your questions have tapped the very source of pessimism, however. British rule in modern India has only one redeeming feature, though unconscious, it has brought India out once more on the stage of the world, it has forced upon it the contact of the outside world. If it had been done with an eye to the good of the people concerned, as circumstances favored Japan with, the results could have been more wonderful for India. No good can be done when the main idea is blood-sucking. On the whole the old regime was better for the people, as it did not take away everything they had, and there was some justice, some liberty. A few hundred, modernized, half-educated, and denationalist men are all the show of modern English India, nothing else. The Hindus were 600 million in number according to Farishta, the Mohammedan historian, in the 12th century now less than 200 million. In spite of the centuries of anarchy that reigned during the struggles of the English to conquer, the terrible massacre the English perpetrated in 1857 and 1858, and the still more terrible famines that have become the inevitable consequence of British rule, there never is a famine in a native state, and that take off millions. There has been a good increase of population, but not yet what it was when the country was entirely independent, that is, before the Mohammedan rule. Indian labor and produce can support 5 times as many people as there are now in India with comfort, if the whole thing is not taken off from them. This is the state of things. Even education will no more be permitted to spread, freedom of the press stopped already, of course we have been disarmed long ago, the bit of self-government granted to them for some years is being quickly taken off. We are watching what next. For writing a few words of innocent criticism, men are being hurried to transportation for life, others imprisoned without any trial, and nobody knows when his head will be off. There has been a reign of terror in India for some years. English soldiers are killing our men and outraging our women only to be sent home with passage and pension at our expense. We are in a terrible gloom. Where is the Lord? Mary, you can afford to be optimistic, can I? Suppose you simply publish this letter. The law just passed in India will allow the English government in India to drag me from here to India and kill me without trial. And I know all your Christian governments will only rejoice, because we are heathens. Shall I also go to sleep and become optimistic? Nero was the greatest optimistic person. They don't think it worthwhile to write these terrible things as news items even. If necessary, the news agent of Reuters gives the exactly opposite news fabricated to order. Heathen murdering is only a legitimate pastime for the Christians. Your missionaries go to preach God and dare not speak a word of truth for fear of the English, who will kick them out the next day. All property and lands granted by the previous governments for supporting education have been swallowed up, and the present government spends even less than Russia in education. And what education? The least show of originality is throttled. Mary, it is hopeless with us, unless there really is a God who is the Father of all, who is not afraid of the strong to protect the weak, and who is not bribed by wealth. Is there such a God? Time will show. Well, I think I am coming to Chicago in a few weeks and talk of things fully. Don't quote your authority. With all love, ever your brother, Vivekananda. P.S. As for religious sects, the Brahmo Samaj, the Arya Samaj, and other sects have been useless mixtures. They were only voices of apology to our English masters to allow us to live. We have started a new India, a growth waiting to see what comes. We believe in new ideas only when the nation wants them, and what will be true for us. The test of truth for this Brahmo Samaj is what our masters approve, with us, what the Indian reasoning and experience approves. The struggle has begun not between the Brahmo Samaj and us, for they are gone already, but a harder, deeper, and more terrible one. V. To Mr. E.T. Sturdy. C/OF Leggett ESQ. Ridgely Manor, Ulster County, NY. My dear Sturdy. Your last letter reached me after knocking about a little through insufficient address. It is quite probable that very much of your criticism is just and correct. It is also possible that someday you may find that all this springs from your dislike of certain persons, and I was the scapegoat. There need be no bitterness, however, on that account, as I don't think I ever posed for anything but what I am. Nor is it ever possible for me to do so, as an hour's contact is enough to make everybody see through my smoking, bad temper, etc. Every meeting must have a separation. This is the nature of things. I carry no feeling of disappointment even. I hope you will have no bitterness. It is karma that brings us together, and karma separates. I know how shy you are, and how loath to wound others' feelings. I perfectly understand months of torture in your mind when you have been struggling to work with people who were so different from your ideal. I could not guess it before at all, else I could have saved you a good deal of unnecessary mental trouble. It is karma again. The accounts were not submitted before, as the work is not yet finished, and I thought of submitting to my donor a complete account when the whole thing was finished. The work was begun only last year, as we had to wait for funds a long time, and my method is never to ask but wait for voluntary help. I follow the same idea in all my work, as I am so conscious of my nature being positively displeasing to many, and wait till somebody wants me. I hold myself ready also to depart at a moment's notice. In the matter of departure thus, I never feel bad about it or think much of it, as, in the constant roving life I lead, I am constantly doing it. Only so sorry, I trouble others without wishing it. Will you kindly send over if there is any mail for me at your address? May all blessings attend you and yours forever and ever will be the constant prayer of Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. C/OE Guernsey, MD. The Madrid, 180 W59. November 15, 1899. My dear Mrs. Bull. After all, I decide to come to Cambridge just now. I must finish the stories I began. The first one I don't think was given back to me by Margot. My clothes will be ready the day after tomorrow, and then I shall be ready to start, only my fear is, it will be for the whole winter a place for becoming nervous and not for quieting of nerves, with constant parties and lectures. Well, perhaps you can give me a room somewhere, where I can hide myself from all the goings on in the place. Again, I am so nervous of going to a place where indirectly the Indian math will be. The very name of these math people is enough to frighten me. And they are determined to kill with these letters, etc. Anyhow, I come as soon as I have my clothes this week. You need not come to New York for my sake. If you have business of your own, that is another matter. I had a very kind invitation from Mrs. Wheeler of Montclair. Before I start for Boston, I will have a turn-in in Montclair for a few hours at least. I am much better and am all right, nothing the matter with me except my worry, and now I am sure to throw that all overboard. Only one thing I want, and I am afraid I cannot get it of you. There should be no communication about me in your letters to India, even indirect. I want to hide for a time or for all time. How I curse the day that brought me celebrity. With all love. Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. 21 West 34 St. New York. November 21, 1899. My dear Brahmananda. The accounts are all right. I have handed them over to Mrs. Bull, who has taken charge of reporting the different parts of the accounts to different donors. Never mind what I have said in previous harsh letters. They would do you good. Firstly, they will make you business-like in the future to keep regular and clear accounts and get the brethren into it. Secondly, if these scolding don't make you brave, I shall have no more hopes of you. I want to see you die even, but you must make a fight. Die in obeying commands like a soldier, and go to nirvana, but no cowardice. It is necessary that I must disappear for some time. Let not anyone write me or seek me during that time, it is absolutely necessary for my health. I am only nervous, that is all, nothing more. All blessings follow you. Never mind my harshness. You know the heart always, whatever the lips say. All blessings on you. For the last year or so I have not been in my senses at all. I do not know why. I had to pass through this hell and I have. I am much better, well, in fact. Lord help you all. I am going to the Himalayas soon to retire forever. My work is done. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. P.S. Mrs. Bull sends her love. V. To Miss Mary Hale. 1 East 39 St., New York. November 20, 1899. My dear Mary. I start tomorrow most probably for California. On my way I would stop for a day or two in Chicago. I send a wire to you when I start. Send somebody to the station, as I never was so bad as now in finding my way in and out. Ever your brother. Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. December 22, 1899. My dear Dhiramata. I have a letter from Calcutta today, from which I learn your checks have arrived. A great many thanks and grateful words also came. Miss Suter of London sends me a printed New Year's greetings. I think she must have got the accounts you sent her by this time. Kindly send Saradananda's letters that have come to your care. As for me, I had a slight relapse of late, for which the healer has rubbed several inches of my skin off. Just now I am feeling it, the smart. I had a very hopeful note from Margot. I am grinding on in Pasadena, hope some result will come out of my work here. Some people here are very enthusiastic. The Raja Yoga book did indeed great services on this coast. I am mentally very well, indeed I never really was so calm as of late. The lectures for one thing do not disturb my sleep, that is some gain. I am doing some writing too. The lectures here were taken down by a stenographer, the people here want to print them. I learn they are well and doing good work at the math from Swami Saradananda's letter to Joe. Slowly as usual plans are working, but mother knows, as I say. May she give me release and find other workers for her plans. By the by, I have made a discovery as to the mental method of really practicing what the Gita teaches, of working without an eye to results. I have seen much light on concentration and attention and control of concentration, which if practiced will take us out of all anxiety and worry. It is really the science of bottling up our minds whenever we like. Now what about yourself, poor Dhiramata? This is the result of motherhood and its penalties. We all think of ourselves, and never of the mother. How are you? How are things going on with you? What about your daughter? About Mrs. Briggs? I hope Turiyananda is completely recovered now and working. Poor man, suffering is the lot. Never mind, there is a pleasure in suffering even, when it is for others, is there not? Mrs. Leggett is doing well, so is Joe. They say I too am. Maybe they are right. I work anyway and want to die in harness. If that be what mother wants, I am quite content. Ever your son, Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull, 921 West 21st Street, Los Angeles, December 27, 1899. Beloved dear Amata, an eventful and happy new year to you and many such returns. I am much better in health, able enough to work once more. I have started work already and have sent to Saradananda some money, 1,300 rupees already, as expenses for the lawsuit. I shall send more, if they need it. I had a very bad dream this morning and had not any news of Saradananda for 3 weeks. Poor boys. How hard I am on them at times. Well, they know, in spite of all that, I am their best friend. Mr. Leggett has got a little over £500 I had with Sturdy on account of Raja Yoga and the Maharaja of Khetri. I have now about $1,000 with Mr. Leggett. If I die, kindly send that money to my mother. I wired to the boys 3 weeks ago that I was perfectly cured. If I don't get any worse, this much health as I have now will do well enough. Do not worry at all on my account, I am up and working with a will. I am sorry I could not write any more of the stories. I have written some other things and mean to write something almost every day. I am very much more peaceful and find that the only way to keep my peace is to teach others. Work is my only safety valve. I only want some clear business head to take care of the details as I push onwards and work on. I am afraid it will be a long time to find such in India, and if there are any, they ought to be educated by somebody from the West. Again, I can only work when thrown completely on my own feet. I am at my best when I am alone. Mother seems to arrange so. Joe believes great things are brewing in Mother's cup, hope it is so. Joe and Margot have developed into actual prophets, it seems. I can only say, every blow I had in this life, every pang, will only become joyful sacrifice if Mother becomes propitious to India once more. Miss Greenstidle writes a beautiful letter to me, about you most of it. She thinks a lot about Turiyananda too. Give Turiyananda my love. I am sure he will work well. He has the pluck and stamina. I am going soon to work in California. When I leave I shall send for Turiyananda and make him work on the Pacific coast. I am sure here is a great field. The Raja Yoga book seems to be very well known here. Miss Greenstidle had found great peace under your roof and is very happy. I am so glad it is so. May things go a little better with her every day. She has a good business head and practical sense. Joe has unearthed a magnetic healing woman. We are both under her treatment. Joe thinks she is pulling me up splendidly. On her has been worked a miracle, she claims. Whether it is magnetic healing, California ozone, or the end of the present spell of bad karma, I am improving. It is a great thing to be able to walk 3 miles, even after a heavy dinner. All love and blessings to Olia. My love to Dr. Janes and other Boston friends. Ever your son, Vivekananda. To Miss Mary Hale. C/OMRS. Blodgett. 921, West 21st St. Los Angeles. December 27, 1899. My dear Mary. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and many, many glorious returns of such for your birthday. All these wishes, prayers, greetings in one breath. I am cured, you will be glad to know. It was only indigestion and no heart or kidney affection, quoth the healers, nothing more. And I am walking 3 miles a day after a heavy dinner. Say the person healing me insisted on my smoking. So I am having my pipe nicely and am all the better for it. In plain English, the nervousness etc. was all due to dyspepsia and nothing more. I am at work too, working, not hard, but I don't care, and I want to make money this time. Tell this to Margot, especially the pipe business. You know who is healing me? No physician, no Christian Science healer, but a magnetic healing woman who skins me every time she treats me. Wonders she performs operations by rubbing internal operations too, her patients tell me. It is getting late in the night. I have to give up writing separate letters to Margot, Harriet, Isabel, and Mother Church. Wish is half the work. They all know how I love them dearly, passionately, so you become the medium for my spirit for the time, and carry them my New Year's messages. It is exactly like northern Indian winter here, only some days a little warmer, the roses are here and the beautiful palms. Barley is in the fields, roses, and many other flowers round about the cottage where I live. Mrs. Blodgett, my host, is a Chicago lady, fat, old, and extremely witty. She heard me in Chicago and is very motherly. I am so sorry, the English have caught a Tartar in South Africa. A soldier on duty outside a camp bawled out that he had caught a Tartar. Bring him in, was the order from inside the tent. He will not come, replied the sentry. Then you come yourself, rang the order again. He will not let me come either. Hence the phrase to catch a Tartar. Don't you catch any. I am happy just now and hope to remain so for all the rest of my life. Just now I am Christian Science no evil, and love is a drawing card. I shall be very happy if I can make a lot of money. I am making some. Tell Margot, I am going to make a lot of money and go home by way of Japan, Honolulu, China, and Java. This is a nice place to make money quick in, and San Francisco is better, I hear. Has she made any? You could not get the millionaire. Why don't you start for half or 1/4 million? Something is better than nothing. We want money, he may go into Lake Michigan, we have not the least objection. We had a bit of an earthquake here the other day. I hope it has gone to Chicago and raised Isabel's mud puddle up. It is getting late. I am yawning, so here I quit. Goodbye, all blessings, all love. Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. January 17, 1900. My dear Dhiramata. I received yours with the enclosures for Saradananda, and there was some good news. I hope to get some more news this week. You did not write anything about your plans. I had a letter from Miss Greenstidle expressing her deep gratitude for your kindness, and who does not? Turiyananda is getting well by this time, I hope. I have been able to remit 2,000 rupees to Saradananda, with the help of Miss MacLeod and Mrs. Leggett. Of course they contributed the best part. The rest was got by lectures. I do not expect anything much here or anywhere by lecturing. I can scarcely make expenses. No, not even that, whenever it comes to paying, the people are nowhere. The field of lecturing in this country has been overworked, the people have outgrown that. I am decidedly better in health. The healer thinks I am now at liberty to go anywhere I choose, the process will go on, and I shall completely recover in a few months. She insists on this, that I am cured already, only nature will have to work out the rest. Well, I came here principally for health. I have got it, in addition I got 2,000 rupees, to defray the law expenses. Good. Now it occurs to me that my mission from the platform is finished, and I need not break my health again by that sort of work. It is becoming clearer to me that I lay down all the concerns of the math and for a time go back to my mother. She has suffered much through me. I must try to smooth her last days. Do you know, this was just exactly what the great Shankaracharya himself had to do. He had to go back to his mother in the last few days of her life. I accepted, I am resigned. I am calmer than ever. The only difficulty is the financial part. Well, the Indian people owe something. I will try Madras and a few other friends in India. Anyhow, I must try, as I have forebodings that my mother has not very many years to live. Then again, this is coming to me as the greatest of all sacrifices to make, the sacrifice of ambition, of leadership, of fame. I am resigned and must do the penance. The $1,000 with Mr. Leggett, and if a little more is collected, will be enough to fall back upon in case of need. Will you send me back to India? I am ready any time. Don't go to France without seeing me. I have become practical, at least compared to the visionary dreams of Joe and Margot. Let them work their dreams out for me, they are not more than dreams. I want to make out a trust deed of the math in the names of Saradananda, Brahmananda, and yourself. I will do it as soon as I get the papers from Saradananda. Then I am quits. I want rest, a meal, a few books, and I want to do some scholarly work. Mother shows this light vividly now. Of course you were the one to whom she showed it first. I would not believe it then. But then, it is now shown that leaving my mother was a great renunciation in 1884. It is a greater renunciation to go back to my mother now. Probably mother wants me to undergo the same that she made the great Acharya undergo in old days. Is it? I am surer of your guidance than of my own. Joe and Margot are great souls, but to you mother is now sending the light for my guidance. Do you see light? What do you advise? At least do not go out of this country without sending me home. I am but a child, what work have I to do? My powers I passed over to you. I see it. I cannot any more tell from the platform. Don't tell it to anyone, not even to Joe. I am glad. I want rest, not that I am tired, but the next phase will be the miraculous touch and not the tongue like Ramakrishna's. The word has gone to you and the voice to Margot. No more it is in me. I am glad. I am resigned. Only get me out to India, won't you? Mother will make you do it. I am sure. Ever your son, Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. Los Angeles. February 15, 1900. Dear Dhiramata. Before this reaches you, I am off to San Francisco. You already know all about the work. I have not done much work, but my heart is growing stronger every day, physically and mentally. Some days I feel I can bear everything and suffer everything. There was nothing of note inside the bundle of papers sent by Miss Muller. I did not write her, not knowing her address. Then again, I am afraid. I can always work better alone, and am physically and mentally best when entirely alone. I scarcely had a day's illness during my 8 years of lone life away from my brethren. Now I am again getting up, being alone. Strange, but that is what mother wants me to be. Wandering alone like the rhinoceros, as Joe likes it. I think the conferences are ended. Poor Turiyananda suffered so much and never let me know, he is so strong and good. Poor Niranjan, I learn from Mrs. Severe, is so seriously ill in Calcutta that I don't know whether he has passed away or not. Well, good and evil both love company, queer, they come in strings. I had a letter from my cousin telling me her daughter, the adopted little child, was dead. Suffering seems to be the lot of India. Good. I am getting rather callous, rather stilted, of late. Good. Mother knows. I am so ashamed of myself of this display of weakness for the last 2 years. Glad it is ended. Ever your loving son, Vivekananda. To Miss Mary Hale. 1251 Pine Street, San Francisco. March 2, 1900. Dear Mary. Very kind of you to write to invite me to Chicago. I wish I could be there this minute. But I am busy making money, only I do not make much. Well, I have to make enough to pay my passage home at any rate. Here is a new field, where I find ready listeners by hundreds, prepared beforehand by my books. Of course money making is slow and tedious. If I could make a few hundreds, I would be only too glad. By this time you must have received my previous note. I am coming eastward in a month or 6 weeks, I hope. How are you all? Give mother my heartfelt love. I wish I had her strength, she is a true Christian. My health is much better, but the old strength is not there yet. I hope it will come some day, but then, one had to work so hard to do the least little thing. I wish I had rest and peace for a few days at least, which I am sure I can get with the sisters at Chicago. Well, mother knows best, as I say always. She knows best. The last 2 years have been specially bad. I have been living in mental hell. It is partially lifted now, and I hope for better days, better states. All blessings on you and the sisters and mother. Mary, you have been always the sweetest notes in my jarring and clashing life. Then you had the great good karma to start without oppressive surroundings. I never know a moment's peaceful life. It has always been high pressure, mentally. Lord bless you. Ever your loving brother. Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. 1502 Jones Street, San Francisco. March 7, 1900. Dear Dhiramata. Your letter, enclosing one from Saradananda only and the accounts, came. I am very much reassured by all the news I since received from India. As for the accounts and the disposal of the 30,000 rupees, do just what you please. I have given over the management to you, the master will show you what is best to do. The money is 35,000 rupees, the 5,000 rupees, for building the cottage on the Ganga, I wrote to Saradananda not to use just now. I have already taken 5,000 rupees of that money. I am not going to take more. I had paid back 2,000 rupees or more of that 5,000 rupees in India. But it seems, Brahmananda, wanting to show as much of the 35,000 rupees intact as he could, drew upon my 2,000 rupees, so I owe them 5,000 rupees still on that score. Anyway, I thought I could make money here in California and pay them up quietly. Now I have entirely failed in California financially. It is worse here than in Los Angeles. They come in crowds when there is a free lecture and very few when there is something to pay. I have some hopes yet in England. It is necessary for me to reach England in May. There is not the least use in breaking my health in San Francisco for nothing. Moreover, with all Joe's enthusiasm, I have not yet found any real benefit from the magnetic healer, except a few red patches on my chest from scratching. Platform work is nigh gone for me, and forcing it is only hastening the end. I leave here very soon as I can make money for a passage. I have $300 in hand, made in Los Angeles. I will lecture here next week and then I stop. As for the math and the money, the sooner I am released of that burden the better. I am ready to do whatever you advise me to do. You have been a real mother to me. You have taken up one of my great burdens on yourself, I mean my poor cousin. I feel quite satisfied. As for my mother, I am going back to her for my last days and hers. The $1,000 I have in New York will bring 9 rupees a month, then I bought for her a bit of land which will bring about 6 rupees, and her old house that will bring, say, 6 rupees. I leave the house under litigation out of consideration, as I have not got it. Myself, my mother, my grandmother, and my brother will live on 20 rupees a month easy. I would start just now, if I could make money for a passage to India, without touching the $1,000 in New York. Anyhow I will scrape $300 or $400. $400 will be enough for a second-class passage and for a few weeks' stay in London. I do not ask you to do anything more for me, I do not want it. What you have done is more, ever so much more than I deserve. I have given my place solemnly to you in Sri Ramakrishna's work. I am out of it. All my life I have been a torture to my poor mother. Her whole life has been one of continuous misery. If it be possible, my last attempt should be to make her a little happy. I have planned it all out. I have served the mother all my life. It is done, I refuse now to grind her axe. Let her find other workers, I strike. You have been one friend with whom Sri Ramakrishna has become the goal of life, that is the secret of my trust in you. Others love me personally. But they little dream that what they love me for is Ramakrishna. Leaving him, I am only a mass of foolish selfish emotions. Anyway, the stress is terrible, thinking of what may come next, wishing what ought to come next. I am unequal to the responsibility, I am found wanting. I must give up this work. If the work has not life in it, let it die. If it has, it need not wait for poor workers like myself. Now the money, 30,000 rupees, is in my name, in government securities. If they are sold now, we shall lose fearfully, on account of the war. Then, how can they be sent over here without being sold there? To sell them there I must sign them. I do not know how all this is going to be straightened out. Do what you think best about it all. In the meanwhile, it is absolutely necessary that I execute a will in your favor for everything, in case I suddenly die. Send me a draft will as soon as possible and I shall register it in San Francisco or Chicago, then my conscience will be safe. I don't know any lawyer here, else I would have got it drawn up, neither have I the money. The will must be done immediately, the trust and things have time enough for them. Ever your son, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Brahmananda. San Francisco. March 12, 1900. My dear Rakal. I got a letter from you some time ago. A letter from Sharat reached me yesterday. I saw a copy of the invitation letters for the birthday anniversary of Gurudeva, Divine Master. I am frightened hearing that Sharat is troubled by rheumatism. Alas, sickness, sorrow, and pain have been my companions for the last 2 years. Tell Sharat that I am not going to work so hard anymore. But he who does not work enough to earn his food will have to starve to death. I hope Durga Prasanna has done by this time whatever was necessary for the compound wall. The raising of a compound wall is not, after all, a difficult thing. If I can, I shall build a small house there and serve my old grandmother and mother. Evil actions leave none scot-free, mother never spares anybody. I admit my actions have been wrong. Now, brother, all of you are sadhus and great saints, kindly pray to the mother that I do not have to shoulder all this trouble and burden any longer. Now I desire a little peace. It seems there is no more strength left to bear the burden of work and responsibility. Rest and peace for the few days that I shall yet live. Victory to the Guru. Victory to the Guru. No more lectures or anything of that sort. Peace. As soon as Sharat sends the trust deed of the math, I shall put my signature to it. You all manage truly. I require rest. This disease is called neurasthenia, a disease of the nerves. Once it comes, it continues for some years. But after a complete rest for 3 or 4 years it is cured. This country is the home of the disease, and here it has caught me. However, it is not only no fatal disease, but it makes a man live long. Don't be anxious on my account. I shall go on rolling. But there is only the sorrow that the work of Gurudeva is not progressing. There is this regret that I have not been able to accomplish anything of his work. How much I abuse you all and speak harshly. I am the worst of men. Today, on the anniversary of his birthday, put the dust of your feet on my head and my mind will become steady again. Victory to the Guru. Victory to the Guru. You are my only refuge. You are my only refuge. Now that my mind is steady, let me tell you that this resignation is the permanent attitude of my mind. All other moods that come are, you should know, only disease. Please don't allow me to work at all any longer. Now I shall quietly do japa and meditation for some time, nothing more. Mother knows all else. Victory to the Mother of the Universe. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. To Miss Mary Hale. 1719 Turk Street, San Francisco. March 22, 1900. My dear Mary. Many thanks for your kind note. You are correct that I have many other thoughts to think besides Indian people, but they have all to go to the background before the all-absorbing mission, my master's work. I would that this sacrifice were pleasant. It is not, and naturally makes one bitter at times, for no, Mary, I am yet a man and cannot wholly forget myself. Hope I shall sometime. Pray for me. Of course I am not to be held responsible for Miss MacLeod's or Miss Noble's or anybody else's views regarding myself or anything else, am I? You never found me smart under criticism. I am glad you are going over to Europe for a long period. Make a long tour, you have been long a house dove. As for me, I am tired on the other hand of eternal tramping, that is why I want to go back home and be quiet. I do not want to work any more. My nature is the retirement of a scholar. I never get it. I pray I will get it, now that I am all broken and worked out. Whenever I get a letter from Mrs. Severe from her Himalayan home, I feel like flying off the Himalayas. I am really sick of this platform work and eternal trudging and seeing new faces and lecturing. You need not bother about getting up classes in Chicago. I am getting money in Frisco and will soon make enough for my passage home. How are you and the sisters? I expect to come to Chicago sometime towards the first part of April. Yours, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Turiyananda. San Francisco. March, 1900. Dear Haribai. I have just received a bill of lading from Mrs. Banerjee. She has sent some dal, pulses, and rice. I am sending the bill of lading to you. Give it to Miss Waldo, she will bring all these things when they come. Next week I am leaving this place for Chicago, thence I go over to New York. I am getting on somehow. Where are you putting up now? What are you doing? Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Turiyananda. Dear Haribai. I am glad to hear that your leg is all right and that you are doing splendid work. My body is going on all right. The thing is, I fall ill when I take too much precaution. I am cooking, eating whatever comes, working day and night, and I am all right and sleeping soundly. I am going over to New York within a month. Has Sarada's magazine gone out of circulation? I am not getting it any longer. Awakened also has gone to sleep, I think. They are not sending it to me anymore. Let that go. There is an outbreak of plague in our country, who knows who is alive and who is dead? Well, a letter from Eshu has come today. He had hidden himself in the town of Ramgarh in Sikar state. Someone told him that Vivekananda was dead, so he has written to me. I am sending him a reply. All well here. Hope this finds you and all others well. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. To Sister Nivedita. May 2nd, 1900. My dear Nivedita. I have been very ill, one more relapse brought about by months of hard work. Well, it has shown me that I have no kidney or heart disease whatsoever, only overworked nerves. I am, therefore, going today in the country for some days till I completely recover, which I am sure will be in a few days. In the meanwhile I do not want to read any India letters with the plague news etc. My mail is coming to Mary, either she or you keep them, you, if she goes away, till I return. I am going to throw off all worry, and glory unto Mother. Mrs. C.P. Huntington, a very, very wealthy lady, who has helped me, came, wants to see and help you. She will be in New York by the 1st of June. Do not go away without seeing her. If I cannot come early enough, I will send you an introduction to her. Give my love to Mary. I am leaving here in a few days. Ever yours with blessings. Vivekananda. P.S. The accompanying letter is to introduce you to Mrs. M.C. Adams, wife of Judge Adams. Go to see her immediately. Much good may come out of it. She is well known, find out her address. V. To Sister Nivedita. San Francisco. May 26, 1900. Dear Nivedita. All blessings on you. Don't despond in the least. Shri Waguru. Shri Waguru. You come of the blood of a Kshatriya. Our yellow garb is the robe of death on the field of battle. Death for the cause is our goal, not success. Shri Waguru. Black and thick are the folds of sinister fate. But I am the master. I raise my hand, and lo, they vanish. All this is nonsense. And fear? I am the fear of fear, the terror of terror, I am the fearless secondless one, I am the rule of destiny, the wiper out of fact. Shri Waguru. Steady, child, don't be bought by gold or anything else, and we win. Vivekananda. To Miss Mary Hale. 102 East 58th Street. New York. July 11, 1900. My dear devoted sister. I was glad to get your note as also to learn that you were going to Greenacre. Hope you will have much profit. I have been much censured by everyone for cutting off my long hair. I am sorry. You forced me to do it. I had been to Detroit and came back yesterday. Trying as soon as possible to go to France, thence to India. Very little news here, the work is closed. I am taking regularly my meals and sleeping, that is all. Ever faithful and loving brother. Vivekananda. P.S. Write to the girls to send my mails, if any, at Chicago. V. Klsiv. To Swami Turiyananda. 102 East 58th Street. New York. July 18, 1900. My dear Turiyananda. Your letter reached me redirected. I stayed in Detroit for 3 days only. It is frightfully hot here in New York. There was no Indian mail for you last week. I have not heard from Sister Nivedita yet. Things are going on the same way with us. Nothing particular. Miss Muller cannot come in August. I will not wait for her. I take the next train. Wait till it comes. With love to Miss Book. Yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. P.S. Kali went away about a week ago to the mountains. He cannot come back till September. I am all alone, and washing, I like it. Have you seen my friends? Give them my love. V. To Swami Turiyananda. 102 East 58th Street. New York. July 25, 1900. Dear Turiyananda. I received a letter from Mrs. Hansborough telling me of your visit to her. They like you immensely, and I am sure you have found in them genuine, pure, and absolutely unselfish friends. I am starting for Paris tomorrow. Things all turn that way. Kali is not here. He is rather worried at my going away, but it has got to be. Address your next letter to me care of Mr. Leggett, 6 Place d'États Unis, Paris, France. Give my love to Mrs. Wyckoff, Hansborough, and to Helen. Revive the clubs a bit and ask Mrs. Hansborough to collect the dues as they fall and send them to India. Sarita writes they are having rather hot times. My kind regards for Miss Book. With all love. Ever yours in the Lord. Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Turiyananda. 6 Place d'États Unis. Paris. August 13, 1900. Dear Brother Hari. I got your letter from California. So 3 persons are getting spiritual trances, well, it is not bad. Even out of that much good will come. Sri Ramakrishna knows. Let things happen as they will. His work he knows, you and I are but servants and nothing else. I am sending this letter to San Francisco care of Mrs. C. Panel. Just now I got some news from New York. They are well. Kali is on tour. Write in detail about your health and work in San Francisco. And don't be indifferent to the question of sending money to the math. See that money goes certainly every month, from Los Angeles and San Francisco. I am on the whole doing well. I am shortly starting for England. I get news of Sharad. Recently he had an attack of dysentery. The rest are all well. This time few got malaria, nor is it so prevalent on the banks of the Ganga. This year, owing to the scarcity of rain, there is fear of famine in Bengal also. By the grace of Mother, go on doing work, brother. Mother knows, and you know, but I am off. Now I am going to take a rest. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Turiyananda. 6 Place de 8 Hats Eunice. Paris. August, 1900. Dear Brother Hari. Now I am staying on the sea coast of France. The session of the Congress of History of Religions is over. It was not a big affair. Some 20 scholars chattered a lot on the origin of the Shailagrama and the origin of Jehovah, and similar topics. I also said something on the occasion. My body and mind are broken down, I need rest badly. In addition, there is not a single person on whom I can depend. On the other hand, so long as I live, all will become very selfish, depending upon me for everything. Dealing with people entails constant mental uneasiness. I have cut myself off by a will. Now I am writing to say that nobody will have sole power. All will be done in accordance with the view of the majority. If a trust deed on similar lines can be executed, then I am free. What you are doing is also Guru Maharaj's work. Continue to do it. Now I have done my part. Don't write to me any more about those things, do not even mention the subject. I have no opinions whatever to give on that subject. Yours affectionately, Vivekananda. P.S. Convey my love to all. Translated from the original in French. To Madame Emma Cave. 6 Place de 8 Hats Eunice, Paris. October, 1900. My dear Mademoiselle. I have been very happy and content here. I am having the best of times after many years. I find life here with Mr. Bois very satisfactory, the books, the calm, and the absence of everything that usually troubles me. But I don't know what kind of destiny is waiting for me now. My letter is funny, isn't it? But it is my first attempt. Yours faithfully, Vivekananda. Translated from Bengali. To Swami Turiyananda. 6 Place de 8 Hats Eunice. September, 1900. My dear Turiyananda. Just now I received your letter. Through mothers will all work will go on, don't be afraid. I shall soon leave for some other place. Perhaps I shall be on a tour of Constantinople and other places for some time. Mother knows what will come next. I have received a letter from Mrs. Wilmot. From this, too, it appears that she is very enthusiastic. Sit firm and free from worries. Everything will be all right. If hearing the nada etc. does anyone harm, he can get rid of it if he gives up meditation for a time and takes to fish and meat. If the body does not become progressively weak, there is no cause for alarm. Practice should be slow. I shall leave this place before your reply comes. So do not send the reply to this letter here. I have received all the issues of Sarada's paper, and wrote to him lots a few weeks ago. I have a mind to send more later on. There is no knowing where my next stop will be. This much I can say, that I am trying to be free from care. I received a letter from Kali, too, today. I shall send him a reply tomorrow. The body is somehow rolling on. Work makes it ill, and rest keeps it well, that is all. Mother knows. Nivedita has gone to England. She and Mrs. Bull are collecting funds. She has a mind to run a school at Kishangarh with the girls she had there. Let her do what she can. I do not intervene any more in any matter, that is all. My love to you. But I have nothing more to advise as regards work. Yours in service, Vivekananda. Translated from the original in French. To Sister Christine. 6 Place de 8 Hats Eunice. Paris. October 14, 1900. God bless you at each step, my dear Christine, such is my constant prayer. Your letter, so beautiful and so calm, has given me that fresh energy which I am often losing. I am happy, yes, I am happy, but the cloud has not left me entirely. It sometimes comes back, unfortunately, but it no longer has the morbidity it used to have. I am staying with a famous French writer, M. Jules Bois. I am his guest. As he is a man making his living with his pen, he is not rich, but we have many great ideas in common and feel happy together. He discovered me a few years ago and has already translated some of my pamphlets into French. We shall in the end find what we are looking for, isn't it? Thus, I shall travel with Madame Cav, Miss MacLeod, and M. Jules Bois. I shall be the guest of Madame Cav, the famous singer. We shall go to Constantinople, the Near East, Greece, and Egypt. On our way back, we shall visit Venice. It may be that I shall give a few lectures in Paris after my return, but they will be in English with an interpreter. I have no time any more, nor the power to study a new language at my age. I am an old man, isn't it? Mrs. Funk is ill. I think she works too hard. She already had some nervous trouble. I hope she will soon be well. I am sending all the money I earned in America to India. Now I am free, the begging monk as before. I have also resigned from the presidentship of the monastery. Thank God, I am free. It is no more for me to carry such a responsibility. I am so nervous and so weak. As the birds which have slept in the branches of a tree wake up, singing when the dawn comes, and soar up into the deep blue sky, so is the end of my life. I have had many difficulties, and also some very great successes. But all my difficulties and suffering count for nothing, as I have succeeded. I have attained my aim. I have found the pearl for which I dived into the ocean of life. I have been rewarded. I am pleased. Thus it seems to me that a new chapter of my life is opening. It seems to me that Mother will now lead me slowly and softly. No more effort on roads full of obstacles, now it is the bed prepared with birds down. Do you understand that? Believe me, I feel quite sure. The experience of all my life, up to now, has taught me, thank God, that I always find what I am looking for with eagerness. Sometimes it is after much suffering, but it does not matter. All is forgotten in the softness of the reward. You are also going through troubles, my friend, but you shall have your reward. Alas! What you now find is not a reward but an additional affliction. As to myself, I see the cloud lifting, vanishing, the cloud of my bad karma. And the sun of my good karma rises shining, beautiful, and powerful. This will also be the case for you, my friend. My knowledge of this language has not the power to express my emotion. But which language can really do so? So I drop it, leaving it to your heart to clothe my thought with a soft, loving, and shining language. Good night, Gute Nacht. Your devoted friend, Vivekananda. P.S. We shall leave Paris for Vienna on October 29th. Mr. Leggett is leaving for the United States by next week. We shall notify the post office to forward our letters to our further destinations. V. To Miss Josephine MacLeod. Port Tewfik. November 26, 1900. Dear Joe. The steamer was late, so I am waiting. Thank goodness, it entered the canal this morning at Port Said. That means it will arrive sometime in the evening if everything goes right. Of course it is like solitary imprisonment these 2 days, and I am holding my soul in patience. But they say the change is thrice dear. Mr. Gaze's agent gave me all wrong directions. In the first place, there was nobody here to tell me a thing, not to speak of receiving me. Secondly, I was not told that I had to change my Gaze's ticket for a steamer one at the agent's office, and that was at Suez, not here. It was good one way, therefore, that the steamer was late, so I went to see the agent of the steamer and he told me to exchange Gaze's pass for a regular ticket. I hope to board the steamer sometime tonight. I am well and happy and am enjoying the fun immensely. How is Mademoiselle? Where is Bois? Give my everlasting gratitude and good wishes to Madame Cav. She is a good lady. Hoping you will enjoy your trip. Ever affectionately yours, Vivekananda. To Mrs. Old Bull. The Math, Belur. Howrah Dist, Bengal, India. December 15, 1900. My dear mother. 3 days ago I reached here. It was quite unexpected my visit, and everybody was so surprised. Things here have gone better than I expected during my absence, only Mr. Severe has passed away. It was a tremendous blow, sure, and I don't know the future of the work in the Himalayas. I am expecting daily a letter from Mrs. Severe, who is there still. How are you? Where are you? My affairs here will be straightened out shortly, I hope, and I am trying my best to straighten them out. The remittance you send my cousin should henceforth be sent to me direct, the bills being drawn in my name. I will cash them and send her the money. It is better the money goes to her through me. Saradananda and Brahmananda are much better, and this year there is very little malaria here. This narrow strip on the banks of the river is always free from malaria. Only when we get a large supply of pure water the conditions will be perfected here. Vivekananda.